we signed when we signed the Treaty of 1855. So I'm going to actually offer a prayer here, which is the most important part of each day. As the sun greeted us today, I'm going to ask y'all to please stand and ask the media person to please refrain from recording, as this is our spirituality. As I offer a song here this morning, that I ask you all to open your heart and pray in the way that the Creator's given you, and as well to the Executive Director, Derek Watchman, as he had to stay home. You know, he's, I consider him the Patrick Swayze of Indian country. So hopefully things are good back home in the Navajo Nation. But as well that, you
Thank you. Thank you. Again, my name is Yvette Fielder, and I'm a program director here at the National Center, or just say the National Center, because we have a very long name. And since 1969, we started in Los Angeles, and it was a few small business owners that came together. They were successful, and they said, hey, not everybody maybe want to go down the track of college and those things, and education is very important. But they saw a need for the trades, small business development, and so they came together much like just a group, a community, and said, let's share our knowledge and let's get the word out that there's other ways to make money, because of course many families, such as my family, relocated to Phoenix from North and South Dakota. So I'm an enrolled member of the 3 affiliated tribes. I'm 2 of the tribes, Hidatsa Mandan, from North Dakota, and my father's from Cheyenne River Sioux tribe. And so my family, after World War II, when my father was a chief petty officer in the Navy, they set out from the Dakotas and landed in Tempe. So many families were sent to relocation cities. So there's a lot of urban Indians, that kind of thing, but we very deep connection to our family roots and history. So the National Center was much of the same. So these gentlemen came together. They started, it was called UIDA, United Indian Development Agency, and that was the first of the National Center. Later in the mid-'80s, they moved the operation to Mesa, Arizona, where we currently reside in Mesa, which is part of the East Valley of Phoenix Metropolitan, and we've been there ever since. And so with our different programs, we have provided different opportunities for small business development, for them to network with other small businesses, because there's always opportunity for teaming, joint venture, all sorts of different businesses that you can get into. And sometimes you may not have the access to capital to do that with your business, so you want to team with another business. And like anything, it's a relationship. So you have to form these relationships. It's like a marriage. You really have to know everything about your partner. Are we going to really, what are we going to do? What role are you going to play? So there are many different facets of small business development. So our small Native Edge Institutes that we have been providing for the last maybe 8 years at the National Center, we like to come out and do these very small, intimate meetings, workshops for you, so that by the end of the day, you all know each other and you've shared your experiences, you've shared your business cards. At the end of the day, we're gonna have some networking roundtable discussions. And so don't be shy, this is your day. This is your day to ask questions. And John Shiraka in particular, he goes over all the details of government contracting, and he really wants an interactive group. So don't be shy, raise your hand. I guess there's only one mic in the room, we usually have 2, and so we run that around so that our online audience can hear the question being asked, because they may have the same thought and want to hear what questions you have. And then throughout the day, we encourage them to also online write in their questions. And so thank you for being here at the Native Edge Institute. Again, the National Center is in Mesa, Arizona. Reach out to us. We're a nonprofit 501c3 organization. And for Indian country, a lot of you know IGA, a lot of you know NCAI. NCAI is kind of the flagship of when government started for tribes, when we came together and we started sharing ideas and how to mitigate these different things and treaties and everything. The National Center again started in '69, and then from the National Center, they kind of, it's sort of our child is IGA, Indian Gaming Association. So some of the board members saw the need. Tim Wapato, Gay Kingman, they were living in the valley at the time, some of you know those names. And they saw a great need for a separate entity for Indian gaming, because that was really what kind of took off in Indian country. There are many other very prestigious and great business economic development ventures that tribes have done over the years, but everybody kind of is more familiar with the gaming and hospitality industry. So it was a real separate entity, and they really had to fight in DC to get those things going Fort McDowell, I believe, is one of the first tribes where the state of Arizona came in and seized their gaming operations, and the aunties and grandmas came out in the pickup trucks with their shotguns and held off the National Guard, and it was a huge thing. But that was the start of it, really, for all of us. And so that's what it takes, and it takes everybody to get to know each other and really network and be creative and think of these ideas. All these ideas are great ideas. You just have to go through the roadmap of how can we get there from point A to point B. So that's what we want to put together in our smaller workshops, our Native Edge Institutes. We have great partners that we've reached out to. They're here to assist you as well. There's a lot of free services out there. A lot of times people don't know there are free services, and then you have different consultants that will approach you and it's like, oh, I'll do that for you for, $15,000 or whatever. And you're like, I don't have, $15,000. So there are a lot of free services. So a lot of our speakers we reach out to, we've worked with them in the past in different states. So please, this is your day to ask questions and be really engaged. Thank you so much for being here. Again, like Kai mentioned, there are refreshments over here on this side of the room. Restrooms are right down the hallway off to the right. Kaya, myself, Nicole, and Charmaine that are on our team as well. And thank you, Riley Gibson from Skybear Media. They've come to a number of these trainings with us. We started in our first, what we call the Native Edge Institutes. They grew up with us. They're Native owned out of Washington State, Native owned business, and they do great videos. So if you want your business to have a really cool video for your website or your social media, that's the group to reach out to. And they've grown up with us because we used to do our live feeds on Facebook. For 5 minutes, they're like, okay, we'll do a live feed on Facebook. Like, we didn't know 8 years ago and how much we've all grown together. So thank you so much for being here. And if you have any questions, myself and Kaya, we're running around. And so the first speaker, I guess, of the day, let's see. Well, Kaya, do you want to come back up and make the introduction? Sorry, Jacob. No. And so she'll introduce our first speaker here again. Thank you. Thank you. Round of applause for Kaya for putting this together.
Thank you, Yvette. So just a couple more things. Restrooms are going to be out around the corner when you're walking out. It's going to be to your right. If you have questions, just please raise your hand. We'll run the mic to you. And then if you could just speak loudly because we're having a little bit of audio issues. But it's just so the online audience is able to hear your question as well. I think that was it. Yep. Okay. So first up, we have Jacob Hopper with the Agricultural Council. And so he's going to talk about agriculture in the global environment. Thank you.
This clicker here, how's that set up?
Yeah, you just will change your PowerPoint, and then you just point to that laptop.
Everybody can hear me? All right, perfect. All right, morning everybody. Thanks so much for being here and for everybody online calling in too. Really appreciate it, and I'm very honored to be here talking with you guys about the great work we do over at IAC, or the Intertribal Agriculture Council. They stuck me with the first slot here, so if you guys start yawning, I will start yawning. Please try to refrain from any yawning. I really appreciate that. But no, in all seriousness, I hope you guys all enjoyed the talk here today. I do have a habit of talking very fast, so if I get going a little quick, feel free to flag me down. I will not take offense to that. And then also, if you have any questions, you don't have to save them for the end. I forget my questions if I don't blurt them out right away. So just raise your hand, we can run the mic over to you. I have my notes here, so I won't get too distracted. But all right, let's hop right into this. Maybe. It's not working. Turning it on might help. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. Thanks for bearing with me. I'm the guinea pig this morning. So before we get into the meat and potatoes here, I thought it might be nice to just give you a little background on who's yapping at you. So my name is Jacob Hopper. I'm the Business Development Specialist with the American Indian Foods Program over at the Intertribal Agriculture Council, which is a ridiculous mouthful, so I'm going to be saying IAC and AIF for the rest of today. So I'm a Business Development Specialist, and I was born and raised in Michigan's Upper Peninsula, if anybody's ever been out that way. It's a really, really beautiful area. I highly recommend it. I see one person there. Where'd you get in the UP?
Right there, it's the same, right?
That's where I'm from. That's my hometown. Awesome. Yeah, so I was raised in the Bay Mills, Sault Ste. Marie area. It's on the eastern end of the UP. We're most famous for the amount of snow we get in the winter. We get a lot here. I was very shocked to hear you guys had a pretty mild winter out here this year. But I'm a member of the Sault Ste. Marie tribe of Chippewa Indians, and I grew up, I always like to preface this, I'm usually talking at agriculture events. I don't come from a cows and plows background. I'm the son of some small business owners, and then we produced maple syrup growing up just as hobbyists. We didn't really market it or anything. But that was my background. I ended up going to school for public health and nutrition and then Native American studies at the University of Michigan. Go Blue. We just had a pretty good basketball season. If any basketball fans in here, I had to slip that one in there. But anyways, between that education and then I had a really, really good mentor that hooked me up with a internship on food sovereignty and food systems in Alaska. And that was really my introduction to sustainable food systems and how they can really be a benefit to tribal economies. I just had an amazing experience there, and once I finished up college, I got a job here at IAC. I've been here for about 2 years now and just really, really love the work I do. I'm very privileged to be here. And then the last little note on me is it's my first time in Oregon, so anybody that knows of any good views or some good food, I was at Rancher Butcher Chef last night, treated myself, it was awesome. So anything from a food truck to anything, let me know. I'd love to know about it. Let's get into the actual presentation. All right, so what we're gonna discuss today. First, I'm gonna do a brief overview of the awesome company I work for. Again, that's the Intertribal Agriculture Council. Just gonna do brief, I know that's not the point of the talk today. And then I'm gonna do a pretty in-depth interview of my specific program, which again is the American Indian Foods Program. I'm gonna talk about all the really important work we do, and then at the end, or the second half of it is gonna be the topic of today's talk, which is the export focus and the international focus. And then to round it out, I'm just going to talk about some real world examples. I think I can sit up here and talk about the theories of what we do all day, but it's really, really important to talk about what we've actually done and give examples of that. So I'm going to have that at the end as well, and then we'll have some time for questions. So let's get into it. So who here has heard of Intertribal Agriculture Council? Awesome, that's cool to see. Cool, very, very proud of that. So for those who don't know about us, we formed from the farm crisis of the 80s, which is before my time, but I was told it didn't discriminate, it really affected everybody, and unfortunately tribal producers were really categorically excluded from a lot of the relief programs. This led to a lot of economic disparity in Indian country, and the lack of federal support in general left hundreds of thousands of acres of land in danger of being foreclosed. So in 1987, 87 member tribes got together and formed the Intertribal Agriculture Council. Since then, we've really, really grown. We now represent, based off recent data, about 80,000 producers across Indian country that we represent. Work with a lot of tribes. We now represent all 575 federally recognized tribes in the country. And our 5 operational goals here that we really stand behind are a unified national voice, so we provide a forum for tribes and producers to share their concerns, exchange information, and provide a unified input on federal policies. We also focus on legislative and regulatory change. We have a full arm focused on policy, that they're the lucky ones that spend their time in DC working on that stuff. Couldn't be me, but hats off to them. And they really work with all levels of government, state, regional, and national, to unlock the full potential of our ag resources. We have professional development that we focus on, working with groups like tribal community colleges to train the next generation of native ag professionals and technicians. We focus on resource protection, that's water, land, access to capital, things like that. Everything that's gonna really positively benefit sustainable agriculture use. And then finally, the purpose of today's talk, which is enterprise and market expansion. Moving on to our core mission, we have a really nice little blurb here that I always like to say, which is to pursue and promote the conservation, development, and use of agricultural resources for the betterment of Native people. That is really what we strive for, and we really focus on holistic growth while we do that. trying to drive the revitalization of native food systems and sustainable economic development across the country, or across Indian country. Since our founding in '87, we've really grown a lot. We've been able to scale up quite a bit. We started out as a really, really small team, and now we have people all across the country, so we're able to reach everybody that we need to work with. We have a technical assistance arm, and I'm going to give a breakdown of all of our groups too, but we focus on technical assistance, that's mainly USDA resources. We do marketing and finance, we have youth and professional development for those future generations, natural resources, and then advocacy and policy. And the biggest takeaway from IAC is that we really are a member-led voice. We are a member organization. The more members we have, the more perspectives and voices we can speak for, and we focus on systemic change. We serve as the primary advocate for federal programs that advance Indigenous food sovereignty and regional economic stability. All right, so now I'm going to give just a quick little overview of each program we have here at IAC. I'm going to go through these really quick because it's not the purpose of the talk today. We definitely want to focus on my program, the American Indian Foods Program. So we have, first up is, oh, did I accidentally hit something? I did, apologies. So the Technical Assistance Network is always who I like talking about first. They're really the boots on the ground. They're the USDA experts. They're the ones that you're going to work with when you're just getting started out, all the way up to, well, really through the whole process. They provide services to improve agricultural operations nationwide in farming, ranching, fishing, lumber, traditional foods, really anything that's related to food and agribusiness. They are the USDA resources for. Next up, we have a regenerative economies program. They're going to be the ones that do a lot of business development planning, access to funds, things like that. Sorry, I'm losing myself here. On the day-to-day, really what this means is business planning, finding funding streams, and then things like disaster assistance and risk mitigation. They're the ones that work with producers on that. There we go. We have the Natural Resources Program. After that, they work to empower tribes and producers through training and resources, directing and tailoring assistance to improve sustainability, health, and profitability of tribal resources. They work really closely with the USDA NRCS to improve access to conservation planning, technical assistance, rotational grazing, things like that. Soil health, water health, that's them. Then we have our policy team, which I mentioned a little bit earlier. They're the lucky ones that spend all the time in DC. Again, that could not be me, but I really applaud them for the work they do. And they really work just to advocate for tribal agricultural priorities in Congress and with the administration. They advance policy education and training, create opportunities for youth, producers, and tribal leaders to engage in policy, and then they co-steward the Native Farm Bill Coalition, so they work pretty heavy with the Farm Bill. And I wish I had more updates for you on that, but I don't. All right, next up we have our Youth and Professional Development team. They're the ones that focus on, so the average age of a farmer, depending on what source you go to, is anywhere from 63 to 67. We really need youth in farming. We're missing out on that. So that's why the Youth and Professional Development arm is there. They work with kids all the way up from youth, and then we have dedicated programming for high school through career placement. And youth programming at IAC are things like our Native Youth Advisory Council. Youth are able to attend all of our summits. We also have dedicated youth summits. And really, really exciting is right now we have applications open for our youth internships for the summer. So that's going to be 12 to 14 weeks of paid internships. We're able to attend some of our events, things like that. And it's just a really amazing opportunity for youth to get into the food and ag world. And multiple of my coworkers that I work with now were former interns. So it's a really good opportunity to get in with the program. And finally, we have the American Indian Foods Program, which again is the program I work with. And who we're talking about today. So, of the people here familiar with IAC, have you guys heard of the AIF program as well? A little bit? Awesome. Cool. So we are the market access arm of IAC. We're everything post-production, value-added processes, labeling, shipping, distribution, everything that comes post-production, post-harvest. That's what we work in. The main purpose, as I said, of AIF is to support tribal producers in market access and export readiness, which is what we're talking about today. And the program is really designed for American Indian and Alaskan Native-owned businesses, offering individualized technical assistance to facilitate market access in the global marketplace. And this can be summed up in the three main points I have up there, which are market access and export readiness. That is really the core of what we do. We offer marketing and promotional opportunities that I'll discuss more here in a little bit. And then market development resources and support. Those are things like market planning, things like that. We achieve most of this work, especially the marketing promotional activities. We achieve that with our trademark producers, which I am going to discuss here in a couple of slides. But for example, with these trademark producers, we're able to take them to USDA-sponsored trade shows throughout the year. So it's like the National Restaurant Association show in Chicago, Utopia Now in Denver, CL Canada, which rotates throughout Canada every year. And then we've also attended international shows in Thailand, and Japan, and Dubai, and really all over. And we've also put on retail partnerships promotions in the Canadian grocery stores. I'm going to discuss that a little bit at the end. And then finally, the caveat or the distinction I like to make is everything I mentioned there with the trade show attendance is limited to our trademark members, but we also offer market development resources and support to all producers in any country, regardless of trademark status. This includes things like one-on-one marketing plans, retail connections, support in navigating value-added processes, and introductions to potential partners or mentors. And then I just wanted to put down, I like bullet points. I think that's an easier way to see what the services we offer are. And I can read these off really quick here for you. So that's market evaluation and research, market plan development and support, reimbursement on approved or eligible international marketing activities through the USDA Foreign Agriculture Service. Those are typically going to be your trade shows and trade missions, but we can talk more about that too if you're interested. Labeling and shipping considerations, especially when you start getting international, you definitely want somebody that can navigate that for you. And then the other big one I want to highlight is networking with Native American ag and food companies. Somebody who's done it before can be really invaluable. And then that highlighted one on the bottom is our Mighty Networks, it's a virtual resource where it really goes over most things that we'd be doing in our first couple calls. If we were to get on calls with you and start working on marketing plans, the first thing I'm going to do is send you to our Mighty Networks, which is our online platform that houses all of our workshops and webinars. And so this is an overview of the AIF Mighty Network workshops here. They're developed with support and input from Native American producers. And the workshops offer entrepreneurs and business owners educational resources to successfully launch or grow your business. As you can see there, these are our most recent ones, the part 2 here. So we have selling through USDA foods, utilizing local food marketplace to sell product, selling to schools and institutions, building blocks of business, and then the 2-part marketing workshops are always the first one I send out to people. I highly, highly recommend those. If you scan that QR code there, it'll take you right to them, or you can reach out to me and I can get you set up with them. On top of that, the AIF program also has guides on things like Facebook or Meta commerce setup, so setting up a business Facebook page, setting up a Google business profile so that you show up when people are searching for quality cuts of beef or fresh produce, things like that. We have a farm to school setups, marketing or strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat analysis, a SWOT analysis. We also have SNAP and EBT setup forms. To become a direct marketing farmer is what it's called, where you can do SNAP and EBT yourself. What else? And then finally, we have a basic marketing template as well. That's what I usually work with on the first call with producers, and I'm happy to send that out to people. Okay, so I mentioned the trademark a little bit earlier. That really is the hallmark of our program. It's the most vital part of our programming, in my opinion, and it's the made and produced by American Indians trademark. What this trademark is built to do is certify products are what they say they are. The most recent estimations is that tribal made goods are anywhere from a little over $1 billion industry, and anywhere from 15 to 20% of those are not verifiable and probably not what they claim to be. So what our trademark is built to do is combat that and verify these products. And then through this trademark, that's how we're able to take companies to the trade shows that we go to. Some more information on that trademark. It is a completely free application. There is no cost associated with it at all. It takes about 5 to 10 minutes to fill out. It will take you longer to get your documents in order than it does to fill out the actual application. Once you fill out the application, it gets sent into our team. We review it. We let you know if you're missing any documents, and then we try to get it back to you as soon as possible, and we get working. To qualify, the user must be a federally recognized tribal member, tribal entity, or Alaskan village as defined by law, or at least have a controlling 51% share interest. You just have to be a majority owner, is really what that means. I am going to talk more about this later when we touch on the international side of things, but through the trademark, as I mentioned, is how we're able to promote the businesses that we work with at the international level at trade shows, trade missions, and things like that. And what that means is we're able to take 1 to 2 representatives from each company to these trade shows. We can cover the buyers' meetings costs. We're able to fully cover travel and lodging and all of that, and it's just a really good opportunity for these businesses to get meetings with people that they otherwise might not be able to meet with. Please reach out to me. I have my business cards here. Please reach out to me if you'd like more information, or you or somebody you know you think might benefit from the trademark. Please reach out to me. I'd love to work with them. Next, I just wanted to highlight, again, I think bullet points are very helpful. So this is a bulleted list of just what I think the best benefits of working with our program are. For clarification, the one-on-one marketing plans and things like that, as I mentioned, are open to all producers in Indian country. It is not limited to the ownership model that the trademark is. So really quick, I'll run through these. Being a member of our trademark program is a cost-free introduction to new markets or distribution channels. You get to attend high-level trade shows or trade missions that have wholesale, retail, and export opportunities. You are being a part of spreading awareness of tribal agriculture and food production. You get access to meetings and connections with vetted buyers. It's a mark of authenticity for your customers, and then it also connects you to tools and resources tailored to your business needs. This slide, I just wanted to give examples of the producers we work with and really show you that not only is this a nationwide program, but it's also pretty diverse in the actual products we promote and work with. We have everything from Gray Fox Farms there up top, which is jams and jellies out of Washington State, to One Farm Poultry there about halfway through the list. That's going to be chicken and poultry out of Oklahoma. We have wild blueberries from Maine, honey from South Dakota. Really, all products and all places we work with them, and we'd love to add to that. If you'd like to learn more about the companies we work with or are looking for some tribal-made goods, you can look at our trademark directory. This is going to have, you can filter by state or by product type, and it's a really good resource if you're looking for tribal-made goods. And is another big benefit of being a trademark member is you get featured on this website. You get to have a logo up there, a little page. Any links you'd like up there can be up there. So it's just another benefit. Okay, so moving on to part 2 here. This is the meat and potatoes here of it. This is the real world application. Everything I'm yapping at you guys now. I'm going to show you how we actually do it. And just talk about what this actually looks like. So what does the AIF program and the market access work actually look like? On a day-to-day level, this means working with individual producers or tribal enterprises on basic marketing plans, setting up digital sales and digital marketing, things like email marketing or Facebook commerce, introductions to a continually growing network of retail and partnership connections, nutrition labeling and supply chain navigation, and then the big one highlighted there is the international trade shows and retail promotions. That is far and away the biggest benefit of our program is we're able to get people into shows that they otherwise wouldn't be in. So I thought the most useful way to break this down and what the session bio says is that I'm working it up from the local level, the regional, up to international. So I thought that's how I'd break it down. I'm going to have a slide on the local level and kind of the work we would do if you were starting out on the local level, just marketing to your community. After that, I'll talk about the regional level and then, or in the national level, and then we'll go on to international. So we're going to start small here with the local level, and what we would do is we'd start with a basic marketing plan. This means we're going to schedule several calls really on the producer's time, whatever works best for them. And do a complete overview of their business, including their capacity, what their goals and values are, developing a target audience, choosing a marketing strategy, really everything that you could think of that comes with a marketing plan. That's what those calls are going to be about. At this point, we're also going to add basic online sales platform. That's just a simple website, a simple Facebook business page or Meta commerce page is what it's called. At this point, we're going to ensure a Google business profile is set up. And if needed, we'll connect you with basic nutrition testing at this point. Typically, that's going to be through your local university extension. They'll usually do it for free. That's going to be your best option. Your local university extension wants local producers, and they will work with you. I can't tell you how many people I've sent to the extension to get their nutrition, like their first nutrition testing and first labeling done. They will do it for you. Most will. I guess I don't want to say that and be wrong. So we'll set you up with basic nutritional testing and then provide introductions to local businesses and institutions to really get those retail connections started right off the bat. Some recent examples of this at the local level in my work would be the 3 producers I have listed there. I did get their permission to put their names on there, so feel free to check them out. They are still mostly on the local level right now, so I don't know if they'd be able to reach you out here in Oregon, but these 3 here are really amazing ranchers from Montana, Montana, Minnesota, and South Carolina is where they are all located. And when we first started working with them, they just went off word of mouth. They did not have any online sales. They did not have any online marketing. They weren't even at farmers markets, really. It was just all word of mouth, and they were looking to grow. They had a really good head on their shoulders. They had an idea of what they wanted to do. They had a really good support system, but they just didn't know where to start. And that's really where we come in on the local level, is this is how you get started. I'm really proud to say that now all 3 of those have completed online sales. They are, one of them decided that online sales weren't for her. We're gonna look into those again later in the year, but she's gone all in on farmers markets and has just loved it. So on the local level, it's really, really simple. It's a basic website, Facebook sales, things like that. And that's, once you get that down, then we move on to the next one here, which is that regional level. So once we get to the regional or domestic level, once they've really established themselves locally, oftentimes producers are ready or wanting to expand to that regional domestic level, but again, they don't know where to start. They have their foothold, but they don't know how to grow out of that. At this stage, we're again gonna schedule a series of pretty intensive calls to revise the marketing plan we created. That's gonna be targeting a new audience, using more marketing strategies, usually paying more for marketing, unfortunately. At this point, this is the stage where we consider becoming a SNAP or EBT vendor. It's called a direct marketing farmer. You get set up with the point of sale right at your location, and you can do all of it yourself, or you can get set up with a farmer's market or other location that already has SNAP set up. But that's just another really easy way to expand your market and really benefit your community. At this stage would also be a really good time to look into becoming a USDA vendor, where you can get in with government institutions, schools, things like that. We would also want to discuss things like value-added producer grants. Have you guys heard of value-added producer grants in here? Sweet. So there was some delays with them this year. They said they were on and then off and then on, and it's been a mess. But in general, value-added producer grants are a really, really good way to bring some amount of processing in-house if you want to get some like packaging stuff. The example I'm going to bring up here, that's what we had a producer do. It was a honey producer there where he was able to use a value-added producer grant and get his honey sticks now packaged and processed in-house, and that's really been a time and money saver for him. The other example I really like highlighting on this front is Ute bison, which it's been a couple of years now. It was in 2024, but we were able to really spearhead a collaboration between the Food and Nutrition Service, the Southwest Regions Farm, and the Ute bison, and our farm to school, I'm sorry, I got that reversed. The USDA Food and Nutrition Service, Southwest Regions Farm to School Specialist, and then the NCAIED staff were able to work with Ute bison to become a USDA vendor, and they now have their product in schools and institutions in Utah. And we're just really, really proud of that, and would love to do that with some more tribes. So those are just really good examples of really diversifying both your product and your market offerings. And we would do that once you get out of that local level. Okay. So moving on now to the international side. This is the end goal here for the producers we work with. This is the international exporting level. Once companies have really established themselves and can meet their local, regional, and domestic or national demands, it might be time to start thinking about the great resources we in the USDA have to promote exporting from Indian country. When we work with producers that are interested in exporting, this is where the export readiness focus really comes into play for us. The exporting world is really, really complex, and that's what we're here for, is to lean on for navigating that world. And then we also can provide a lot of connections to people like the Foreign Agriculture Service. They have liaisons in any country you're looking to export to, and we can provide introductions to them. At this level, what we're going to focus on is, of course, revising that marketing plan again. That's what you do at every step. But this is when we really bring in the focus on international trade show attendance, which, as a reminder, that is possible through our Made and Produced by American Indians trademark. These trade shows are really invaluable opportunities to meet international buyers, co-packers, distributors, and everything in between. We're also really lucky to be able to support our producers at these events to where we can pay for them to go to their buyers meetings, which the buyers meetings are there is not a better opportunity if you're looking to get into exporting. What the buyers meetings are is you are pulled aside at these trade shows, and it's the North American State Department of Ag, NASDA is who puts it on, and they have a bunch of pre-vetted buyers that are looking for your type of product. And you both pick each other, and then you go and meet with them for anywhere from a half hour to an hour. The most recent show I was at, the producer that took advantage of those, she ended up meeting with 6 international buyers and was able to get her first international sales done. And it's just seeing somebody who really their only goal was starting their business was being able to feed their community, to now being able to do international sales is just really an honor to be able to see that. So aside from those trade shows and buyer meetings, we also serve as primary support in navigating the tricky exporting world for our producers. This is things like international labeling and nutrition regulations. One of the areas I focus on is the European Union, and if you're exporting to the European Union, get ready for like some really stringent nutrition labeling, because some of it does seem like they're just trying to be a little bit better than us, but you might have to change up some of your nutrition stuff. You might have to change up some of your labeling. You might have to put another language on there. There's certain guidelines that you have to follow depending on the region and the country, and that's what we're here for, is to navigate that for you. The examples that I really want to highlight here on the International Trade Show are all the trade shows we attend, for starters. So on any given year, we attend between 2 or 3 to 5. It really depends on the year trade shows. We're heading to the National Restaurant Association show here in May. As I mentioned in the past, we've gone anywhere from Vancouver, Canada, over to Tokyo, to Thailand, to Dubai. I've not gone on any of those really cool trips yet, but hopefully I will soon. Being able to go to these trade shows is just, I couldn't even tell you how many tens of thousands of people that are going through, and there is not any better exposure for your company than being at these trade shows. The other example I really want to highlight, so I made a whole separate slide for it, is this is something that I'm very, very proud of, and the AIF program is very, very proud of, is that 3 of our producers, Cat Spring Yaupon, Navajo Mikes, and Red Lake Nation Foods, took part in the first ever IAC AIF retail promotion in Canada. So these producers were featured across 6. Save On Foods is one of the grocery stores in Canada. Save On Food stores in British Columbia, and this initiative resulted in their first export sales and really created some valuable connections over there to both leaders and buyers in Canada's agriculture sector. But this is it's a really good example of the kind of the end goal for us, which is just getting tribal producers not only the food but the culture in stores, in businesses, and in other countries. All right, so we made it through here. I'm not sure how I'm doing on time. Hopefully I didn't run through it too fast. Good? Okay. I like finishing up my presentations with just some key takeaways. I know I babbled at you guys here a lot, so I'm just going to go over what I think are the 3 most important takeaways here. So the first one is that the Intertribal Agriculture Council, we've been around since 1987, and we are here for tribal producers. Our purpose is to pursue and promote the conservation, development, and use for our agricultural resources for the betterment of our people. That is what we are here to do. We have lots of different programs to achieve this. Today the focus was the program I work for, which is the American Indian Foods Program. And that brings us to our second takeaway here, which is the AIF program is the market access and export readiness arm of IAC. We focus on everything post-production, from adding value-added processes to market planning to the end goal of export readiness and export sales. We do this through our Made and Produced by American Indians trademark, which is, again, completely free, takes 5 to 10 minutes, only requires that the business is owned by a tribal member or tribal enterprise. Finally, the third takeaway there that I would like you guys to get from here is the real world examples of our work. We really are actively promoting tribal agriculture and food business everywhere from Dubai to Tokyo to Thailand to Canada. Many of our producers never dreamed of regional sales, much less international exports. But aside from the financial side, I know we're here with NCAIED and the economic development focus, but I'd be remiss if I didn't say that food and agriculture are huge parts of culture as well. I think we all know that. They're vital to culture. And by promoting these food and agriculture items, we are also promoting tribal cultures from all across Indian country, all over the world. And that's why I'm so happy to do what I do. So thank you guys so much for your time. I really appreciate it. I have my contact info up there if you guys are interested. I also have business cards if we like a paper copy. More of, especially that would be greater expansion, right?
Military markets, there's meals ready to eat, all kinds of things that the military uses houses and things like that. Federal government buys a lot of that and a lot of food every day. So how can tribal companies get access to some of those things? I think it's interesting. So
By working with us, hopefully.
yeah.
That would be the way. I'd say reach out to me if you're interested in
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
So the federal farm bill that's just running through Congress foresees, has a cut of 2,200 field agents for the conservation, was it NCAIED, right? They cut their budgets from 900 million down to 180 million. How is this going to impact you?
I mean, it's hard to say, right? And I guess I'm not, that's a little bit above my pay grade in all honesty. I can't really say how it will impact us and all of us. But on that note, I will say that's why organizations like ours are so important, right? When USDA and when all these groups are getting defunded and getting cut, that's where we come in as middlemen that have that USDA knowledge and have the USDA connections. That's why we're here, is to be the voice and be that kind of connector. Because you're right, as time goes on and if things keep going this way, there's gonna be less and less opportunity to even meet people that are able to work with you. So I would say now it's more important than ever before to really, for us to be very vocal and companies like ours to be extremely vocal and try to work with as many people as we can. Because you're right, there's less and less opportunity to even be heard now.
Okay, since we're a small group, and this mic is really bothering me, let's just get to know everybody, since we have like 15 minutes. If you can tell us just maybe your first name and maybe the name of your business or what takeaway you want to get.
My name is Cassandra, and I own a trucking and excavation business with my husband. And I'm just looking more into getting it into the Indian-owned business, as I haven't been able to figure out how to do that yet.
Great, thank you. Trucking, she can transport your goods and services.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Madeline Hutchinson. I'm an enrolled member of the Klamath Tribes. I'm here and I just want to take away all the information, and I'm just kind of learning what you guys have.
She has some amazing Black Hills gold rings on too.
Hello, my name is Adam Mayfield. I'm from Fulcrum Systems and Fulcrum Project Management Services. We manage small business IT infrastructure, and that's what I'm here to do. We work closely with some tribes around the Eugene area, and we'd like to expand that.
Doug Brenton, I'm with Northwest Ag Trucking, another trucking company.
Okay.
And we do a lot of transportation with ag.
Okay.
So that's what I'm looking to expand.
Do you do like cattle, buffalo?
We don't. We do a lot of equipment.
Okay.
Good morning once again, Carlos Calica, Warm Springs Tribe, Vice Chairman of the Tribal Council. I do own a snow shack, shaved ice business. I ran for 14 years, and as well QT Sound and Services. I do a lot of consulting as far as native events and ceremonies across Indian country. So I do a lot of what the media guy does with the sound and consultant to a lot of tribes. So it's a wonderful opportunity for native entrepreneurs and small businesses here today that hopefully they can take home something and benefit from NEI. Thank you.
Just doing a quick introduction, Ian. You're going to be speaking, but just your name and.
Good morning, Ian Record. I'm a consultant for the National Center, and I'll talk a bit more about my other work here later.
Good morning. My name is Freddie Holiday from Warm Springs, Oregon. I own a wagon business for genetics and beef, as well as a contracting construction company.
Hello, I'm Judy. I'm enrolled in Warm Springs. I own a button-up tree service. We do residential tree work as well as fire mods during fire season, and I'm just hoping to expand more and learn more, hopefully into some logging side and forestry.
You guys, right?
Good morning, my name is Shirley Allen. I'm from the Warm Springs Reservation, and we own VNS cattle. We're producers, but I'm also a truck driver for Knife River Corporation.
I I heard people talking about Knife River, and I thought they were talking about the North Dakota Knife River. I was like, oh, there's a Knife River here.
Hello, I'm Tootie Smith. I'll be speaking this afternoon. I represent the USDA and the Farm Services Agency in Oregon, helping farmers and keep farmers farming.
Hi, I'm Howard Pat, Market Manager for National Tribal Market. We're out of Warm Springs, Oregon. I guess I'm interested in the workshop. Many of these have gained my interest because we're looking at trying to get SNAP authorization. We're listed as a farmer's market. We're part of Oregon Farmers Market Association, and we're also, most of our customer base are tourists, usually to the Canida Vacation Resort. And so we've been heavily involved in the tourism industry.
If it's helpful, I'd love to send you the guide we have to get set up as a
Sure, I want to talk to you anyway.
Yeah, networking, yep.
Klaus Maker, I'm a retired food service professional. I was a director of food service for Disney West Coast. I'm a school volunteer, school mentor, and so we are providing volunteer or bonus consulting services to small businesses and startups.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Derry. I'm with Umpqua Indian Development Corporation. That's owned by the Cow Creek Tribe, and we have 11 different verticals, consumer-facing verticals, but you know, gaming, truck stop, RV parks. We have a ranch, and we have a food brand that we're building already. It started with beef jerky, and now we have a ranch. We're working on a beef processing facility, and we have a coffee brand that we better get.
We gotta get you guys.
We better get registered.
Let's see, you guys got a lot going on.
And the tribe also has a food program for its own members, so we're trying to build a food sovereignty whole package. But one of those things, we're trying to get SNAP benefits for our farmers market, and we're building a farmers market in Roseburg, an indoor sort of permanent farmers market as well. So again, creating verticals for all of the food products to get exposed, and
Great.
so that's what we're up to.
Thanks for saying processing. Earlier, they were saying slaughterhouses, and I'm like, what, can we say something else?
Yeah, I hate the thought of that. We hate the thought of it, so we come up with these other words like harvest and processing and all these euphemisms, but it's interesting.
My name is Amy Perry. I'm Michael's wife, and I'm a Cow Creek Tribal member.
Put the mic up to your mouth.
We have a tribal consulting business between the two of us, in addition to working for Cow Creek Tribe.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Great, thank you for being here.
I'm Delson Suppa Senior. I'm from the north end of the Warm Springs Indian Reservation, and I'm with the National Tribal Market as a tribal member, advisory committee member to enhance our tribal entrepreneurs. And you know, as far as food goes, you know, I look at our tribal food needs to get to a level of providing food for our tribal people, because that's the way it was in the past. And we didn't have to do what we're doing today to sustain our economical status. We just took care of each other. So this is a different vein for me to I'm here mostly to learn about what's available out there and if it can be utilized to help our tribal members with our own foods and protect them is really my interest, because when you put it out on the market, it gets exploited and in a lot of ways from our tribal perspective. And I think this is coming from more of an off-reservation process, because our treaty can get impacted, our sovereignty can get impacted by a lot of these partnerships and things, and I think if you don't have that kind of education to protect that for us, then I don't know how much value there is in this. So if you don't understand the supreme law of this land, the treaty, and have that in the forefront of your presentations, I really question how much risk factor we have in venturing out and trying to make money, basically. And that's a concern I have as an elder, looking at some of this stuff that's coming forth for our tribal members. So I'm here to learn and see and basically tell our people what I see as far as risk factors of endangering our treaty and sovereignty.
Thank you.
My name is Jeff Lumpkin. I'm from a company called Oahe Data, which is based on the Cheyenne River Reservation in South Dakota. We gather data from a wide variety of sources and make longitudinal data sets and shape them in such a way that they're very efficiently read by tools, different AI tools. The idea is to create data platforms that can be used by tribes to enhance sovereignty and to identify opportunities either for tribal governments or tribal development corporations. And we're working with the Tribal Development Corporation in New Mexico right now on precisely that.
Hi, I'm Kerry Brainerd with the Confederated Tribes of Kusla, Umpqua, and Siuslaw. I do economic development for the Blue Earth Federal Corporation. Very interesting presentation this morning as we're setting up about 20,000 square foot facility for tribal food sovereignty and resilience. And the other hat I wear, it seems like a lot of us wear multiple hats, is I'm a co-owner with my brother in Native Sun Cellars. We produced our first Oregon wines, native grown and bottled here in Oregon in 24. And with, I brought a bottle for Chairman White, but I think I might actually give it to the market guys there in Warm Springs.
Taste testing later?
And for a little introduction of it. And I did not know about the trademark, but we will be applying probably as soon as my brother gets it. So.
Already working. Great. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Barbara Soule. I'm the Chief Communications Officer for the Intertribal Agriculture Council. I'm just here to support Jacob.
Great. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to try to talk soft. Usually I talk loud. Hi, I'm Jennifer Herded. I'm the CEO of Longevity Incorporated, which is a business management and program planning firm. We work with folks with food access, public safety, workforce development for youth. And so the reason why I'm here today is I'm actually looking to learn more about Native business and what that looks like, because I do service nonprofit organizations that service Native youth. So I'm here to get some more information.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Lionel Irving. It had to die on me. And I'm the founder director of Love is Stronger. The reason why I came here today is because we had a family that had relocated out to Portland, Oregon, and we have some Native participants. And one of our workforce development pillars is entrepreneurship. So I wanted to come and learn what kind of resources was available to them as they start to transition out of high school and look into what their entrepreneur goals are going to be. So I wanted to get the information so I can take it back to them. Thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, thank you. Wonderful. Well, Kai and I also want to go to Canada and do a business matchmaking there, but maybe at the end of the day we can talk about that.
Of course. Thank you, Yvette. Thank you all for introducing yourselves. Next, we're going to go to
Jacob.
Oh, thank you, Jacob. Thank you, Jacob. Next, we have John Shiraka. He's with Government Contract Pros, and he's going to talk about federal contracting.
Yeah. Use that too.
Oh, real quick. We have Nicole and Charmaine handing out the surveys. If you guys could please fill them out as you go. And then if you guys are going to leave or at the end of the day, please give them back to Charmaine or Nicole in the desk in the front. Thank you.
Thank you. This is an interesting mic, so I'll try to speak loud because I usually don't hold it this close. I'll try to speak loud. What I love to do, thank you, Yvette, for introducing everybody. That was really helpful. What I love to do is try to keep my discussion conversational and try to answer questions you guys might have. I have a whole slide deck. We can talk about all these issues, but it gets really deep in certain areas, and I'd rather sort of focus on what your questions might be and what issues you might have. It sounds like there are a lot of, I call them entity-owned, but tribally owned organizations, or at least tribes that are looking at economic development and different tools for economic development, and certainly government contracting is one of them. So how many people fall in that boat as far as economic development for the tribe? Okay, awesome. And how many people, so for those of you that raise your hands, how many people currently do federal contracting? One. Okay, maybe two. Okay, so then how many individual firms do we have that are interested in federal contracting? Awesome. How many currently do federal contracting? Okay, so good information. So I'll try to keep, different levels because there's the basics of the programs, right? What do they mean? And quite frankly, look, real quick, I don't like to spend a lot of time on sort of background and who I am and what I did, because I'd rather share information that's helpful to you guys. But I used to do federal contracting in my previous life. I ran and owned an operation that my dad started back in the 80s, did that. Went to the Small Business Administration, was a regional administrator, went to headquarters, ran the federal government small business set-aside programs like 8A, HubZone, Women-Owned, Service Disabled, and we'll talk about those. And then I've been providing advisory services to firms, both tribal entity-owned, Native Hawaiian organizations, tribes, Alaskan Native corporations, as well as individually owned, to sort of navigate, one, get certified to do work with the federal government, but also navigate the choppy waters of federal contracting, especially given the current circumstances, right? I'm sure we've all heard sort of the challenges around some of these set-aside programs. For those that are doing current work, I'm curious how you guys are faring. A lot of our clients are seeing challenges, and there's ways of addressing it, right? I don't think, for those of you that are considering federal contracting, I don't think it's a no-go. It's more challenging, but there are strategies to try to leverage in any circumstance to be successful. By the way, that picture is interesting. I went for a walk this morning, and one of those guys ran across the yard and right past me. So sorry, I digress. I got distracted this morning. It's like the pool story when I was at a sorry, I digress. But anyway, so conversational is most successful, I think, in these events. This morning, we'll sort of talk about the basics of federal contracting, the programs, but again, ask questions based on your situation. And then this afternoon, sort of in this current environment, what are we seeing? How can you potentially team up with a mentor or a joint venture or a prime sub relationship? What are the programs that are sort of being leveraged? Like for those, how many service disabled veterans do we have? Or military members? None. Okay, so that's actually important because we're seeing those numbers in this environment actually increase as opposed to the 8As or the women-owned or the HubZone companies. So creating partnerships, leveraging partnerships, mentor-protege joint ventures is something that we'll talk about this afternoon. So overall, the federal government is, even today, even with the challenges and the headwinds, the federal government is the largest buyer of goods and services in the entire world, right? And so if you are in the private sector, it sort of behooves you to expand your portfolio to take advantage of participating in the federal marketplace. In addition to being the largest buyer of goods and services, there is statutory requirements to set aside contracts for small businesses. And then, even under that, additionally, for different types of small businesses. And so there are billions of dollars that are available to small businesses or certified small businesses in one of these categories. And it is a function of limited competition that allows you to be more successful in the small business programs. So what does that mean? It means that the government statutorily is required to set aside up to $140 billion every year for small businesses either to compete just amongst themselves or even further down to compete in what you see with the 5553. And I can talk about sort of those categories as well. And when we talk about sort of each of these categories, I'll give you a high level sort of basics of what the program requirement is. But if you have questions, especially in the current environment, how do you get certified, or what does a particular requirement really mean? I'm happy to dive into that as well. These slides will be available. The slides actually dive down into each of the program requirements, but I'll give them to you at sort of a high level. So we can start with the overall small level, right? So statutorily, 23%, and again, $140 billion odd dollars every year available to small businesses. That allows you to engage with the federal marketplace. It allows you to get a source of income that, you know, historically, for all intents and purposes, has been a very reliable source of income. Because even though the government sometimes might take 30, 60, 90 days to pay, you know, 99% of the time, the government pays. Now, have we seen that sort of challenged over the last year, maybe the last year and a half? Yes, we have. We've seen DOGE, we've seen impacts to, you know, cutbacks, we've seen impacts to program requirements, but I think we've seen the worst of sort of the DOGE impact, and I think we're seeing a settling down of requirements. And in fact, at the Department of, and I hate to call it the Department of War, but at the DOD or the Department of War now, we're actually seeing growth in spend, as you can imagine, given the current environment. So there is opportunity out there. When we look at the Small Business Set-Aside Program, what does that mean? It means you're registered to do work with the federal government. It means that you are small for a particular industry. That's a North American Industry Classification Code, NAICS code. So when I used to run these programs, that was one of the things that I was responsible for, is what is small? And folks would come to me and say, well, wait a second, how can 1,500 employees be considered small? Well, and I gotta say this category or industry carefully, in shipbuilding, right, 1,500 employees is actually small, because the standard firm has like 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 employees. In IT services, it is not. So there are some industries that are based on employees, mostly manufacturing, and then there are some industries, mostly services, that are calculated on revenue-based. And the revenue-based actually used to be a 3-year look back, but because we would see sort of spikes and then all of a sudden you're no longer small, Congress looked at it and said, you know what, we need to make the runway longer, so now it's a 5-year look back. And so if your revenue, if you're in IT services and your 5-year look back revenue is $35 million and below, you're considered small. If you are in consulting services and your 5-year look back revenue is $21 million and less, you're considered small. So each industry, and there's a table, you can Google it, you can go to the SBA, Small Business Administration website, you'll find out what that industry is. So for as long as you are small for your primary industry, you can register to do work with the federal government, you can indicate your industries, and you can self-represent that you're small. Now, when a requirement comes out that you want to bid, that requirement will have an industry code assigned to it, a NAICS code, right? And so, North American Industry Classification Code. And if I use acronyms that you guys are like, what the heck is he talking about? Please raise your hand, because we tend to do that, and I apologize. So when a requirement comes out, let's say someone was talking about food services, right? Well, say a requirement comes out for food services at Aberdeen Proving Grounds. That particular requirement will have a NAICS code assigned to it. So every requirement that comes out has a NAICS code. And then you look at that and you say, okay, I am small for that NAICS code. So you can be small for one NAICS code and not small for another NAICS code. As long as you're small for the NAICS code assigned to the requirement, you're considered small. As long as you're registered in SAM, Systems for Award Management, you can provide or propose against that requirement. That's sort of the basic of sort of the small business program, right? What is it? We'll talk about how do things get set aside, why do things get set aside, what are the mechanics of getting things set aside, and those are super critical. Once you start developing a relationship with the federal government, those become more and more critical just to understand how these things happen. But overall basics is, if you're small for the requirement, you can go ahead and bid on it as a small, and only those that are small can bid on it. So in other words, a Deloitte, a KPMG, an AECOM, an SAIC, those guys can't bid on it, right? So you're not competing in those instances with those guys. So it allows limited competition. Now, so let me stop there, see if anybody has any questions sort of with registering to do work with the federal government. What does it mean to do work with the federal government? The set-asides, how does that occur? Anything like that. I think you had a question, sir.
Yes. How important is choosing the right NAICS code?
Okay, good question. So, yeah, so the question was, how important is choosing the right NAICS code? So, when you register to do work with the federal government in the Systems for Award Management, you can have your primary NAICS code, which is presumably the industry where you have your preponderance of work, right? So you're supposed to look at your revenue and say, look, most of my work comes from cybersecurity, right? So I find that NAICS code and that becomes my primary NAICS code. That doesn't mean you can't have IT services as a secondary NAICS code and so forth and so forth. What becomes important though, so in the sense of just a small business, just because your primary NAICS code is IT services in 35.5 or 37.5 million right now, doesn't mean that if a requirement comes out that's cybersecurity, you can't bid on it. You have to have it on your SAM profile as a secondary NAICS code. But your primary NAICS code just determines, what is the preponderance of work that you do. You can have all sorts of secondary NAICS codes, right? And especially for tribal organizations, when they have their first 8A company, and we'll talk a little bit about the structure of a tribal organization, when they have their first 8A company, oftentimes that first 8A company is a catch-all. So oftentimes that first 8A company will do IT services, IT hardware, professional services, construction, almost anything that it can get work on, right? And then as it develops, it'll take, let's say, the construction unit and start a second 8A. And then it'll take IT services and start a third 8A. Because as opposed to individually owned firms where you only get one bite at the apple, one 8A, tribes actually can have an unlimited number of 8As, right? So you can have, Bristol Bay Native Corporation at any given point has like 13, 14, 15 8As in different industries. There are some restrictions about competing industries, et cetera, but as a tribe, you can have an unlimited number of 8As. So that's sort of a strategy But there is no, so the other thing, if you're in, so the NAICS code question becomes more important if you're individually owned and then you go apply for the 8A program as an individual. Why? Because they will look at your primary NAICS code and they won't just take your word for it, so you can't like be in IT services and say, wow, I'm at $50 million. I'm just going to make my primary NAICS code shipbuilding because I only have 200 employees, so the SBA will say I'm small. Well, they don't, I mean, you could try, but they're going to look at your preponderance of work. And they're going to say, well, okay, both within the federal government, because they can just pull the data out of the federal government, and then they'll ask you in the private sector, what's your preponderance of work? It's IT services. Then they'll say, are you small for that NAICS code? So it becomes more important if you're applying to the 8A program. But you can also adjust it over a period of time. So for 8A companies that are in, even individually owned, if you're in the 8A program, right? Let's say you're in IT services, or let's say you start out in professional services, $21 million ceiling. You start doing a lot of work, you get $5 million contracts, $5 million contracts, sole source, we'll talk about that, direct awards. All of a sudden, you're hitting up against the $20 million. And you have to early graduate because you're no longer small for your primary NAICS code. Now, you can't go in one day and say, hey, listen, I want to change my NAICS code to IT services because that's $37.5 million, and that's a higher size standard, so I remain small in the program. You can't just show up and do that. However, you can plan a strategy to start bidding more and more on IT services and start winning a little bit and planting the seed with the SBA on an annual basis to say, hey, we're going to start changing our primary industry and our NAICS code, and we're going to ask for an official change in our NAICS code in the next 2 or 3 years so you can strategize changing your primary NAICS code so you don't get sized out of the 8A program.
It sounds like it really does require some planning.
Absolutely, 100%. It requires planning. It requires strategy with respect to where you enter and where you're planning on exiting. And even for entity owned, even though if you're tribally owned, you can have an unlimited, there are restrictions in having the same NAICS code for multiple entities. And so there's a 2-year cooling off period. So, you know, if you go to a really sophisticated tribe or Alaska Native Corporation, you'll see like a whole board like this with like all their companies and the NAICS codes and how they're going to move contracts from one to the other and when they're going to drop a new one with what NAICS code. And so it is a lot of strategy, absolutely. I think there was a question in the back. Yes, sir.
Yes, so for individual-owned businesses, say you own multiple businesses, when you register with the federal sector, is it better, I guess, is it possible to bundle them, or do you have to register each one individually to hit those different
Yeah.
markets?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. And the question was, if you're an individual and you, in one shape, form, or other, own multiple companies, is it good to register them all or just bundle them into one company? I'd say it's more of a business decision as to what service you want to provide the federal government, right? There's no requirement, and we'll talk about affiliation because that's another issue, but there's no requirement for you to have to register all those entities in the system for award management if you don't intend all of those entities to do work with the federal government. If you want to do work across all those services or products with the federal government, then the business strategy becomes, do I combine this into one organization or corporate entity and register with the federal government, or do I want to keep them separate and register separately with the federal government? However, when you apply, you only get one bite at the 8A program. And the 8A program is unique, and we'll talk about it. When you apply to the 8A program, you get one, as an individual, you get one company and one bite for 9 years. So the 8A program is a 9-year program, and you get one bite. So you have to sort of think about what's the best business decision. What do I want to sell to the government? What is the government going to be buying? Do I combine these all into one company? And then how do I strategize approaching the government and growing my business with the government? So it's a more of a business decision. The one thing, and I'll talk about affiliation, the one thing that happens when you own multiple businesses is that, remember we said you had to be small for your NAICS code. If you own multiple businesses, if you individually own and control more than one business, for purposes of size standard, the government will say that you're affiliated, meaning that they will combine the revenue of all those businesses, regardless of if they are doing work with the government. Because you own and control more than one business, they will combine the revenues to determine if you're still small.
So it's more of a portion of tax strategy as well?
Yo, absolutely, yes. It's a business strategy, and yes, tax in CPA discussions as well, yes. Okay. Yeah. Any other questions so far? One up front here, and then I'll go there. Yep.
How long do you have to be previously in business to show competency to have an 8A?
Okay. So the standard, so the question was, how long do you have to be in business to apply or get into the 8A program? Historically, by statute, the requirement is 2 years in business, right? To show a demonstrated capacity of 2 years in business, successful in 2 years of business, in order to be able to demonstrate potential for success in the 8A program. Now, if you're tribally owned or what I call entity owned, there is an exemption from that. Because if the tribe can say, we have the financial resources and we have the technological capacity or subject matter expertise, because we're going to hire the right people, you can ask for a waiver from those 2 years. But the tribe will have to write what they call a firm letter of commitment that says, here's our tribal assets, or at least we have access to a bank account. This is how much resources we have. We have $200, $300, $400 available to support this company getting into the 8A program, even though that has not had any business so far. So for tribally owned entities, it's not uncommon to set up a sort of a shell LLC and drop it into the 8A program. However, given the current environment, I will say, two things I'll say. One is, there haven't been any 8A applications approved by this administration since August of 2025. So that's one big challenge. But the other is, it appears that even when that spigot turns on, any of the sort of standard exemptions or subjective allowances might be eliminated, but we don't know that for sure. For an individual, it has always been more strict. If you don't have 2 years in business, they generally wouldn't let you in the program. Now, you could say, listen, I'm just leaving, and I don't know if you guys know AECOM, huge construction company. I'm just leaving AECOM. I was executive vice president of business development. I have a book of business. I know how to put together a construction team. I've done this all my life, and here are all the projects I have in my pipeline. So in those instances, even on an individual, there were circumstances that the SBA would allow an 8A into the program without the 2 years in business. But standard rule of thumb is 2 years, much easier from tribes if there is a letter from the tribe saying there's a firm commitment to enter the program. Make sense?
Thank you. And the reason I ask is I have tribal members asked with no, just last week, a tribal member said they wanted to set up a foundry to smelt copper.
Oh, yeah.
Which is insane. No experience, no business experience, and want to get into the 8A program.
Yeah.
And so it's, and the other thing I'm glad you mentioned was no new applications. That was covered at the RES conference.
Yeah.
As well. Yeah. And so it's
challenging environment.
A challenging environment right at the moment.
Yeah, and I would say it's a different question for individuals as opposed to entity, right? So even when I was running these programs, you could be qualified, given the statutory and regulatory requirements, you might be able to check every box, right? But you might not be ready for the program. And we'll talk about what ready means, because as an individual, you only get 9 years in the program. And by the way, there's the developmental part of the program and there's the transitionary part of the program. So in the developmental part of the program, you get to benefit from sole source. In other words, direct awards without competition up to $4.5 million if a contracting officer or buying activity likes you. For tribes, you can get that unlimited with a $100 million justification and approval. So if it's over $100 million, they need a justification and approval. So tribal entities, again, not only can you own multiple 8As, you have a much higher direct award threshold. However, for individuals, if you are spending your first 3 years just figuring stuff out, by the time you hit year 5 and then 7, 8, and 9, you're supposed to be weaned off 8A and 8A sole source. You spent the first 5 years just figuring things out. You wasted that. Now you're like, I figured it out. I can go after sole source. And the government's like, wait a second, you can't rely on sole source. We're going to start ratcheting that down every year until you hit year 9. So it's really important for individuals to be ready to be successful in federal marketing. The other thing that I'd say is, given the current circumstances, because this administration is challenging the 8A program and encouraging the use of other programs or even not small business, this might not be, like the next 3 years, might not be the best time. I'm not discouraging you, but it might not be the best time for individually owned 8As. For our tribal clients, we always say, look, you can have 8A number 4, 5, 6, 13, so you might as well get one in the hopper and wait. It might take 6 months, 9 months, a year, but you might as well get it in the hopper and wait so you're next in line when the hopper opens up, right? But individually owned, there's much more strategy in that. Do I have a buyer? Am I ready? Is there a client that is asking me, are you 8A certified? So the way we've seen this be really successful with 8A companies is you have a track record. You have a government buyer. You've developed a relationship with a buying activity or a contracting officer. They really like you. You've won stuff competitively. And your contracting officer in the buying activity is saying, hey, listen, if you were 8A, I could direct award this to you without competition. Can you get 8A certified? And then at that point, if you do, you have all the relationships to really leverage that sole source authority. But if you don't have, if you're not quite there yet, you might be wasting your first few years. Yes, ma'am.
So, I mean, a little bit to what you were touching on there. So in your experience, is there a minimum annual revenue or staff recommendation that you would have in order to secure a federal contract?
Yeah, so it depends on size of the contract, right? So that's a really good question. The question was, like, and I look at it as firm qualifications to be able to capture federal contracting. There are, let me see if I can find this slide because this will be helpful. Okay, so for entrance into the federal marketplace, there's 2 areas where the requirements get set aside, or 2 authorities where requirements get set aside. One is under the simplified acquisition threshold. That means everything below $250,000, and it's going up, might go to $350,000, automatically gets reserved, not even set aside, automatically reserved for small business. So there is a place for smaller firms to participate in federal contracting within this sort of smaller world that's automatically reserved for small business. The challenge is that those are relatively small contracts. The benefit of it is not only, I love this, but not only is it simplified acquisition threshold SAT, but they follow SAP, simplified acquisition procedures. So for new entrants, rather than having to, understand the federal acquisition regulations and adhere to all the federal acquisition regulations, when you work under the simplified acquisition threshold, you have much less restrictions. So there is a way, even if you're not, even if you're not 8A certified, even if you don't have the 2 years in business, even if you're smaller, the simplified acquisition threshold is a good place to get your foot in the door. Unfortunately, one of the things we're seeing across the federal government is that These are shrinking. These opportunities are shrinking. Contract requirements are being consolidated into really large requirements, and we'll talk about this afternoon. Government-wide acquisition vehicles, government-wide contracts. So instead of the government buying widgets from 1 million widget providers, they're combining all those contracts and they're issuing a government-wide acquisition vehicle. And instead of 1 million widget providers, they have like 100. And their idea is, you know, we'll drive quantity and bring down prices, right? And they'll create efficiencies. My challenge with that has always been, yeah, you might bring down, and they'll be like, oh yeah, they'll be, out of that 100, at least 25 will be small business. And my challenge has always been, yeah, great, that's great for those 25 small businesses, but how about the million that are no longer able to sell to the federal government? So the requirements, as they become more consolidated and more complex, creates a barrier to entry for small businesses. But that doesn't mean it's the end of the story, right? Because you can find a mentor to partner up with that can help you have the qualifications, past performance, and ability to go after larger projects. And you can find a joint venture member, and we'll talk about this afternoon, to go after those larger and more complex contracts. Yes, ma'am.
I think also part of that is that because the government buys so many products and services, so let's just say it's cleaning. So you have an Indian Health Service hospital, or you have a federal building. They already know it takes 200 people-ish to clean that facility, you know, the way they like it, the windows, the floors, the whatever. And you may pick up that contract if your core staff is 6 people.
Yeah.
This person does accounting, this is the CEO, this is the, then they often know that you're just basically managing this and you're picking up those 200 employees that are
Yeah,
already.
so that's a good point. So when we talk about the small business program, there are requirements around the percentage of work that you have to perform and how much of it you can subcontract out. Generally speaking, the prime contractor, the small business, or the 8A prime contractor, in services has to do 50% of the work, and they can subcontract the rest of it out. In construction, it's really different. You have to only do 15% of the work, where you can subcontract out 85% of the work. So it depends by industry, but that's sort of the rule of thumb. But finding the partners to enter the federal marketplace, given the current environment, is really critical. And we'll talk a little bit about that.
But to that also is that, let's say it's the cleaning, and this company wins the bid.
Yep.
They don't necessarily have all those people hired yet.
They can
but
hire
they
them
know
after.
that XYZ had them hired.
Yep.
And they
can
have
rebadge
done
them.
that. They've cleaned that building for 30 years,
Mhm.
and they know that they've seen these different changes. So now they approach ABC company, and then they say, yes, we want to hire you. I mean, they have their own hiring
Correct.
process.
They have to work for
everything.
them, but they have to be, they can be hired as a result of the award. Correct. Yep. Yep. 100%.
Another question.
Yes, sir.
Do you plan on covering the 8A certification process in this, and what the heck is going on?
Good question.
With the agency, 'cause
Okay.
that's what I came with, a burning question about what the heck is
Okay.
going on with this agency? What are they doing?
Perfect. So I will. So I'll,
Doesn't have to be now, but
no, I'll do it now because my 11 o'clock is coming up actually, I think. So I'll do it now, and then I want to talk about this too. And then I want to talk about the specifics of the program. So with the 8A certification, right, for individuals, you have to be economically and socially disadvantaged, right?
No, I'm talking about the agency. What's
No, I
going
know,
on within
I
the
know.
agency?
But let me,
Why in the heck aren't they processing applications? Why aren't they?
I'll get there. Give me 1 second because I want everybody to understand sort of the requirement, and then because it ties to the requirement, right? So you have to be economically and socially disadvantaged. Socially disadvantaged meant historically you could check a box. You could say I'm African American, Native American, Hispanic American, and you could check the box. You could say, you know, I've always been discriminated against. Through the preponderance of the evidence, I can't check the box. I'm not African American or Hispanic, but I can provide evidence that I have been discriminated against and therefore I should get into the program. And then there was economic disadvantage. There's some requirements around net assets, total assets, and annual salary. If you fall below that, you get to apply to the program. Socially disadvantaged, economically disadvantaged. What happened about 2 years ago was the Ultima case. The Ultima case was a result of, if you remember the Harvard case around education, where they said the government can't discriminate based on race. So as a result of the Ultima case, SBA 8A program actually almost got, I don't know what the word I'm looking for, but Congress, the Supreme Court almost got rid of the program. Let's put it that way. The SBA stepped in and said, you know what, we'll keep this constitutionally safe by saying that you can't check the box, so everybody has to demonstrate that they're socially disadvantaged. Doesn't matter if you're Native American, doesn't matter if you're African American, anybody wanting to come in, socially and economically disadvantaged, no check the box. So when this administration, and by the way, the Biden administration had increased that goal, 5%, to 15%. So big increase. Although we were always hitting 10 and 11 anyways, but big increase. When this administration came in, we'll talk about some of the main sort of executive orders they put in place this afternoon. But basically when this administration came in, they said, we don't like DEI. We're going to get rid of all DEI. And they perceived the 8A program as DEI. And so their first step was, we're going to reduce the goal back to 5%. That's number one. Number two, we're not sure we like the way that the social disadvantage narrative is being drafted or written, so we're going to reevaluate that. In the time that, to your point, in the time that we went from the administration, so in 2024, there was 580 odd 8A applications approved by the Biden administration, 580 plus or minus. In 2025, there was 65. So 584, 65. Of the 65, 45 or 46 were approved before the change of administration. So under the Trump administration, to your point, there was 21 applications approved, right? And so we saw, when no one was looking, you would sort of see, and this is just from my understanding of the agency, because we've been working with them for a long time, when no one was looking, you'd kind of see approval randomly. That's how the 21 got through. Subsequent to that, sometime around August, most of the career folks were moved out of that office. It's significantly driven by sort of the political appointees. And they've made the determination, and for those of you that were at RES, I was on the first panel, and then there was an entity panel, and then you had Ryan Lambert. And I honestly feel sorry for the guy because he's not driving this. But the main, and you saw what he said, right? So their prerogative is, we're going to hold on everything because our presumption is that the Biden administration opened the floodgates. They didn't really check on who was getting in the program. So now we're going to have to clean house and sort of identify anybody that got in, quote unquote, fraudulently. And then once we're comfortable with that, we're going to open the spigot back up, but at the same time, we're drafting regulations that may further restrict the ability to participate in these programs. So what I think drove a lot of frustrations at RES, were you at RES, by the way? Did you see that? Okay. Okay, so that would have been interesting because everybody was frustrated after this discussion on the main stage. So I think what frustrated a lot of folks at RES was sort of the blaming it's not our fault. It was a previous administration's fault. They didn't follow the rules and what let too many people in. The potential, and there are proposed rule changes out there, by the way, that further restrict the program. 5 minutes? Further restrict the program. So just for awareness.
Are they in the rulemaking process?
Yes, correct. and then the reluctance to provide any specific date for when the spigot is going to be turned on again. So is it going to be 3 months? Is it going to be a year? Is it going to be 6 months? Is it going to be till the change of administration? That's an unknown. So that's why, to my point earlier, if you're an individual 8A, might not be the best time. If you're a tribally owned 8A, you might as well throw it in the hopper to get it in the queue, because from our understanding, and we always pull these numbers, there are about anywhere from 1,500 to 2,000 8A applications in the queue. So get in the queue sooner rather than later. Does that answer the question?
That helps.
Yeah.
That helps.
It's a lot of unknown too, though, as with respect to their sort of position.
So no one's looking forward to going when they're going to turn the spigot.
No one's committing to it at all. Correct.
Everyone's waiting for the rulemaking process.
Correct.
Probably,
Correct.
and see what the rules are.
Correct. And the rules, from what I've heard, are not that friendly to participation in the program.
Well,
but I don't know that they will be able to finalize them, given potentially the change in the midterms.
and it's a double-edged sword for tribal entities, right? Prove you're disadvantaged. And then they start asking questions like, we want to see the individual tax returns of your members.
Well, they won't do that, but they will ask for their members. Yeah, that shouldn't happen.
Yeah.
So they will ask for the tribe's financials, and tribes, but a lot of tribes are like, well, I don't want to give my financials to the federal government. Like, these are my assets, I don't want to share. So yes, and they might force those issues more, absolutely, absolutely. I think there was one more question.
So there's a lot of issues, right? But would one strategy possibly be, I could be completely wrong, so you use Deloitte a lot.
Yep.
Right? So could you essentially do a comparison between, like right now, I see that Deloitte has this contract, and I am this, and this is who I am, and in comparison, there's this huge divide. And I'm just saying Deloitte, it doesn't have to be Deloitte, because it doesn't sound like they care that the tribe lost their ceded land or the treaties, and all that. They don't want to hear no crying around.
No,
They
no.
wanna
So
know
that's
what you
absolutely
have to
right.
say.
If you can compete without sort of, so the other point is, if you have an entity, so we've worked with tribes with this strategy as well. If you have an entity that can compete on its own while you are waiting to get into the 8A program, so you are competitive in some sort of market space, either in the small business set aside where you don't have to compete against a Deloitte, or in full and open. If you can compete against the Deloitte because you have capabilities that they may or may not have, or you can look at the small business set-aside program to X out Deloitte and compete against other small businesses, it still behooves you to try to participate in federal contracting. Yes. So real quick, I do want to talk about the basics because this is super important, and I will come back to this when I come back this afternoon. But even for federal contractors that do current work, a lot of times the who's buying what I'm selling doesn't go into their thought process, right? So the federal government, like if you wait on the system for award management to bid on stuff, that's the worst strategy ever because it'll come out, it'll have a 40-day notice period, you respond, your competitors knew that was coming out probably 6, 12, 18, 24 months before. How'd they know? So number one, they may have a network or a relationship like we talked about earlier, like know your client, have a relationship, network, et cetera. They may have that relationship because they already have a foot in the door. Number two, the system for award management, not only do you register there, it has every contract over $25,000 ever let in history, right? So you can do an analysis. Who's buying widgets and how are they buying it, right? So the biggest widget buyer across the federal government is Aberdeen Proving Grounds. I don't know if they buy widgets, but let's just say it is, right? So you go, oh, I got to go to Aberdeen, okay? But they have one contract for $1 billion. That doesn't, they're not, I can't do that. But then, White Sands, oh, well, they got 1 million contracts at $1 million each. That's more like it. So who's buying what you're selling is the first cut. How they're buying it is the second cut, right? Are there individual contracts, one-off? Are they using a government-wide acquisition vehicle or the GSA schedules? Do I need to get on one of those vehicles? Are they 8A friendly? Okay, 1 minute. Are they 8A friendly? Are they women-owned, hub zone friendly? I'm going to start building out my top 10. And then once you build out your top 10, you got to figure out, do they have a small business specialist? Am I going to go visit that small business specialist? Is that agency going to be at RES next year doing matchmaking, or at National Small Business Week or National 8A Conference? So build out your business pipeline. She's going to get out the hook in a second. Build out your business pipeline based on your research. I'm going to come back to this because it's super important on how you build that out. The federal government is incredibly difficult to sort of navigate, but if you do your homework, you can identify who's buying what you're selling and how they're buying it, and how you enter that space much easier than just throwing darts at a board. I'll stop there. I'll be back this afternoon. We'll finish up on this. I'll do any certification questions about the program requirements. So think about 8A, Hub Zone, Women-Owned, Service Disabled. Then I'll talk about mentor, protege, and joint venture. Thank you, guys. And thank you for being patient.
All right, next up we have Mr. Ian Record. He is a consultant of the National Center. He'll explain some of that to our newest program, the T program, Technical Assistance Accelerator program. It's a procurement system, I guess you could say, program, and Ian is our expert, subject matter expert. So Ian, it's a weird mic, so.
All right, well, I might do it without the, all right. Can you hear me? Good? Okay. Well, good morning. It's an honor to be here. Back in Oregon, I love this country, and it's a privilege to speak on the lands of the Warm Springs. I spent a lot of time here as a kid. I'm a DC boy. I was born in Washington, DC, but my grandparents lived in Lake Oswego when I was a kid, and I had family in rhododendron, so I love this part of the country. So I'm here today. I feel like John and I should take the show on the road like all the time, because John's focus is on federal procurement, and what I've been working on behalf of the National Center is focusing on tribal procurement. So what can and what are tribes doing to up their own game in buying from their own and other Native people? And so I want to start, before I dive into the project that I'm working on behalf of the National Center, before I talk a little bit more about the research that I've been involved in with working directly with Indian tribes for the last, dating myself here, almost 30 years. I did want to share a video, a short video. This is, if you look at my bio, you'll see that I used to work at the National Congress of American Indians for about 7 years, and I've been working with them on a consulting basis since that time. And one of the projects I worked on, well, two of them actually, one of them is this Building Tribal Economies Toolkit, which really centers entrepreneurship. It's a toolkit that's designed to inform tribal decision-making around how do you build sustainable, diversified tribal economies, and part and parcel of that is re-elevating entrepreneurship, Native-owned small businesses in that approach. So we did the toolkit, and following on the heels of that, we did a series of 3 animated videos called Why Native Small Businesses Matter and How to Grow Them. So what can tribes do to grow their private sector, if you will, their ecosystem of small businesses owned by tribal citizens and other Native people, right? And so this 3-part video series, and I'll be happy to share all the links to this online. The 3-part video series has 2 companion guides, actually, like how-to guides. How do you actually take the content and use it? How do you apply this in real-world decision-making? One companion guide is for tribal colleges and universities and other educational institutions to teach the videos and the supporting material in the classroom. It's got lesson plans, it's got homework assignments, it's got quiz and test questions, everything you need. And then the other one is for tribal nations. How can tribal nations use these videos to inform and drive their decision making and being more strategic in this area? So we don't have time to play all 3 videos. The first video is looking at traditional tribal societies and the fact that entrepreneurship has been and always should be an indigenous tradition. The reason tribal societies thrived historically is because everyone had a valued role to play in the economy. Everyone contributed something. There was no word entrepreneurship back then, but that's basically what was going on. Tribes understood the value and the necessity of local tribal commerce and commerce with other tribal nations, right? That's what sustained them. And unfortunately, as you see in the second video when you get a chance to watch it, federal policies targeted that. They basically purposely eroded the systems of local commerce because they were more concerned with how do we set up in tribal communities on the lands that they have remaining systems where we can easily extract resources of value from the community for other people's benefit. And the third video, which we'll play now, is about how tribes are working to reclaim these systems, revitalize these systems, and actually some of the key strategies for doing so.
Over the past several decades, a self-determination renaissance has swept across Indian country. Tribal nations are uprooting the oppressive colonial policies and institutions that have greatly harmed their communities by once again seizing the reins of self-governance. In the process, they are rebuilding native economies that enact their cultural values and long-range visions for a vibrant future. For a growing number, this means reconnecting with their age-old entrepreneurial spirit by making the cultivation of local small businesses owned by tribal citizens a central foundation of their efforts to revitalize tribal systems of commerce and foster sustainable economic growth on their own terms. These nations are forging blueprints for success, featuring effective strategies that are proving useful for other tribal nations. These include implementing a trauma-informed plan to help tribal citizens heal and become prepared to play the roles that revitalizing the tribal nation's economy require. Codifying a comprehensive small business development initiative in the nation's economy rebuilding approach and dedicating the financial and human resources it needs to take root and grow. Defining the distinct type of businesses the nation and its citizens should own and how the citizen-owned businesses can help meet the community's needs. Assessing the current state of the nation's economy, including the severity of economic leakage from the community, how to stem that leakage by working with Native entrepreneurs, and the nation's capacity to build a thriving citizen-owned business ecosystem. Creating a robust system of tribal laws to foster citizen-owned business development and growth like a uniform tribal commercial code. Consistently enforcing those laws through an independent and properly resourced judicial mechanism that fairly resolves commercial disputes. Building a culture of accountability to those laws through ongoing tribal leader and staff trainings and community education. Helping citizens launch and grow small businesses through streamlined business licensing, site leasing, and related regulations. Education, training, and technical assistance, financial assistance, and building the physical and digital infrastructure they need. Providing Native entrepreneurs with integrated support like startup and growth capital, training, business plan development, and market feasibility studies through partnerships with Native nonprofits, CDFIs, co-ops, tribal colleges and universities, chambers of commerce, small business development centers, and others. Developing an economic profile that documents the skills and interests of the tribal workforce, the citizen-owned small businesses in the community, tribal and regional market forecasting, and how the citizen-owned business community can evolve to meet future market needs. Creating a procurement policy requiring that tribal government and tribal enterprises do business with certified citizen-owned businesses first and other Native-owned businesses second, and helping those businesses become certified. Launching a permanent Buy Native campaign so that everyone understands the financial, social, and cultural benefits citizen-owned businesses provide. Promoting local, citizen-owned businesses to other Native communities, the surrounding region, and the world. modestly taxing citizen-owned businesses and reinvesting that revenue in their growth through loans, marketing, training, and technical assistance. Holding the federal government accountable to its trust and treaty obligations to fund native small businesses and engaging state governments and philanthropic partners to do the same. Learning from the innovations of other tribal nations to strengthen the nation's development of a healthy ecosystem for citizen-owned businesses. And celebrating successful citizen-owned businesses within the community and beyond. When tribal nations embrace these strategies, they nurture a vibrant economy producing a multitude of benefits, including more local jobs, keeping more dollars circulating within the community, and keeping talented, hardworking tribal citizens at home, a reduced cost of living, and an improved quality of community life, the emergence of new role models for Native youth, and ultimately, a strong and resilient foundation upon which to flourish as Native people once again.
So again, there's 3 videos. We can share the link to all 3 online if you can pull up the PowerPoint. Should I just do next slide, please, or is doing this? Oh, there we go. Oh, got it. Okay. All right. So how did this project come about? So, as I mentioned, I've been consulting with the National Center. Started working with them, not just on policy. I'm part of the policy team there. So I was very triggered by what John was sharing just a little bit ago, because I work on a lot of the SBA stuff on an ongoing basis. But also doing research, and Chris James and I, the president and CEO of National Center, we started having this conversation about, we know the National Center for, 50 plus years now has been working to support the growth of businesses owned by tribes and owned by individual Native people, and in part to make them more competitive in the federal marketplace, right? As we, sorry, I thought I silenced that phone, would you mind? And so, what we're really looking at, trying to figure out how can we take a hard look at what tribes are doing themselves to really commit to restoring the full breadth of what tribal economies once were, right? Entrepreneurship at the heart of that. And so, because we've heard for years, and I've been working on this issue for, as I said, close to 3 decades, tribal leaders lamenting the fact that we have this economic leakage that really just impairs our ability to grow our economy, right? And does everyone really understand what that term means, leakage, right? Really what we're talking about is resources that come into the community from the outside. Could be federal grants, could be it could be other revenue that they bring in, or revenue that they generate themselves. It immediately evaporates off the reservation, right? Why is that? Because there's few places on reservation in communities to spend those resources on goods, on services. And so when you have that leakage, when it's pretty high, and there's been studies done, I remember one done quite a long time ago, I think it was the Navajo Nation, maybe about 30 years ago, they did a study, and it was like 80 to 90% of every dollar that came into the reservation left within 72 hours, right? It's not turning over. It's not benefiting anybody locally before it leaves. It's benefiting somebody else. What happens on payday every 2 weeks in Indian country? Walmart. It's like the reverse field of dreams, right? Everyone leaves. It's the Walmart exodus is what I call it. Yes?
Okay, so please don't kill me as a messenger, or just as a person asking this question. I'm I have multi-ethnicities in me, okay, including white, okay? And so I love this. I love this whole economic thing. And my question is not, so I'm just like, I don't know if it's a question or a comment, But I'm just curious on the process of thought, because I'm looking at it from the tribal perspective, like, hey, we need to keep the economic resources here. And then I look at the broader American perspective, we need to keep the economic resources here. So I'm just not sure exactly if there's an issue with the federal government or there's not an issue with the federal government. Are we trying to come together? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I mean, I'll get more into this. This is really, again, focused on what tribes can do to better support their own people in starting and growing small businesses, to be both competitive in a tribal marketplace and a federal marketplace, right? Because ideally, any native-owned small business, and ultimately, hopefully, they drop the small from their description over time, right? But any native-owned small business is maximizing their commerce, their business with not just the federal government, but their own people, their own tribal government, their own tribal enterprise. And that's really what this project looks at. And so, and it's a good thing that more and more tribes are really focusing intently on this as they figure out how do we take a more strategic approach to building a sustainable economy over the long run. Yes, in the back.
So one of the problems that our tribe faces, I see, is, and I'm not sure with a lot of tribes, but our tribal structure has not changed for, decades. Our procurement hasn't evolved. One of the reasons being is the government, we're in trust. We're in trust to the government, they're in trust to us. So to develop something that they're in trust to, we might, like Delson commented earlier, we might be breaking our own sovereignty. A lot of tribes are 638ing now, because they see, that their procurement can open up a little more in certain areas to develop an economy. Yeah, we're not putting that dollar over one more time because we're administration. A lot of tribes are administrative. That's all we do, is we administer contracts and grants because that's what the government allows us to do as treaty tribes.
Right.
So I agree that, we don't have that, economy base, but I came here to learn about how small business within a tribe can, like our business, I'm a producer, how can I break into my own tribe on, providing, grass-fed beef.
Right, yeah.
Well, so, okay, let me back up. So I don't know if any other tribe is having that issue as far as our tribe, our structure. Like I said, our structure is based on administration only. Our structure is not based for economic growth.
Right, that's an issue that many tribes wrestle with. I can tell you that as somebody that works not just on this issue, but works more broadly with tribal governments on how do you take a hard look at how you govern yourself right now and how you need to expand your sovereignty in certain areas, in part by establishing new tribal law, revising or expanding existing tribal law. And this project focuses primarily on those tribal discretionary dollars, right? So these are revenue, this is revenue, these are assets that you as the tribe and you alone have full latitude to determine how you are going to spend those dollars. There's federal dollars that come in, there's state dollars that come in. They have certain limitations, based on federal statute and regulation that put some guardrails on how you can spend that money on who and for what and all that kind of stuff, right? But really looking at tribal discretionary dollars. So no one else can tell you how to spend these. It's entirely up to you. And so what we're seeing is, luckily, fortunately, more and more tribes are seeing this as an underutilized tool of sovereignty, an underutilized tool to grow economy, is to take a hard look at how do we do business as a tribe, both tribal government and tribal enterprise, and in many cases, any other purchaser that is within our jurisdiction, that is covered by tribal law because of where they are based. And it's really focusing on this goal of increasing commerce with our own people or other locally residing Native people. And I want to be clear about terminology because this will look very different from one tribe to the next. One of the things we're learning in the course of doing this research is that, as you might expect, there's great diversity. As tribes are reclaiming control over this aspect of their sovereignty, they're developing innovations that work for their particular circumstances, and the solutions in that respect are different from one tribe to the next. There are some commonalities. Yes, John?
Have you guys looked at sort of rationalizing or streamlining those corporate laws and commercial laws across tribes? In other words, and the sort of the rulemaking and deciding or arbitration, whatever it might be, right? Because I think not just within tribes, but working across tribes and encouraging outside investors, just like the U.S. encourages China to come here, encouraging outside investors when there's that inconsistency or lack of a lot of times the corporate regulations or commercial laws, it creates a hesitation. So that was great in the video, how, any disputes would be resolved, et cetera, but it's not consistent, right? So is the National Center developing like resources for making that consistent?
Part of this project, and it's funded by the Administration for Native Americans, ANA, is to eventually develop a model code for specifically tribal procurement. So some of you who've been around for a while, you may know that there was years ago, and maybe 20 plus years ago, there was a uniform commercial code model that was developed for tribes to use and adapt to their own purposes. They could pull certain provisions, they could redo the language to make it fit for them. But again, I think if you think about the fullest expression of your sovereignty is to learn as much as you can from what other tribes are doing, and then you come up with your own best solution for what works for you. It might have some uniform principles, if you will, but if it's not customized to your own long-term goals for sovereignty, for fully holding the federal government accountable to their trust and treaty responsibilities, for focusing like a laser on rebuilding your entrepreneurial base in your community, then you run the risk of coming up with a system of laws and policies that only kind of work for you. But back to this issue about terminology. The terms that tribes will use in this area of law and policy and administration will differ. Often you'll hear it's TARO. We go to TARO to get to bid on contracts. Or we go to the purchasing department, we go to the procurement department, or we go to the Indian Preference Office. It will differ from one tribe to the next. And so I'll talk a little more about how do you learn more about how it works with your community, or it may be that you want to do business with other neighboring tribes. You want to become a certified vendor and bid on contracts for other neighboring tribes if you're able to reach those in an efficient manner. So these are just some of the general parameters that we're using in diving into this research. We really want to focus more on tribes that are whose laws and policies cover not just tribal government, because that's typically the starting point, but more and more tribes are now extending their procurement laws to cover tribal enterprise, to say tribal enterprises are going to be required to do business with native-owned businesses, not just tribal government. Tribal housing authorities, same deal. Other businesses that are incorporated within tribal lands, same deal. And really, again, that focus on tribal discretionary revenue, the dollars that only the tribe has a say in how those are going to be spent. So I just want to, there's a section later which I want to really focus intently on, because it's more like what is the Native entrepreneur's role in maximizing their ability to benefit from tribal procurement. I want to focus most on that. I do want to take you quickly through some of these really cool examples, and these are tribes that we've already researched their codes and policies, and we're in direct contact with them. We're going to feature a number of these as case studies and a toolkit on tribal procurement that the National Center is developing, and probably end of next year we'll have it ready to roll out. Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes in Montana. one of the things that they do is they go out of their way to conduct outreach to those, you often hear them described as underground businesses, informal businesses, right? They don't have a business license, but you know them when you see them, right? You go to the tribal headquarters during lunchtime, what do you see, right? You see a whole line of food vendors set up, right? So, and you see that, you know, home-based businesses, somebody's cutting hair, you know, all that kind of stuff. They're all over the place. But their ability to grow is somewhat limited because they're invisible to a lot of those entities, tribal and otherwise, that can help them formalize and grow and market and all that kind of stuff. And so they regularly do this kind of thing. They're putting notices in the tribal newspaper. They're saying, hey, you know, tell us who you are. We can help you, right? So that's sort of fundamental to the work that they do. Somebody made reference to this a little earlier. As with anything else in tribal government, you have to make sure that this is depoliticized. The administration of tribal procurement is depoliticized, right? And so to do that at Sales Kootenai, what they did was they said, the political leadership of the tribe is going to have no involvement in the extension of bids, RFPs, and the awarding of contracts. This has to be non-political. So what they did was, in their tribal law, they delegated the authority for the administration of their procurement policy to the Indian Preference Office and created an Indian Preference Coordinator position, and that person has the primary authority to administer and enforce the policy. And that includes penalties for non-compliance, right? They can issue notices of non-compliance and opportunity for cure to alleged violators and recommend sanctions when monitoring reveals that the entity is in violation of the ordinance or some of the supporting regulations, right? And they set that up. It worked better than the previous approach, but it still wasn't perfect. There was still a lot of gray area. There still was, this, staff turnover. New people would come on. They didn't quite understand the policy. So contracts were getting through, and they hadn't, fully followed the preference law. So they added this. They had some past compliance issues. Now there's a cover sheet on all RFPs that go out, and say that the entity within the tribe is getting ready to execute the contract, award the contract to the proper bidder, but they can't do it until the preference office has gone through and made sure every aspect of that policy has been followed through this checklist. Basically, the tribal contract is not valid until that preference officer has gone through and said, yep, you followed every aspect of the policy as laid out in tribal law. And I love this part. They explicitly explain to everyone involved directly in the procurement process and to everyone in the community, this is why we're doing this. This is why we're prioritizing doing business with our own people and other Native people to maximize the flow of money in the local economy. They got it, right? They get it. It's about the multiplier effect. You stop the leakage, you increase the multiplier effect, you recirculate those dollars locally, more and more people benefit. And in fact, I can't remember the exact percentage, but they did a leakage study a long time ago on their reservation. Leakage was really high. They implemented this. Leakage has dropped dramatically, right? And that's part of it. That's part of it, is you can't just implement a policy and hope for the best and anecdotally kind of have a sense that things are getting better. You've got to invest in that data. Who's our data guy? We have a data guy? Yeah. You got to invest in that data, right? Because you have to treat this law, like every other aspect of tribal law, as a living thing. It has to evolve with your needs, has to evolve with the realities on the ground. It has to evolve as you succeed and you want to grow. Your policy has to succeed and grow with it, right? It has to evolve and grow with it. So this is really key. Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians. Talked a little bit earlier about the importance of depoliticizing, keeping this process apolitical, if you will. They run their law through their TARO Commission, Tribal Employment Rights Ordinance Commission. it's composed of 5 band members. They cannot, not only can they not be sitting elected officials of the tribe, they can't be working in tribal government in a leadership role, okay? And these folks meet monthly to review, and they rule on all the certification applications. So all these businesses that are coming in, they've completed the paperwork, they're saying, hey, I'm a priority 1 vendor, which is, my business is at least 51% owned and controlled by a tribal member, or priority 2, 51% owned and controlled by a member of another federally recognized tribe. This is pretty standard. I'll talk more about this later, but this is sort of I would say this is the default, if you will, across tribal procurement laws. So they have this commission. Now, John kind of touched on this earlier in the federal context. In the tribal context, often you have the same kind of dynamic working. What if you're a brand new Native-owned business, right? Can you with the tribe that you are part of, or another area tribe, can you get certification to do business with the tribe or its enterprises? It often depends. Eastern Band has an interesting kind of nuanced approach to this. They say, well, you have to be operational for at least a year in the trade for which the specific industry for which you are applying for the contract, you're bidding on the contract. They say, however, we understand that it's going to be hard for a lot of these young, fledgling Native-owned businesses to become sustainable if they are sort of cut out of the tribal marketplace. So they have these 2 caveats here. If you can show that you have the education, training, licensure, certification, or experience in the field through the documentation you provide, if you can do that, or if you complete a course, a training course that is offered by the tribe's enterprise development department, then you can be certified and you can bid on contracts within that first year in operation, right? So it's saying we generally prefer to do business with more established companies, but if you're just out of the gate, but you can show you're prepared, you've got what you need to succeed, and you've gone through our training process, then you can bid on contracts. This is a really cool thing, and I've seen this across a number of tribes. The details tend to differ. But John mentioned this in the federal context earlier. He said, if you're finding out about the contract the day before it goes up for the RFP is launched, you're behind, right? Think about this in the tribal context. So Eastern Band, there's another new tribe I was just looking at, has something very similar. They say, okay, the tribal council approves the tribe's annual budget, right? The moment that happens, the edict to all of the tribal departments is you have to then publish what contracts you're going to have coming down the pipeline that you're going to be putting out for bid, right? And that helps all of the certified vendors for Eastern Band know, okay, I can plan because I can see there's these 6 contracts in the next year that I'm going to bid on, right? And I know roughly how much the contract's going to be for. I can plan accordingly. Based on my previous contracts I've done, I think I'm going to be really competitive for these 3, so I can reasonably count on these 3. And so that's what they do. And within 45 days after the annual budgets are approved, these reports have to be shared, and then they're updated quarterly. And they're directly shared with the certified vendors of the tribe. And they also compel certified vendors to do business with one another. One of the things they do is they have to, there's a compliance agreement that the vendors have to go through and check and sign everything, basically saying here's what our commitment is. And one of the commitments is that they routinely request an updated, real-time updated certified vendor list from the tribe, and that they do business with, if they need to do subcontracts off of any contract they've received from the tribe, that they're using other certified vendors. So you think about it, there's a tribe doing business with its own, and then native vendors doing business with one another. So it's, again, circulating, recirculating that money locally. And this is what we're seeing more and more. Their law covers all these different procuring entities. So it's the tribe's governmental divisions, it's its enterprises, and any corporate entities in which the band has majority interest or ownership. Yes.
One issue that I've run into and seen a lot, even on different reservations, is as a contractor, you go out there, you try to put a bid in, but because your uncle or your cousin or somebody's in a key position, because a lot of the reservations are small.
Right.
And that seems to be a huge issue. How do they navigate around that?
Scale matters in all aspects. Scale matters in how sophisticated your policy can and should be. It matters in terms of how do you try to keep the process as apolitical as possible. And it's hard because, as you'll see later, relationship building is absolutely key to being successful with tribal procurement.
The bad part, or the hard part, I guess I should say more than anything, is it's easier for me to go to a different reservation, gain work there versus within our own because the relation process.
Yep.
It doesn't matter if you're talking to them or not, but it's just because you're related that seems like it excludes you from any type of contract work.
Yeah, I mean, there's a delicate balance, and again, I think this is why that each tribe that's taken this challenge on seriously tends to have a solution and an approach that is nuanced to their specific circumstances, because there's a delicate balance between objectively executing a policy and while at the same time dealing with those local community dynamics, right? Yeah.
That's exactly why it's so important for the selection process to be apolitical, though,
Right.
From the leadership positions, right?
And yes, absolutely. So back to that Eastern Band commission piece, you know, the process not only has to be structured to be apolitical, it has to be perceived as apolitical, right? So, and it was interesting when we started working on this project. I'd been tracking this issue for a number of years. I'd heard, or read a number of tribes' laws, and they look great on paper. And so when I started reaching out to the folks in those communities to get a better read on, well, how does this actually work in practice? One of the largest tribes, they had a great law on paper, and I reached out to somebody in the know over there, and they're like, you don't want to look at us. They're like, we don't follow that law at all. It's all based on who you know. If you don't know somebody in the procurement office, forget it. If you didn't vote for the right person last election, forget it, right? And that's what you really have to avoid. Even the appearance that that is somehow playing a role. And it's easier said than done, and often it means, a really, as the video pointed out, a really deep ongoing investment in ongoing training and community education. Training of staff, orientations, yes.
Is there ever a thought, so if you have 5 members, because it's very similar to like the 8A board of the corporation, right? Is there ever a thought to have 2 outside, like subject matter experts on that board?
Sometimes you'll see that. There's like granular level detail about like we want a diversity of perspective in the body the independent body that we're creating to oversee the grand scope of our procurement law. And granted, you're going to have an office or a set of staff that's going to be carrying it out day by day, but sort of keeping the big picture moving forward, you want to have that diversity of experience. And sometimes it means going outside, yes.
So what can you do as an integrated producer if you're a member of a tribe that doesn't have that system in place?
Okay. Part of it is to go back to your communities and say, hey, we learned about Eastern Band, why aren't we doing something like this, right? Or Sales Kootenai. Part of it's being an advocate. And it was interesting, part of this project is we're interviewing a lot of folks that work on this issue firsthand in tribal communities. And they're saying, in many respects, it's really unfair because entrepreneurs are the ones that's having to go to their tribal leadership and saying, why aren't we doing more in this area? Because the tribal leadership and the others that do procurement are sort of operating in a vacuum. They haven't been interfacing with other tribes and learning how they're doing it differently or better or more comprehensively or what have you, yes.
So with my second chat, I've experienced this firsthand just recently. A tribe that we are very closely related to actually had my brother and I's wine in their casino before our tribe did. And in addition to these reasons, the reason there is inertia in a tribe to where many times you will have people evaluating the contracts or looking at the products, and they are not subject matter experts. They are either the tribal council trying to evaluate technology contracts. They're completely out of their depth and have to rely on the same consultants or the people who are submitting the contracts. Once our unnamed Cross Bay rival tribe had it, we had a much easier time getting our wine into our casino, in our restaurants. And we all know from being working with native entities, time moves in a different rate. We were in grocery stores and wine shops and restaurants throughout the Willamette Valley and now over into Bend. Way before we were into any of the casinos, and as the only Native American grown and produced wine, we check all the end-to-end preference boxes, but there is a slower process for evaluation, and there seems to be more checks and balances because of nepotism, because of preference, and it does take longer.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, that's part of it is, you know, talking about timelines is critical in business. Like, time is money, right? I want to be mindful of time. We got about 20 minutes. I want to just wrap up on Eastern Band real quick, and then I want to take you to the section that talks about what Native entrepreneurs can do and what they need to be looking for to kind of understand how the procurement system works with their tribe or with other tribes they wish to do business with. So I want to show this table real quick. You know, your law's only as good as the paper it's printed on if you're not enforcing it, right? Eastern Band enforces it. I mean, if you look at this procuring entity tribal program, if you are a purchaser for the tribe, say in a I don't know, the health department, education department, and you're a aggressive, you know, repeat violator of the tribe's law, you can be suspended or terminated from your position. Okay? If you engage in nepotism or if you just refuse to follow the law for whatever other reason, right? It's too difficult, takes too much time, what have you. And there's also violations. It's not just a one-way street, it's a two-way street, right? If you as a vendor, as a certified preference vendor of the tribe, if you're violating the law repeatedly, there's consequences for you too. You know, if you portray yourself as the majority owner, but you in fact are not doing anything, and you've got non-natives that are doing all the work and have all the expertise and are getting the majority of the benefits, front company essentially, you know, a lot of tribes are really upping their game, and they're basically terminating the certification status of those businesses, and then they're barred from doing business with the tribe in the future. So I want to flip forward here, and again, we'll share this whole PowerPoint with you. So again, our project's looking at what the tribe should be doing and what the native entrepreneur can do, right? And so some initial lessons learned. Again, this is a 3-year research project. We're in year 1. Make sure the tribal nation knows you, what your business offers, and the challenges your business faces, right? In growing and securing tribal contracts. And that's not just with the tribes. So say you're a really young, small business, and you may not be competitive for the RFP, but you could benefit from a project that goes out for bid as a subcontractor. You've got to make sure that those that are likely to get the prime contracts know you, right, and what you have to offer. And again, back to those underground or invisible businesses, right? Part of this is if you are like a home-based business or your food service-based business, and you've been operating informally, engage the tribal system and understand what resources they have that can be helpful to you, and also what other local resources are available. Know the nation's procurement policy inside and out, both of what it looks like on paper and how it works in practice. And again, the two things may not be exactly the same. And where they're not the same, that's where you as entrepreneur need to turn into advocate and say, why aren't these things working the way they should, right? The law on the tribe's law says this, right? It says I should be getting preference over this other contractor, but then the thing goes out to bid and this other contractor gets it even though they're a tier lower than me. Why is that? And it could be something that's not nefarious. It could be like, hey, they have better capacity. They have more experience. Because preference is not an entitlement. I think that's another thing to keep in mind. Preference gives you a leg up in competition. That doesn't mean you're automatically entitled to the contract. You have to be able to deliver on whatever it is you're promising, right? Whether that's providing a good, executing a service, whatever that might be. So some things to look for in the procurement policy. First is preference. So the preference of the tribe to do business with tribal citizen-owned businesses or other native-owned businesses, is that required? Is it a mandate? Must every tribal purchaser follow it, or are there immediate penalties? Or is it a system of incentives, right? And some of the largest tribes still do a system of incentives. And some smaller tribes will require it. Again, it just really depends on which tribe you're working with. What is the preference formula, or how many tiers or categories does it have? And again, you'll see some commonalities, but you also see some real diversity. So here's a common breakdown. You'll have 3 preference tiers and then everyone else, right? So tier 1, if you're the top tier, you're a business that's 100% owned by tribal members, tribal citizens, right? Tier 2 will be majority owned. And that's typically 51% plus. I was just meeting with the one tribe about their policy the other day. Theirs is 60% and above, which is, I'm still understanding how'd you come up with that number? But again, it's diversity. It's what works for them. And then businesses majority owned by citizens of other tribal nations, and then non-native businesses after that. Now, some tribes will, if you have 2 or more certified vendors who are tier 1 or tier 2 that apply for a specific contract, they will isolate it and say, okay, no non-natives need apply, right? They'll say it's sort of a quasi sole source. It's saying we're going to pull the contractor from this narrow pool of our top tier certified vendors who have submitted an application for this contract. A really cool example I just came across a couple weeks ago. They have one tribe has just below tier 1. They have basically a tier 1A, which is businesses that are 100% owned by a tribal citizen and their spouse, because they're saying we value supporting families in our community. So it can be a tribal citizen who's married to a member of another federally recognized tribe or a non-native, but the idea is that if we give this contract to this family, 100% family owned, that it's going to benefit the community, right? And so they have that extra tier in there. What documentation do you need to provide to apply for certification? Some tribes require you to submit tax returns. Others don't. And there's a varying other list of documents that you're going to have to provide as part of the certification process. Do you have to carry insurance? Again, depends. Some tribes don't require it at all. Others always require it. Some will say it depends on the type of good or service you're providing. It depends on the size of the contract, all those sorts of things. How often must you recertify? Now, most tribes will say annually. We do it annually. And often it'll depend on, it's annually from when you got your certification approved. Others will do it like, hey, we recertify all of our vendors in January of every year. So you have to understand when that happens. Some are biannually. Some say we don't have a regular milestone, but once you're certified, if there's a material change to your business that has a bearing on your certification, it is incumbent upon you to make a real-time update to your certification. And if you don't, there's penalties for that, right? There's consequences for that. Does the nation conduct annual reviews of vendors to assess and improve their performance? Some tribes do this. They'll say all the purchasers every year will need to complete an annual review of those contractors, those preference contractors that they work with, to say, hey, we think they're doing a really good job, or they're doing a decent job. Here's some areas where they can improve. That is then conveyed to the vendor, and the expectation is the vendor is then going to take that information to heart and do better, or do things differently, or add capacity, whatever it might be. Often it comes down to, a vendor may be over-promising on what they're able to deliver, both in terms of maybe it's the quality of the service, or the timeliness of that service, for example. Who does the nation's policy cover? I kind of talked about this already, but it's really important that as a small business, as a certified vendor, like, am I a preference vendor for just tribal government purchasing? Or is it also tribal enterprises? Are there certain specific entities that are excluded from this policy, and so I shouldn't even bother trying to get contracts from them? What is the structure of the competitive advantage? So, and as somebody who was once good at math and is not very good anymore, you'll see in some of these policies, they'll have these big matrices, these big tables that say, okay, if the contract is $100,000 or more, or the expectation of the bids will be $100,000 or more, maybe say between $100,000 and $150,000. And you, as a preference vendor, you submit a bid of $108,000. And the lowest bid is from a non-native vendor at $102,000. You're within a 10% threshold. They will automatically give you that contract because you're within that overage threshold, if you will. Because the tribe is saying, okay, we're going to pay you a little bit more for this contract because we know the money's going to stay local, right? It's going to benefit our people. But again, I cannot stress enough, you need to know what that formula is for each tribe because it's different. It's completely different. Some will do that kind of percentage thing, like if you're X percentage within the lowest bid, you get the contract, or if you're not, you get the opportunity to rebid. You'll get a notification that says, hey, you are 8% over the lowest bid. If you want to be reconsidered for this contract, you need to adjust your bid to be within that 5% or whatever it might be. Others will say, hey, if you're a preference vendor, you get an extra amount of points because they rank the bid applications based upon some kind of point system, right? So it's going to differ from one tribe to the next. Does the nation forecast future tribal contracts to help preferred vendors plan? I would argue right now, just from what I've seen, the majority do not. But again, this is where you as advocate comes in. You need to start talking to your tribal leaders and say, hey, wouldn't it be great is after every year the tribe approves its annual budget, could all of the purchasing entities within the tribe who are part of that annual budget sort of put out a projection of what contracts they're going to be putting out for the next year? So we can plan, we can see what kind of opportunities we're going to have. Here's some other lessons learned. Again, relationships matter. I've talked with so many procurement directors and native small business owners who do tribal procurement, and they say the networking never stops, right? And it's not about getting in with the purchaser and circumventing the policy. It's about it's about them knowing who you are, what you have to offer, how your business is unique, and making sure that they are well aware of where you excel, where you're struggling, right? Where you're looking to maybe grow, but you're not able to because you don't have the resources. All those things, right? So the relationship building is absolutely key. And I would argue it's not just with those folks that are putting the contracts out and just determining who's going to get those. It's like all of those, again, back to that earlier point, it's about all of those support service folks, do you have a small business, state small business development center within reasonable distance of you? What's that relationship like? Do you have one? If not, you should build one. Talk to the folks who've been doing business with the tribe for a long time. Find out how they've been succeeding, right? How do you build your bid application, right? Maybe I'm missing some things I should be putting in there. Maybe I'm not touting myself well enough as a business. Take full advantage of, again, all of the small business development services that the tribe has, right? And it could be your tribe doesn't have any. They don't have a small business development department. Maybe you and your fellow entrepreneurs need to push them to create one, right? Hold your business to the same standard you do the tribe when it comes to buy native, buy local, right? If you're saying, why isn't the tribe doing more business with us, and then you're subcontracting goods and services with all non-natives, right? Again, you've got to be playing that part, and keep an open mind and don't burn bridges, right? If you had your heart set against travel contract, you don't get it. That doesn't mean you check out. You got to keep pushing and keep working the system to make it stronger, and that means, like, again, talking with those who are administering the law and saying, how can I be more competitive for future contracts? How come we're not following this aspect of the law like the way I read it? Can you please explain to me? Maybe I don't understand this particular regulation. All those things are important. And again, recognize that preference in tribal contracting doesn't mean you automatically get the contract. You got to prove that you have the capacity, experience, and track record to deliver. Learn what the tribal nation needs in terms of goods and services today. And part of it is like, okay, we see, a lot of tribes are diversifying their businesses right now, getting into new industry, right? What are the opportunities for you as a supporting contractor? Are there goods and services that a new industry is going to need that you can position yourself now to start planning for, right? They're not going to launch this new business for 2 years, but I think I could have a role, and maybe you start, it's kind of like what John was sharing earlier, start figuring out how do you evolve your business to meet the tribe's needs in the near future. And then work ethic and resiliency. Again, this is particularly key for those tribes that incentivize preference, but they don't require it. The tribe's going to do business with those businesses and those owners that are going to go above and beyond, right? Because where they see work ethic and resiliency, that's where they're going to say our risk is minimized. Because business is all about mitigating risk, right? So I want to stop there. We have a couple minutes left, and see if there's any final questions. I'm going to be around for the rest of the day, happy to chat more about this and talk a little bit more about the content that I didn't get a chance to cover here in the hour we had together.
Any questions? I mean, you're going to be here the whole day for the roundtable discussions, but.
All right, awesome. Well, stay tuned on this. There's going to be a lot more about it in the next couple of years. And if you go, how many of you went to Res this year? A lot of you. So I've done a session on this the last 2 years, and I imagine we'll be doing one again next March. And we bring together, like we had Glenn Gobin, who's a council member from the Tulalip tribes, and they have one of the best policies I've seen, talk about how not just how their law is structured now, but how they've evolved it, to your point earlier, how they've evolved it over the last 20 to 30 years as they've grown, as they become more sophisticated in business, as they diversified, how they're evolving their law to keep pace with that. All right, well, thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Ian. Well, we are going to get into our lunch break. It's going to be 15 minutes. Our lunches are right outside the door, so if you want to just kind of go back into the hallway, feel free to pick up a lunch and then get yourself a drink. If you need to use the restroom or you need to take a call, that'll be the time, and then come back in here. We're going to get started at 12:15. But before we go, we did get approved to give out 3 res tickets for this NEI. So if you'd like to put your business card in my cool little box here, it'll be up here. Feel free to do so. All right, thank you so much.
There are some rules to that. Oh, you can't give it away to somebody else. You can't save it for 2030. And
Must be
you have to
present.
be present to win. So sorry, online audience. If
Yes.
you're still, Riley hasn't switched over to a cool video they're watching now.
All right, thank you.
Our mission is to serve the people by honoring Native cultures.
It was awesome. It's a great networking place to find contracts and work if that's what you're looking for and to offer services.
I'm happy to be part of this today and learn from everybody that's speaking.
I honestly believe networking is such a key part of succeeding in government contracting, working with people, getting your name out there.
Sometimes the information on a government website, it's complicated. It shouldn't be complicated. You should be like click, 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 or like you find the right person. So to know that we have resources to help us with that, that's huge for us.
Three Bros Moving Company was started in June of 2022. Our company isn't as big, but we hope to see our business reach new heights more than just moving. So I'm looking forward to going to the Native American Institute tomorrow to be able to kind of learn more about how we can progress more in our business.
I had never heard of this organization before, but when I got the email and it focuses on Native tribes, I was really interested just because we're also an all-woman owned organization. And so to know that they can help us with that, that's huge.
If you're a startup company, first thing you got to do is come to conferences like this. You have to have a goal for yourself. I'm going to make 10 contacts today. I'm going to make one contact that's going to be a potential partner.
I think events like this today were excellent in terms of providing a level of speakers and providing a level of opportunities for people to learn different ways that they can start and grow their businesses.
The goal of all of this is to ignite that employee spark. There's just what I would consider immense opportunity to assist with business development with all those tribal members and all those tribal nations that says, I love working here, but I love this and I think I can do this for our people. I think I can do this for our nation. It's time for me to go.
Sometimes it's hard, and sometimes it's really flashy, but in the middle there's a lot of folks that are just like you trying to find that success, and you will be successful because the future is indigenous.
We mean business. We want to get out there and work with the small business owners and tribal enterprises and other minorities.
We've been doing business since time immemorial. Many of the highways people travel on every day are original trade routes of our people. We have to continue to fight for those things that we were given in regards to being indigenous people of this continent, to be able to maintain and grow in business.
Sovereignty is something that's always been with the Native people. They've been defending it from the beginning. Doing business with the U.S. government shouldn't impinge on that sovereignty. It's just a market. What we try to do is inform and educate about the opportunities within government contracting and how to take advantage of those opportunities, how to pursue that customer.
Once they realize that we're here to help them, that I think is the big draw for them. That I'm not having to go through this by myself. I have somebody that can help me get there. Sometimes just knowing you're not alone as a small business owner, that is the key.
Well, I'm pretty familiar with the National Center. We've been attending the Reservation Economics Summit for the past 4 years. We've been able to network with people and get their stuff and put them in our store. It's cool to be able to have native brands through a native store, and I mean, it really doesn't get much better than that.
When you have more wealth, then you're able to give back to others. And I think that's something that I've seen with our small businesses.
I could see the need of our community. I had a dream and a vision. I wanted to start my own charity foundation. We've been able to accomplish many different things. We've been able to purchase a van that operates every day here within the Seneca Nation to be able to move our members to and from medical appointments that they may have. We've been able to make a difference.
We got it was a $160 million municipal bond, and with that money, we built 2 sports complexes, 3 water towers, early childhood learning that our members can have a place to put their kids that are safe and that we have control of. Whatever money is we don't spend, we give it right back to the nation, and the nation will reinvest it in other places.
I'm very excited that our youngsters are getting more educated and going to colleges and come back and help out and build this Seneca Nation more. That's how we keep staying diverse and keep moving forward.
There's a lot that happens when you have that human-to-human networking experience. It provides an opportunity and stepping stone to learn from one another.
Do your research, find us, and use us. My clients can call me anytime and ask me questions about government contracting.
And that's what we do. We help you do government contracting, whatever it may be, helping you get registered, helping you find opportunities.
We have a really beautiful land and we have really beautiful people, and we want people to know about us. We want people to know that we're here. This is where our people are from. This is our homeland.
Our members are seeing their uncles, their fathers, and that are doing this, giving them a little bit of encouragement and confidence that they can do the same also.
If you have a concept, if you have an idea, find a way to get started as soon as you can. Find that path and you can make it.
The beauty is out there, the beauty within, the creation of all people, all creatures, the beauty that we carry throughout one another, which is the circle of life.
Well, we started tourism out at Grand Canyon West in 1988. I think we might be one of the most successful non-gaming tribes in the United States. Our best year was 110 million, I think right before COVID. Prior to COVID, we were collecting around $7 million in sales tax.
We're looking at different ways of how to develop that economic impact for us, from our elders to our generations that we have today and the future generations, that stepping stone.
Wallapai, when they created Grand Canyon Resort Corporation, it was created for the purposes of showing us how to run a successful tourism business.
Come out and start something, create something. It's not too late to start that business. It's not too late to do what I want to do.
Community really needs an economy, and it is super important for tribes to figure this out, especially tribes in rural areas. Ask tribal members, how long are your people going to live in their areas where they are now? And the answer is going to be forever.
When the sun rises in the east, it'll create the profiles of the men who rise and fall. When I talk about the columns, I talk about the pillars, women, the women who stand with the beauty.
Securing those basic things like water, power, waste removal, it's been, it's come with its challenges, but, as we continue to grow, Grand Canyon West continues to grow. A few years ago, we actually settled our water rights with the Colorado and Arizona and the state compact. So now Wallapai are actually one of the first tribes that have, access to the Colorado River.
I've been doing this since 1973. Right now we're up to like maybe a little over 100 people a day. Most of the people say, I don't want to go home.
The Skywalk opened in 2007. It doubled, almost tripled our revenues, our customers overnight.
Men who rise and fall will rise again tomorrow. We are the beauty that is created by water. We have our struggles, like the water, we'll always find a way.
To grow my business, to expand my business, you can look to the National Center for a lot of help.
The program has been absolutely fabulous. They've really taught us the ins and outs of developing your business and providing educational workshops that we attend.
We need to start utilizing a lot of our individuals who are very smart, very hands-on, giving them the opportunity, the chance to, create something. And that's what I think the economy is opportunity for everybody.
Independence for us is building generational wealth. It's the American dream to own your own small business.
Your dreams can become reality, and now is the time for everyone to have that reality.
Our mission is to serve the people by honoring Native cultures.
It was awesome. It's a great networking place to find contracts and work if that's what you're looking for and to offer services.
I'm happy to be part of this today and learn from everybody that's speaking.
I honestly believe networking is such a key part of succeeding in government contracting, working with people, getting your name out there.
Sometimes the information on a government website, it's complicated. It shouldn't be complicated. You should be like click, 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 or like you find the right person. So to know that we have resources to help us with that, that's huge for us.
Three Res Moving Company was started in June of 2022. Our company isn't as big, but we hope to see our business reach new heights more than just moving. So I'm looking forward to going to the Native American Institute tomorrow to be able to kind of learn more about how we can progress more in our business.
I had never heard of this organization before, but when I got the email and it focuses on Native tribes, I was really interested just because we're also an all-woman owned organization. And so to know that they can help us with that, that's huge.
If you're a startup company, first thing you got to do is come to conferences like this. You have to have a goal for yourself. I'm going to make 10 contacts today. I'm going to make one contact that's going to be a potential partner.
I think events like this today were excellent in terms of providing a level of speakers and providing a level of opportunities for people to learn different ways that they can start and grow their businesses.
The goal of all of this is to ignite that employee spark. There's just what I would consider immense opportunity to assist with business development with all those tribal members and all those tribal nations that says, I love working here, but I love this and I think I can do this for our people. I think I can do this for our nation. It's time for me to go.
Sometimes it's hard, and sometimes it's really flashy, but in the middle there's a lot of folks that are just like you trying to find that success, and you will be successful because the future is indigenous.
We mean business. We want to get out there and work with the small business owners and tribal enterprises and other minorities.
We've been doing business since time immemorial. Many of the highways people travel on every day are original trade routes of our people. We have to continue to fight for those things that we were given in regards to being indigenous people of this continent, to be able to maintain and grow in business.
Sovereignty is something that's always been with the Native people. They've been defending it from the beginning. Doing business with the U.S. government shouldn't impinge on that sovereignty. It's just a market. What we try to do is inform and educate about the opportunities within government contracting and how to take advantage of those opportunities, how to pursue that customer.
Once they realize that we're here to help them, that I think is the big draw for them. That I'm not having to go through this by myself. I have somebody that can help me get there. Sometimes just knowing you're not alone as a small business owner, that is the key.
Well, I'm pretty familiar with the National Center. We've been attending the Reservation Economics Summit for the past 4 years. We've been able to network with people and get their stuff and put them in our store. It's cool to be able to have Native brands through a Native store, and I mean, it really doesn't get much better than that.
When you have more wealth, then you're able to give back to others. And I think that's something that I've seen with our small businesses.
I could see the need of our community. I had a dream and a vision. I wanted to start my own charity foundation. We've been able to accomplish many different things. We've been able to purchase a van that operates every day here within the Seneca Nation to be able to move our members to and from medical appointments that they may have. We've been able to make a difference. We got it was a $160 million municipal bond, and with that money, we built 2 sports complexes.
Economic Development Corporation. So we'll get going. Can you hear me? No.
Well, hi everyone. It's really great to be here with you all. I hope you're all enjoying lunch. I'm just coming in from Portland, and that's a great way to get started for the day. Is this loud enough? Oh. Is this one for the room? Yeah.
We're going to go ahead and get started now. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for being here. My name is Casey Perlman. Okay. I think that's a mic thing. Can you turn it up just a little bit more?
Yeah, the mic thing is.
Hey there, everyone. Can you all hear me now? Cool. Maybe a little louder for this person. There you go. Great. Thank you. I'm a little yapped out. I was just hosting my annual summit last week, and so if you were there, you know I put it all on the dance floor. But now we're here. Hi everyone. I hope you're all enjoying your lunch. My name is Casey Perlman. I'm a Inupiaq and of mixed settler descent. I'm really glad to be here. I really appreciate the invitation. I am the Executive Director of Affiliated Tribes of Northwest Indians Economic Development Corporation and Financial Services, which I guarantee is the longest organization name in this room. I'm here to talk about building tribal economies. I'm talking about entrepreneurship and access to capital and all the work that happens at the ATNI EDC shop. Oh, it doesn't want to do it. The other way. Okay, down. I recognize a lot of familiar faces, but just sharing a little bit of the history of ATNI, the Affiliated Tribes of Northwest Indians Economic Development Corporation is just passing its 70th year of existence. This affiliation of tribes covers the entire Northwest, and it got started in the 1950s at a time where tribes were pushing back against another era of termination and taxation. And now the membership stands at 57 member tribes, banding together on all types of issues. If you've been to an ATNI convention, you know there's a very elaborate committee structure on anything from education, language preservation to economic development. ATNI EDC spun out of the Economic Development Committee. We're celebrating our 30th year this year of it being a freestanding organization. And with that, we're kind of a 2-in-1. We're an economic development corporation and a lending institution, a re-emerging certified Native Community Development Financial Institution, CDFI. To give you a little heat map of the region that we're talking about, ATNI is very Northwest based. It includes all the tribes in Oregon, Washington, and Idaho, some from the surrounding states, such as California, Nevada, Montana, and southeastern Alaska. And through our lending program, we have expanded pretty much through California and even into Arizona and New Mexico with some of our projects. It's a pretty ambitious spread. And we are still upholding the ATNI Economic Development Committee. This committee meets 3 times a year. It's really focused on moving forward policies and resolutions that really affect the economic development of the tribes, member tribes. ATNI is really well known for its resolution process. How the process works is every committee has the opportunity to put resolutions on the floor, and then those get kind of filtered through. They all get voted on by membership in a pretty elaborate voting process. And then those resolutions get forwarded on to the National Congress of American Indians, which is kind of like the bigger body that's doing this work nationally. And out of all of the resolutions that NCAIED sees, half of them are coming out of ATNI. So really kind of honing in on this is like a real policy and kind of resolution powerhouse that we have here in the Northwest. And our impact is definitely felt nationwide. I think it wouldn't be out of place to say that we are the tip of the spear for a lot of issues affecting Indian country. And this is really steeped in our mission. This is steeped in leadership that we still have. Anton Minthorn here is a founding board member. He's still one of my board members. We've recently adjusted our mission statement, but our mission is to support ATNI member tribes and tribal members to achieve economic prosperity. We had changed that last word. It used to read to help them achieve economic parity, talking about kind of the comparative nature between the rural communities that surround these tribes. But our leadership decided that it's time for us to dream bigger than just parity and really thinking about the prosperity and the resilience beyond being just equal with our neighbors. So I've been doing a lot of presentations on kind of the main focus of our work right now. And here's the big problem that we are really focusing in on. How do you unlock a $1 billion investment opportunity into the most underbanked community in the United States? I'm talking about the State Small Business Credit Initiative, which I know there's a few folks in here that are maybe working on that, maybe more from the state side. But I'll let you know that this iteration of SSBCI had a tribal component. Tribes were able to also sign up in addition to all the states here. We could spend the rest of this afternoon talking about how tribes and states are not the same and why that's not really going to be a good fit for some tribes that just simply don't have the capacity or the manpower to man a lending program. SSBCI is a $1 billion opportunity. There's about $500 million out there into Native entities that are out there looking for a one-to-one match, meaning for every dollar of SSBCI deployed, we have to find another participation dollar with another lender. And it can be leveraged more. So this is really more than a $1 billion opportunity. But I think $1 billion sounds pretty good. And I guess to narrow in more on what my organization is solving for, we are managing the nation's largest voluntary consortium of tribes participating in this program. We have gathered 36 tribal nations. About half of those are ATNI members, half of those are from other tribes across the region and even down into the Southwest, with about $33 million. That is all for Native-owned businesses, tribally owned enterprises. We have a loan guarantee program. And it's internally, we're managing this as a fund of funds. Treasury sees it all as one big allocation, but in kind of how we've always managed our individual relationships with tribes, where we're managing each allocation individually. And just to give you a little peek on how the mechanics of this work, this is what it looks like. We have 36 tribes that have each kind of pooled in their allocations with us. We're managing that baseline relationship with Treasury. We're taking on all the administrative tasks, the reporting, a lot of the heavy lifting of just compliance in general. We're also taking on activating the participation lenders to come in and help build that one-to-one match, those capital stacks to build out projects. We're working very specifically with these tribes to figure out where in their deal flow they need more capital infused and trying to figure out what type of capital would be the best fit. This is all kind of the behind-the-scenes magic. What it looks like if you're a business owner is really, you would, like anything, you would come in and you would apply for a loan. And then the lenders do what they do, which is trying to figure out how to make all of these kind of constrictions around our different fundings match. And there's lots we could talk about here. I mean, if you've heard anyone talk about tribal SSBCI, you know it's a big puzzle, and you know it's kind of a waning opportunity. SSBCI, you know, I started on it 4 years ago when I was an administrative assistant. My first job at ATNI EDC was just calling around to tribes and encouraging them to sign the letter of intent. And, you know, just really listening to what they had to say about why that might not be a good fit for them. And it was through those listening sessions that our strategy was born to be this central hub and administrator. And like I said, we had a good handful of tribes up here in the Northwest that signed on, but then, you know, the Moccasin Network did its thing and people started talking and we got pulled into the Southwest and beyond because a lot of tribes were really interested in what we were trying to do with our investment, which is to actually take those dollars that, I mean, on the name alone, they seem very geared to do these investments directly into community, but not every tribe had a strategy like that. And so obviously ours got pretty popular, and yeah, now we're sitting at the tip of the spear for what tribal SSBCI is. So let's talk about kind of the opportunities that exist. So we're activating capital. SSBCI, as it's written, is really a huge incentive. It's serving up investment opportunities basically on a platter to traditional finance. These are participation loans, these are pari passu, meaning we're walking hand in hand into risk, and even a loan guarantee. So really it's all built around de-risking these loans and helping to incentivize bankers to come into Indian country and do more investments. And you know, we can't talk, the small business aspect is the part I really want to focus in on. Like small businesses, it's a huge diverse assortment of the types of industries that we're seeing. We're seeing small business owners open restaurants, food carts, construction businesses, a lot of fishers up in the Northwest, as you can imagine, and a lot of boats. But it's, as I'll keep sharing, it gets complicated to bring in other lenders to the table. We're also doing tribal enterprise financing. So part of our process has been to go meet with each of the tribes personally. We bring our full lending team to spend some time and really understand the local mix of the economy. As you can imagine, it's a huge spectrum. You have some tribes that are very focused on enterprise. They have, you know, really built up enterprises that all have these kind of supporting services. And then you have some tribes where they're looking at their entrepreneurship community as the folks that are going to build the new economy for them. You also have folks that are, you know, you have tribes that have bank branches on reservation, you know, right in their midst. We're working with a tribe in Southern California that's an hour away even from an ATM. And then the loan guarantee. Like I said, these are all products built around de-risking. These are all products built around really incentivizing traditional finance to come and join the waterway, join the investment, and really thinking about risk, trying to really challenge that. And I guess it's just kind of begging the question of like, well, what does it take? What does it take for these banks that are here in our community, are happy to take our deposits, casino revenues, they're happy to bank for us, but are they happy to invest with us? Are they investing in us? So now we get to the challenges or some of the barriers. So as I've been sharing, some of these tribes are dealing with very limited access to resources just through physical proximity, just due to capacity of what kind of exists within the tribal structure itself. So in our visits, we're looking at having the tribe kind of identify the supports that they have already. Some of them have their own business development arms, or maybe they have a native CDFI on reservation too that's working with their small business community, doing some investment already. That's awesome. We're finding a lot of success with working with other native CDFIs, a lot. More so than going to a bank and saying, do you have any tribal members that bank here? Like, they might, but they're not as active in really helping to build out small businesses like native CDFIs are. And again, just kind of proximity to resources. When you're building out a business plan for someone that's an hour away, even for an ATM, they're just going to need a specific type of support compared to someone that might already have, gone through financing or has a more established relationship with a lender or something like that. Next challenge. How do you really make sure these investments are making an impact? We're working with a small team. We're working across 36 tribes. We're not coming in to do prescriptive investments and tell tribes what they should be investing in. So this is where the real relationship building happens. And as Native lenders, I think that's our skill set. I think that's our strength as Native peoples in general, is just the ability to be really relational. And so part of that is just really listening to tribes when they are talking about their priorities, when they're talking about deal flow, knowing that some tribes are, way down the line of starting to build out these projects, and maybe they're not thinking about debt capital as an option for them. Maybe they're used to using cash reserves or just like cash flowing different investments, where they could be looking at, a short-term loan with the benefits of helping us to unlock this opportunity, and the benefits of just kind of helping to buy into just what it is to a different thing, a different use of capital besides just like assigning cash reserves, thinking about just like the cash flow of the whole situation. And on the economic development side of the house, we're mapping this in different ways. This is a snapshot from pretty early in our comprehensive economic development strategy development, a CEDS report, if you've gone through one yourself, your tribe or your organization. Ours is a bit unique in that we're attempting to do it on behalf of all 57 member tribes, and so it's pretty broad by nature, and we take some liberties with how we're kind of defining things. Like, as you can see from this SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, we have land in every quadrant, which I think is an important nuance with how we're thinking about tribal economic development, and really the physical aspects and infrastructure that kind of spans all of these quadrants. You can't really talk about one without it being on the other two. We've since gone through months more of community comment on this. We'll be finalizing this next month, and we'll have it on our website to share. It's looked like engaging with the EDC committee, ATNI. It's looked like having one-on-one meetings with tribal leaders. I think this is a great resource to kind of hone in to understand like the value that the EDC brings. In order for tribes to get funding from like EDA, they need to have the CEDS in place. And not every tribe has one ready to go. And so we've already had about 4 tribes utilize our draft CEDS in support for different grants that they might be going after, whether that's natural resource management, whether that's some enterprise development. It's already out in community and being shaped already by its utilization. Another big challenge, how do we encourage active participation from our counterparts in banking? So as I'm talking about our lending program and sharing about how it's all built to really incentivize lenders to come to the table, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it's not exactly happening like that. For the 20 investments that we've done with SSBCI funding, only one has been with a credit union. The rest have all been with native CDFIs, non-native CDFIs, or otherwise impact funds. And I think there's a lot of reasons for why that is. But I just want to kind of note, like, we're gathering data on that. And it's really interesting. When we go talk to the tribes and we ask them who they bank with, that's usually where we start these discussions. You know, people that are already taking community deposits that you would think would be really poised to come in and do these types of participation loans. Yet something's happening, and they're not doing it. Even though this program is essentially just gifting them a lot of de-risking tools that you'd think they'd be really excited to jump onto. I could spend the rest of our day kind of talking about why this is happening, and in some ways, maybe you all kind of know this. When you're talking about investing on reservation, you'll have these lenders, you'll have these banks talk about their knowledge gap about, oh, we're just not comfortable with the risk, we're not comfortable with the idea of fee and trust land, or like, would they be willing to waive their sovereign immunity, and these kind of big things. And in a lot of ways, these are valid questions. I mean, we're sitting in the middle of an integrity gap here. But in a lot of ways, these are also ways to just redline an area from investment without calling it redlining. If you're hiding behind definitions of risk, you know, things that sound legit on the surface, but not really questioning what's really being built in, what are the metrics that they're collecting around risk, I think it's really worth questioning. And so that's some of the data that we're collecting on these banks that are with community, that are taking community deposits. Are they really doing what they're saying they're going to do? If they're telling us that they're interested in exploring this more and learning more, are they hiring Native people to help them do that? Are they actually putting resources towards connecting with these communities? Some yes, some no. It's a broad network of bankers that we've built out, and lenders and other community partners. You know, we're in a 7-state footprint, and so it's not realistic for us to say we're going to have a couple participation lenders. We really need to localize it as much as possible. And with that, we're seeing the discrepancy with tribes that do have their own financial institutions. If it's a CDFI or a loan program, amazing. They're feeding us like over a deal a month because they're in community, they know the need, they're helping us build it out. Whereas communities that are further away that might have this kind of strained relationship with a local financial institution, hard to get anything moving, especially for small business owners. Easier for tribal enterprises, but less so for the smaller deals where we find most of the impact to be, right? Oh, this is the part where I just go in on the banks. And so we shouldn't forget this. I think SSBCI is an interesting case study in that, you know, like I said, this is built as basically a giveaway to the banks, and they're still not showing up for us. And so I guess I'm challenging folks to kind of do that Indian country expression of like, we're quick to forgive, but we never forget. We shouldn't forget which banks did not show up for our communities. When the time for them was to show up, was to work in right relationship with us and invest with us. If they didn't, then I think we should be questioning the very basis of that relationship. And here's where I talk about my friends that I get to do this with. NCAIED is the hub of something called the Northwest Native Lending Network. This is a group of Native CDFIs, community of practice, spanning about 20 organizations. We all like each other, plenty. You can maybe recognize some faces here. But what a community of practice does is it really gives us a lot of connectivity. It brings us all together. This group meets monthly to trade a lot of things. Just recently, we had the UROC CDFI just went through some transition there, and they have a new executive director, and you know, this person kind of reached out being like, I need to build new loan policies. I need some documents for my loan program. A bunch of members just fully sent their templates, no questions asked, just like full resource share. That's the power of the network. It's the power of groups like Native CDFI Network and other kind of folks that are helping to build this external infrastructure that can really address some of the capacity constraints that these organizations are on. It's 20 organizations working in partnership, but to note, a lot of these organizations are 2-3 people. Maybe like, I think the largest one is still under 10 humans working on this, so a huge, huge effect. And 20 Native organizations, that's almost a quarter of the entire Native CDFI industry. So again, just the power that we have here in the Northwest with our collaborative nature. And we get to do cool investments together. We're all constrained. We all have limited capacity. We all have like our own specialties and our own balance sheets with all of our different types of funding. But we're finding ways to get really creative and lend to projects that are even larger than what we thought our capacity could be. For instance, this is a business called Salmon River Outpost. It's in Sumsbar, California. It's owned by a Yurok and Karuk couple. That's them, Joe and Ellie in the middle. And they approached us when they heard about our investment that was happening with SSBCI, in fact, through a non-native CDFI, North Edge, there in the Eureka area. And we were able to partner up with Yurok's Alliance CDFI and invest in this. This is a property that's right in the heart of kind of just those forests there in Northern California. What is a food desert? And this is now in native hands. This property has been around since the gold rush. So just thinking about what these are possible. And yeah, if you're in Sumsbar, highly recommend it because they've made it like a whole community space. They have hookups for RVs. They're doing food and music regularly. It's just a really awesome story, and it's awesome to see how native CDFIs are just getting really creative on coming together and build out these projects that would otherwise be completely out of our wheelhouse if we were working alone. Other things we get to do together is just really gather and enjoy each other. I'm still recovering my voice from my karaoke last week, but we were at the Northwest Native Economics Summit and Fashion Show, which we hosted up at Ailane on the Cowlitz Reservation. It was 2.5 full days of just really getting into all types of aspects of economic development. It's a really broad term, economic development. I mean, you can't talk about it without talking about housing, workforce development, broadband, all this type of infrastructure, and we really tried to take it all on. So it was a really full couple days. Another cool aspect of this program is I've built a partnership with the Canadian Trade Consulate Office out of Seattle, thinking about trade routes and reestablishing trade routes beyond borders, and they sent a trade mission down of about 9 First Nations businesses. We had 6 returning designers at our fashion show. We had 3 First Nations designers, so just another kind of like aspect of the partnerships that are possible, of really thinking outside of your territory and thinking of the broader aspect of these ancestral trade routes that have existed for forever. We do a lot of work with these designers too. It's not just a fun show. I mean, we're lenders, we're community builders. And so really building up these designers is the first start. This is a platform for emerging artists. Half of them, well, pretty much all of them, we had to convince they were designers just from the beginning. And we had to kind of convince community too. You know, it's like we'd be working with someone's auntie and they'd be like, well, she's not really a designer, right? It's like, well, who makes the ribbon skirts and the ribbon shirts and the jewelry? Like, she's been doing this for maybe what, 40, 50 years? Like, yes, she's a designer, and she's exactly who we want to work with. So we really have focused in on kind of this aspect of business building. And with Native businesses, you know, it's technical assistance where they're at, working in partnership with other lenders that are coming to them, helping them get set up with anything from business cards to e-commerce. And you can't really talk about building small businesses in Indian country without thinking about access to market too. A lot of these are very much on the reservation. And so creating partnerships like we did with Hamley's Western Store, which is owned by the Umatilla Indian reservation community, but is the largest Western store in the area. And so we just struck a deal with them where they have a permanent collection called the Northwest Native American Designer Showcase. And so folks participating in our designer training get to rotate through this. They get access to all the e-commerce. They get window space on a rotating basis, which is awesome. You get these women that are having community members being like, I saw you in the window, and that's like the coolest feeling. And it's a lot of fun. So at the fashion show, I mean, generally everything is for sale, but it's really just knowing that not all of these business owners are looking for the same thing. Not all of them are trying to have a collection at Sears or whatever. Some of them are just really trying to preserve their craft. And so that's part of the work that we do as technical assistance providers, is really try to individualize what success means for them. If they're ready to sell and they have a few pieces, great. They're a great fit for something like this. If they want to keep going and keep building, we can support them too. And Out of the about 20 designers that we've worked with, we've had 2 that were able to quit their 9-to-5s and are now doing their design full-time. Oh yeah, and doing cool partners and pop-ups. I mean, really the whole economic summit and fashion show, I think, is a really cool example of just like the pop-up economy and everything that's possible with that. And just taking these designs and really showcasing it in different ways to see what connects. And so Hamleys was able to build like a mini Hamleys at one of our fashion shows. That's what you're seeing there, which I think is just a cool way to just kind of show some camaraderie with all of the designers together, but also just the retail opportunities and sparking investors and thinking about what could happen and what the cities are missing out on by not partnering with me in doing this. It's a really small team that I have behind me doing this. This is my full shop. We are 5 human beings working across our 2 entities. We have Mark Bowman and Guy Belfiore working on the lending side. I have Michelle Gladstone-Wade, who's our Director of Economic Development, and Angie Urube as our Operations Specialist. That's the full NCAIED team. We will be hiring soon for really building out our technical assistance funding. I've been talking about SSBCI, and we've been deploying capital for over 3 years now. We still don't have any technical assistance funding, which I've been complaining about everywhere. And for my last conversation with Treasury, I think we're about a month out from seeing it. I'll believe it when I see it. Oh, and then I was going to show a video, which hopefully will work. And if not, I can just give you the YouTube link, and we could do it another time. Northwest Native Fashion Show, but yeah, we're on the YouTubes, and you can hear some great testimonials of designers that have been with us since the beginning. Am I on time? Cool. Yeah, maybe YouTube would be better. I'm happy, while we're getting this queued up, I'm happy to answer any questions if anyone has any for me.
Can you just talk about the deadline?
Oh.
The SBDIC funds expiring. You guys got a lot of work to do between
Yeah.
now and making sure we don't leave any money on the table.
Okay, I wasn't trying to spike my cortisol, but I'll do it. SSBCI funding was originally written as a 10-year program, but due to a administrative error in how the program was written out, we're now under a truncated timeline. The entire program must be kind of wound up by the end of 2027. So I thought I had until 2033 to spend on these funds. Now I have until the end of 2027, as does every state program and tribal program. I'm not as tuned in with the state program, but I know for the tribal SSBCI, we're looking at close to $600 million that's left unspent, with a very real possibility that that is going to be rescinded and out of tribes' hands. Another piece of this is that at the end of the program, after we have successfully demonstrated use of this, oh, that's not my show. This funding is supposed to go back to tribes as unrestricted funding for them to use however they like. But now we're looking at the real possibility that that won't happen. And these dollars will just not be recirculated in our community at all. It's stressful. You have folks like Ted Piccolo out there that are huge champions of us just like use it or lose it. Time is now. I know from my perspective, you're going to be hearing me talk about this a lot this conference season. I'm coming off of like 10 events this month. And by the fall sessions, when we're all coming back from our summer holidays, it might be too late by then. So really the time is now to be thinking about your project deal flow, how to get in the mix of this. Because if you've ever financed a big deal, you know sometimes it takes a few months to get all the details together. So really the time is now, and it's absolutely a use it or lose it scenario. And thank you for that. Yeah, I'm stressed out now.
Yeah. I don't blame you.
Yeah. Did you have a question?
Yeah, can we connect later? I'd love to connect later. Anytime. And I'm based out of Portland. I kind of live on Alaska Airlines, but. Okay.
My favorite part about the whole summit is the theme. You know, the trade routes and routes really is taking us back to our roots, our ancestors, and that was definitely on display tonight with the indigenous designers. The love of the crowd was just really present, and it brought our ancestors into the room. I think I just like the community building aspect. I like being around my own people, our culture, and the plateau, but I also like meeting new people. So it doesn't really matter what tribe you come from. I just like that level of inclusivity, and then also just building community with others.
And when we're talking about Native issues, we're bringing forth Native designs. We got power in the room. It's wonderful to see everyone engage with each other.
Designers really put a lot of effort and thought into it. It's coming from their history, their family, and the landscapes that we come from. So to see that all come together, it's been really more impactful, more meaningful than being anywhere else.
Like, it's hard to get out there. So to be able to come over to somewhere like Portland, put on a fashion show and highlight Native designers, it's really cool.
I just talked to one of them and they said they could be going, but they're being a little bit more selective about where they're going now because they're getting more well known. And before, we never had that opportunity. So this is a great opportunity to bring people out to show the work that they've been doing.
I absolutely loved everyone's look. I think everyone absolutely just, that you saw it as they walked. You saw it in their face. And I was blown away by the amount of confidence that I saw on that runway. So this was a really special show.
I think it's really cool that our people can start designing and show our culture through fashion and many other things.
The event is pretty powerful. You know, I have a lot of relatives that are in the show. A lot of the designers come from my homelands, and it's just really nice to see our people represented in this way and just looking strong and beautiful and powerful. And everyone that's here too, you know, they add to it as well.
I think what I'm taking with me after tonight is so much empowerment forward for the Pacific Northwest tribes and the work that they're doing cooperatively and collaboratively together. I think that we are breaking down some of the stereotypes of the inherited ways that we were divided and realizing that we are more united because of our cultures, our roots, and our resilience.
I really want to thank this community for just creating this container that allows for so much creativity and freedom and what it is to be a modern Native person. There's something really freeing that we get to do this every year, and honestly, this experience feeds me for literally the rest of the year.
The rest of the year.
And that's my time. Thank you.
Alright, next we have more opportunities with lending strategies. So if we could have Catherine, Letitia, and Tootie come up and we can get started into our next session. Lending strategies for entrepreneurs. I gotta point out something if you guys haven't seen it yet. I did do a misprint in the bio handouts. I did not put Letitia's bio in there. I accidentally pasted someone else's bio, so American Agriculture Fund. So thank you so much for joining us. And then also we have Letitia Laris with the Business Impact Northwest office. And then we have Trudy Smith with the Farm Service Agency. So thank you all for joining us today.
Hello? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Catherine Rodriguez. I am the Staff Accountant and Compliance Officer for the Native American Agriculture Fund. Oh. Can you not hear me? Okay. Oh, okay. So I'm the Staff Accountant and Compliance Officer for the Native American Agriculture Fund, also known as NAF. I am a member of the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde here in Oregon. I'm a recent graduate of Eastern Washington University with a master's degree in professional accounting. I also have a bachelor's of applied science degree in business management from Yakima Valley College. Outside of work, my husband and I live in Prosser, Washington, where we have our 4 boys, Jesse, Diego, Cruz, and Christian. And as a family, we raise polled Hereford cattle and grow alfalfa. So this work that I'm a part of is something that I'm connected to both professionally and personally. For those of you who aren't familiar with NAF, we are one of the largest philanthropic organizations dedicated to serving Native farmers, ranchers, and producers. And to get the whole idea of NAF, our story starts back in 1999. When a group of Native American farmers and ranchers filed a class action lawsuit with the USDA known as Keepsego v. Vilsack. And this was after years of discrimination in access to access to credit and lending programs. This case eventually led to a settlement, provided compensation and debt relief. And it also created what's known as a Cypre Fund, which set aside resources specifically to support Native farmers and ranchers through grants to organizations serving those communities. And so from all of that, in 2018, NAF was established as a private charitable trust. Our work is guided by that trust, but also through a vision where Native farmers and ranchers are thriving and playing a key role in land stewardship and in the economic strength of their communities. Today we're proud to be one of the leading philanthropic entities focused solely on uplifting Native agriculture and supporting rural communities. We do that through funding 4 eligible entities. Those 4 entities are 501c3 organizations, educational organizations, community development financial institutions, or CDFIs, and tribes. Right now, our 2026 request for applications is available. It does close on May 1st at 11:59 p.m. Central Time, which happens to be tomorrow.
Is it open or closed?
It's open right now. It closes tomorrow at 11:59 p.m. So we focus on providing grants to organizations to provide business assistance, agricultural education, technical support, and advocacy services. This helps build the foundation for producers and communities for them to succeed. As you can see, we provided a wide variety of projects across Indian country, and this is a quick breakdown of the funding that we've done thus far, and a few examples of different projects and grants we've given are youth-focused programs, such as building a garden-based business, workforce development, like mobile horseshoeing training units, infrastructure improvements, like fencing, range upgrades, and meat processing facilities. We've done larger scale innovations, like tribally operated net zero greenhouses. So our projects that we fund can be big or small. There's not a cookie cutter project that we focus on. We just look for what can and will be impactful to the community and the surrounding areas. We have 2 reports that you can look a little deeper into. The first one would be our 5-year impact report. It has a little bit more data of what we funded, as well as collaborations and partnerships that we've built since NAP was established back in 2018. And on this page, we have information on our 2025 annual report. That QR code will take you to that, and it just focuses on 2025 and some key milestones we hit as an organization. And if we zone into like the Pacific Northwest itself, in this instance, we're going to include Montana just because it's close enough to Idaho and we have a lot of grantees there. We actually fund 45 grantees altogether in this area, 19 being in Washington, 9 in Oregon, 1 in Idaho, and 16 in Montana. So to reiterate, our funding is not one size fits all. We do look at different projects ranging from really big to smaller size, and they vary greatly. A few examples would be, we have a grantee in Washington who received funding to increase cold and wet storage capacity to improve seafood safety and availability for retail sales and cultural events. And then we have a grantee in Oregon who received funding for feasibility studies and for business planning for a USDA inspected meat processing facility. And on this page is more of a breakdown state by state. A unique opportunity that we have in our position as a funder is that we are also, or we're the middleman for our grantees as funding, but we also get to be a resource bank. So if you take a look at all the numbers on the screen, you can see that the different amounts of grantees we have, and that we have a good amount in this area. And so there's a lot of opportunities for grantees where they may be close enough to each other that they can collaborate and work together on projects, or they can learn from each other and take knowledge back to their own communities and help make changes that way. So if you would like to see the grantees we fund on a broader scale, you can go to our website, which is the Native American Agriculture Fund.org, and search for grantees, and there it will give you a better breakdown on everybody we funded, their projects, and where they're located. There is an interactive map on that page as well that is really nice to click around on and just learn more about every place that we funded and all the projects they're working on. Let's see. Oh, am I going backwards? I am. Okay, sorry, that's the page I was supposed to be on. So if you go to this page, it's the interactive map that you can click on, and it will show the funding on all the grantees, where they're located, the different projects they're working on. So it's a really, really fun page to learn from. So that's just an overview of the Native American Agriculture Fund. Like I said, our funding cycle for this year, the applications will be closing tomorrow at 11:59 p.m. Central Time, but we will hold our next request for applications next year in the spring 2025. So if you're missing out on this request for applications, reach out to us so you can get on the email list for next year. Do you have a slideshow too?
Am
up next.
And I assume I press this button up.
The down one.
The down.
Yeah, the up one. Well, thank you, everyone. I am pleased to be here today. My name is Tootie Smith. I am the State Executive Director for the Farm Services Agency of the United States Department of Agriculture. And it's a job that I love. I hail as a fourth-generation Oregon farmer in Clackamas County. My husband and I currently raise hazelnuts. We took over the family farm about 25 years ago, and we haven't looked back. I want to tell you something about the USDA. It was founded by Abraham Lincoln in 1862, and he called it the People's Agency because, as you know, he was not a rich man. He saw famine. He saw people in America not being fed, so he created the department. Fast forward to 1889, Grover Cleveland made it a cabinet-level position from which my boss hails, the Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins. Go to President Roosevelt during the times of the Great Depression, where he created Farm Services Agency, where I am currently employed, and he created it to help farmers keep farming. And the reason why I mentioned this to you, because many modern-day presidents have increased and expanded the Farm Services Agency and USDA. Ronald Reagan and George Bush emphasized agriculture, trade, and technology. Dwight Eisenhower started the Food Nutrition Assistance Program, of which we call SNAP today. Lyndon Johnson championed Food for Peace program. Bill Clinton and George Bush, food safety and conservation programs. Barack Obama and Donald Trump and Joe Biden expanded on those programs. Today, I am happy to say that President Trump has made USDA his top domestic priority. And since he has taken office in 25, he has allocated $53 billion. $53 billion to help support farmers, ranchers, and producers in America. With the mission is to keep farmers farming so we can feed America. Farmers feed, fuel, and clothe America. And if I could say one fact to this group today, American tribes are uniquely positioned to take advantage of this wonderful economic opportunity to grow and prosper by using the land and using your roots to feed, clothe, and fuel America. There are many programs, but first of all, I want to tell you how USDA works. As state director, I'm in charge of 22 offices statewide, and they are in our counties. The reason in our counties, because it's the closest place we get to the farmers to take application and help them grow and prosper. Every state has a person like me. USDA is the only federal department with an envoy or representative in its state. That's how important all the presidents have thought of farming and agriculture in America. And it's really up to all of us people out there to tell our neighbors and friends and take advantage of that opportunity. It's a lot of fun, I have to say, but the challenges are great right now for farmers, and I'm going to go over a few of those. These are the programs that we have to help farmers farming to keep them going. Loans, disaster assistance, risk management, safety net programs, and conservation programs, and forest landowners to improve and expand their operations, assist in recovering from the impacts of natural disasters, for instance, floods, wildfires, all the things that we're hearing about in America right now. We have drought situations in Oregon, which I fear is only going to get worse, and there are excuse me, programs available to help farmers maneuver their ways through them. And loans. These are some of the many programs we have. We have Safety Net Program and Disaster Assistance Program. They are 11 different programs just within this one category, plus dairy, cattle, poultry, and pigs. The income and price supports is one of the slides up there. When prices fall unexpectedly due to market conditions, crop revenue is low, you just can't sell it for what you grow it for, or foreign interference. Foreign interference is a big deal anymore as tariffs and trade has been in the news, and we're trying to protect American farmers from cheaper imports from our foreign countries, because in America we pay higher for our labor where other countries don't, and we're trying to create market access so our farmers in America can sell to our local grocery stores like Albertsons and Safeway and Fred Meyer and all those grocery stores, and not have to compete with foreign food sources that really aren't as healthy, nor do they support their people. Conservation programs. There are over five conservation programs. If you have a piece of land that's not productive for whatever reason, we can pay farmers to help bring that program back over time so it becomes productive and a profitable piece of ground. Specialty areas. I'm so happy to learn that just this year, at the end of last year, President Trump has signified specialty crops. And in Oregon, we do specialty crops very well. We have over 220 different specialty crops. For instance, California has over 400 different specialty crops, and those crops got very little assistance. And if you want to know what the specialty crop is, go to the produce department of your grocery store. We probably grow all of those, and it's the most healthy crop you can get, most healthy food source that you can get, and we're offering more supports to farmers in that. And I'm very excited to do that, coming from a specialty crop farmer. My dad was one as we were growing up. President Trump in December allocated a Farmers Bridge program of $11 billion because he realized that farmers needed to support to keep going because the inputs of farming are extremely high. We know interest rates are up. We know the cost of fertilizer is up. We know farm machinery costs are up. Fuel costs are up. You all experience those in your everyday lives, and it affects farmers as well too. Now, safety net programs, and yes, there we go. Going forward, let me get this here. Farm loans. Probably the biggest impediment to farming is acquiring the land equipment to move forward. SBA offers loans to farmers. We're about 2% below prime. And we are the first opportunity to farmers if you can't qualify at a regular lender. We are not a forever lender. We'll go 7 years out on a loan, and then at the end of the 7 years, you're able to establish your credit, your business model, your farm activities, and then you can refinance at an institution, another institution. We do have commercial lenders that we use specifically. I don't want to say they're preferred lenders because they earn the right to service our farmers. They understand farming. They work with USDA, and they love our loans because we guarantee them. We have guaranteed loans, we have direct loans, we have operational loans, machinery loans, building storage facilities. We have loans for new farmer programs. We even have some student loans. If you're under 18 years of age, and let's say in your FFA, you want to buy a cow or a pig and show it and sell it at market, we'll help finance that animal for you. You buy it, you sell it at the FFA auction at your county fair or whatever. You make money, you pay back the loan, and there you go, you're on your way. Whoops. The Beginning Farmer Program, we don't talk a lot about that. You do need some experience. For instance, if you grew up on a farm and you helped your folks farm, that counts. If you have a degree in agriculture, that counts, although you don't need a degree. And so that's a nice thing about farming. You don't have to have all of the education. You know, we talk about people going into the trades. There's no better trade in America than farming. If you want to come in for a loan, you can be prepared for your first initial meeting. We'll help you with the documents. And when I talk about the county offices, if you want the services, I'll show an email here, a locator. Go closest to where your farm is located. You know, if you have a farm in Deschutes County, we have an office here in Redmond. And we have 22 offices, although there are 36 counties in Oregon. Go to your nearest FSA office and you say, hey, you know, I want to do this. What do you have to offer me? They will help you. They will probably send you home with homework. You need this form and you need this form. But it will help you with shortcuts. We're trying to streamline all the time at USDA and FSA. Like I said, here is your service center if you're interested. Take down this email. I also have business cards. I can talk to some folks afterwards. I'll be here for the round table. Questions? I suppose we're offering questions at the end of this. I'm not sure what the procedure is. Shirley?
Yeah, the tribe sits in 2 counties, and I had utilized the Farm Service Agency for my son when he was in FFA, and he went through the fair. He did good, you know, he had a good carcass weight and everything, but I mean, so when he wanted to establish our property, but our property sat in Wasco County, but the tribe sits in Jefferson County, and they just kind of gave us the runaround, like, you need to go down to Hood River, you know, and then, oh, we don't do Hood River because we don't have an officer there, so they put us back over to Redmond, but we can't because you're in the service area of that, and I'm like, well, we don't have that, so we kind of went back and forth on that. So how do we, I mean, do we have to, does the tribe have to have like an MOU or something in place in order?
Usually it goes on ownership so usually it goes on ownership and the location of where the farm is located. If it's Wasco County, it would be the Dalles.
Yeah.
Okay, the Dalles office. I'm not sure what you went through, but if you're still interested in that, why don't you give me your contact information and let's try to figure out what's going on with that. You know, I don't want to see any group disparaged because we can't get the paperwork right. That's just not fun, so let's try to get it figured out. I have some pretty good people at the state office, and I have to say they're a lot smarter than I am on getting these programs finished. Yes, I see a hand.
The other issue was when you're applying for some of those loans, they want to use your land as collateral.
Yes.
And that cannot happen on the reservation, so that kind of nullifies it for us.
Yeah, I think so.
Would you repeat the question, sir?
One of the issues is when you apply for those loans, they want your land as collateral. But being as we're a reservation and sovereign, that can't happen.
I'm not aware of that. I think that we need to probably work that out with our tribal partners and go forward on that. I don't know about that. I'll have to find out for you.
No, that's what I was told.
Yeah, you were told? Well, why don't the tribes get together and the tribes apply for the loan? That part, I have to find out more information for you. Any other questions? Also, I'm very excited to announce the Office of Seafood, brand new coming out. It will work in the same regard as some of these other programs for our fishermen, shrimpers, crabbers, all of lobster men all across America. I'm very excited about that. This is an area that has been ignored for decades. Yes, question?
Did that go into this most recent farm service bill that you're talking about, the seafood part, or is it a separate?
The Office of Seafood is within the U.S. Department of Agriculture, created by the President and the Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, and allocations and appropriations, I assume, will be coming. And all of these programs, keep in mind, are subject to appropriations from the United States Congress. Yeah, and two, if you apply for a program and there may not be money, just wait a while. Something else will come in, so it fluctuates back and forth as the money comes available.
Yeah, because the tribes are having, I mean, they're saying, you guys are, you're not farming, you know, or fish, and we're like, yeah, we're a fish farm.
excited about because the ocean is our next biggest farm out there. And being from Oregon, I grew, yes, up and down the Oregon, Washington, California coast. Our fleet, partners with Alaska. I'm very excited about that getting off the ground. Columbia River, our fishing, absolutely, all of that. So that's what we are. Sir, way over there.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. My question was, are there any incentives built in around using environment friendly, like fertilizer or equipment for the farm unit program?
Yes, we have operation loans. We have loans where you can buy equipment. You can finance your operations on a short period of time. When your crop comes in, you can pay those off. Your tractor loans are a little bit more long-term. But yes, it just kind of depends what you want to do with that. We do have fertilizer loans. We have loans. It's a loan program where it's kind of nice in a way. If a farmer, it comes to spring seeding, they can borrow the cost of that going forward, and there's price guarantees put in that too. So yeah, there's programs for that.
If I could ask real quick, I think the question was, is there any incentives to participate in those programs if the farmer is more eco-friendly with their products that they utilize?
I don't know of any today about incentives for eco-friendly environmental. Sir.
What about grants?
Grants? Grants. These programs on the program side are all grants. On the program, there's a loan side and a program side. So all of the assistance for risk management, crop production, those are all grants. The $53 billion I talked about was all grants to help farmers keep farming. So depending on what you do, there's 11 programs under one area, 6 under another. We just created the Office of Seafood, Specialty Crops, Farmer Bridge Program. Those are brand new. We just keep going. Wherever there's a need, we're trying to work really hard to fill it. But America is a big country, and the best thing we can do is keep farmers farming to feed America.
Yeah, the first people first.
First people first. You know it. Well, thank you all. I'll be around later on the round table if you have more questions.
Okay, well, thank you guys so much. We do have Tisha Laris. Like I said, I misprint in the bio handout, so I was just going to read her bio really quick, and then we can get going again. Letitia is a loan officer at Business Impact Northwest, specializing in helping small to mid-sized business owners secure the funding they need to launch and grow sustainability. By offering tailored financial solutions, she works closely with entrepreneurs to identify the right lending options that align with their goals and support long-term success. And this is Letitia.
Thanks, Kaya. Hello, everyone. My pleasure to be here. What an honor. Can you guys hear me? No, I can't even hear myself. Let me know if I have to speak up.
Do these work? Do these little things work?
It just doesn't sound.
Does this work?
Thank you.
That one's for the online audience.
I think it died on you towards the end. The mic, I think the mic died on you towards the end.
I think so. On me?
But you
I projected.
Yes.
You mean I'm a big mouth? Yes.
I was like, I'm not. I'm like, oh gosh, you just show me up.
I took speech classes.
I need to do that.
shake it around. Beat it
Oh,
up.
okay.
Testing one. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. We're in business now. Okay.
You gotta change the microphone.
Keep it close.
Really close.
Really, really close? All right, I'll try. Okay, I think it. Okay, thank you, everyone. My name's Leticia Laris, and I'm a loan officer with Business Impact Northwest. We're a CDFI, and I'm going to talk today about capital readiness and some funding available in Oregon State. We've been around for almost 30 years, and we operate in Oregon, Washington, Idaho, and Alaska. So if you have businesses throughout these states, we can definitely support your businesses. Today's topic again is focused on the SSBCI program. Oregon. I forgot the acronym, you guys. You'll have to forgive me. I'm all about the acronyms, but what the benefit, how they benefit you as a business owner, and what type of funding is available for you and other resources that you might need or be able to benefit from. So the SSBCI is a small business credit initiative funded by the U.S. Treasury, and it's a two-program initiative with a focus on technical assistance support, and then the other focus is on the access to capital. They're primarily focused on Oregon business owners that are socially, economically disadvantaged individuals, and VSB, very small business owners, generally with 10 employees or less. And Business Oregon manages this program and selected 3 subrecipients, which offer legal, accounting, and financial advisory. So for the capital readiness that I was speaking to, as some of y'all may know, accessing capital is a barrier in some instances because you're not prepared or don't have access to a potential coach that potentially charges for a business plan or projections. And Business Impact Northwest is one of those organizations that offers that technical assistance support and also lending. So we offer both technical assistance and have our own lending program as well. Then another resource for you is the Northwest Native Chamber. They also connect entrepreneurs, help them navigate through business resources, and ultimately connect them with different lenders. Sometimes you have to get a lot of no's or a few no's to get to your yes. And then the Oregon Entrepreneurs Network is another resource for folks in Oregon that are looking for a mentor, looking to scaling their business operations. And all 3 organizations would be able to refer you to legal, accounting, and financial advisory services. I forgot to move the slides. Sorry, guys. Yes.
You mentioned Northwest Native Chambers. I would just like to say I'm the Oregon Business Resource Navigator. This is my second week in the role, so if you guys have any issues, please reach out to me. I also reside in Central Oregon, so pretty easy to find.
Perfect, and yeah, we're sharing these slides so you're able to grab one of your business cards and also connect with you later. Let's see, okay. And so the 4 capital programs that the SSBCI holds is the Credit Enhancement Fund, which doesn't apply to you like directly, but indirectly. They provide loan insurance to banks and credit unions so that they would be incentivized to lend to businesses that otherwise would potentially not qualify for whatever reason that is. So it's that insurance funding. And then the Oregon Relender Program is one that I'm going to delve into a little bit more, and one that we participate in as well. That, as it says here, provides low-cost capital to CDFIs, and we relend it for a pretty decent rate. Now, if you're not looking for your typical repayment debt funding, like your traditional terms, maybe the Oregon Royalty Fund is one fund that you'd want to consider because it's not fixed installments, so it's based on sales. So if you make all your money in a certain quarter, and then the other quarters you're really not making that much funding, it's going to fluctuate for you, and that might help your cash flow. So that could be a good option for you to explore. And then the Oregon Angel Fund Loan Program is a newer program to the SSBCI, and this one is an equity, so they would offer interest-only payments and or a potential balloon payment upon liquidating or the loan maturing. I don't have a whole lot of information about these programs, so I did want to put those on your radar. If you want more information about these programs, Business Oregon does also have loan officers that can definitely walk through all these programs, through your funding need, projects, and potentially figure out if any of these programs is a good fit for you. So the Relender program is one that we also offer, and so it's something that's available to both startups and established businesses. So generally, some businesses have been operating, potentially do not potentially have the cash flow that your lenders want to see. Maybe the credit score is not where they want it to be. Maybe they had some fluctuation in sales for whatever reason, whether it was the some economic situation going on, like the pandemic, or a medical situation, a personal situation. The Relender program is a really good program to explore for that reason. And also, if you have limited collateral, as that tends to be also a barrier to access funding. So some of the loan requirements listed here, you're able to use the use of funds is limited to startup costs, working capital, franchise fees, equipment purchases, real property, inventory purchases, and also tenant improvements. So what is not permissible by this program is debt refinancing, but just about everything else that you could think of as is listed on here would be eligible. So it's a really good program. And the rates are pretty decent. The fees are generally around, I'm seeing them around 11.5% to 12%. And they're fixed rate terms. The terms are going to be, depending on how much you're borrowing, the terms are going to start out at potentially 5 years, up to 10 years potentially. There's no prepayment penalty, so as Tootie said earlier, we're not your forever lender. So this program's not going to be, it's going to enable you to access that capital. Maybe 11.5 is higher, but it's potentially a place to start, establish yourself, grow yourselves, and refinance that debt down the road, potentially for longer terms as well. Better interest rate, so there's no prepayment penalty, and the origination fees are going to be pretty, so 2% of the money you're borrowing. So I went over the fixed term. Sorry, I'm not keeping up with my notes over here. So some other requirements, you'll want to be your business should be based out of Oregon, compliance with not have any, if you have any debt to the IRS or state taxes, as long as you are on a payment plan and current, should not be a barrier for you to apply and potentially qualify. And so for those folks that are starting out or don't have access to capital because they need to have a business plan, potentially projections to qualify for the loan, if they had some fluctuation in their sales. I've seen these scenarios where you're an established business, but because of the fluctuations, a lender is willing to see a set of projections. So if you don't know where to start, we do offer that capital readiness assistance at no cost to you. So you would also be able to access loan proposal for those of you thinking about government contracting and preparing for that government. I know there's a, I forgot not a loan proposal, but who in here is in government contracting? The capability statement, that's what I was thinking of. So that's something that you could potentially, I know that you have Apex counselors, but you could also connect with one of our coaches to work with you on the potential projections and loan proposal. And if credit is an issue, we do have free credit counseling and credit building available because that does tend to be a barrier as well. And I'll go into a little more detail about what we require, but we're essentially working with folks in, we've approved some folks in the 500s with extenuating circumstances that were justifiable, and cash flow was strong, collateral was strong, so I just want to say that shouldn't be a barrier. And we also work with folks in the lower 600s, which your typical lender will decline an application if your score is not at I think 680, 690 is what I've been told from most folks these days. And if you're looking to maybe move to a brick and mortar location or a new location, and you want help with, so you're gonna have tenant improvements potentially, but you'd like to have somebody look at your contract, legal services would be a good resource. I've worked with folks that have basically put, they've signed a contract before they had the funding, and so now they're contractually obligated to keep that lease that they potentially can't afford down the road. And so that's where I recommend the legal services to meet with an attorney, have them review the contract, I had a loan that fell through because the terms on the contract were not going to benefit the client. The client was already approved, had a letter of intent to lease. Thankfully, they had an attorney review the contract, and the landlord was just not wanting to renegotiate. So they were very smart for not being on the hook for a 10-year contract, where they were eventually, if the landlord wanted to say, well, you know, you can no longer sell your artwork, it would hinder their sales. So those are some of the uses that I could think would benefit anyone that is potentially thinking about leasing a space or has a lot of tenant improvement that could potentially negotiate. And here's a QR code if you want to inquire about our technical assistance support services. You can send an email to our technical assistance office or scan the QR code. And so we also, like I said, we are a lender. So in addition to the Oregon Relender program, we do offer small microloans, and those are averaging between 7 and 7.5 up to 10.375, and those go up to $50,000, start at $5,000. Our general term loans also we're offering between 11 and 14%, and those can start out at $5,000, go up to $750,000. And our real estate product is something that if you're thinking about purchasing your building, we also have commercial real estate lending for that. So the collateral is something that we do generally ask for, one-to-one collateral. I know that also is a barrier for some folks, but we do offer another program or product that in some situations is eligible for to bridge that collateral shortfall. And a lot of the use of funds for our conventional lending products does allow a lot of the startup capital, equipment purchases, purchasing a business, as well as leasehold improvements, and also debt refinancing, which is something that I'm seeing a bit of in the last 4 months. Is that there are a lot of folks out there that are looking to refinance high interest debt that it really is a cash flow chokehold. And so while that high interest debt is out there, offered there with no underwriting or very little underwriting, in a lot of situations, no collateral, it's a huge barrier for the clients sometimes to keep the doors open. So I'd say if you're wanting to, thinking about a loan or capital down the road, I'd say talk to a loan officer before you even need the funds. And see what your options are. So some of the requirements and things that we look at for folks, startups, established, your typical tax returns, credit report, we look at credit, and for startups, we want to see a business plan, projections as well. So the business plan, that I've seen several where they've paid hundreds and thousands of dollars. And so we do have systems in place that help you put a really nice, robust business plan, whether you're thinking about financing through Business Impact Northwest or another lender in Oregon. You still qualify for the technical assistance support as long as you're getting ready for a loan. And just some of the 5 C's of credit. Has anyone here, I think a lot of folks here have probably heard of the 5 C's of credit, and this is what every typical lender looks at, your character. So when I was talking about the credit earlier, we have worked with folks that have a lower credit score with certain circumstances, got approved and are building their credit. Like I said, we're not your forever lender, but definitely have helped folks navigate that situation. So for capacity, we want to see your experience or experience in the industry, or if a partner has one of the complementary, like running a business and you have the industry experience, we want to see some type of industry knowledge in your business venture. And so the capital as well is something we look at. We want you to have some skin in the game. So no lender generally lends 100%. So we'll want to see that you have some injection, whether it's already an investment that you've invested so far, whether that's buying some of the equipment, paying some of the startup costs, and now you need more to potentially grow your business or launch it. And again, so for collateral, we have some flexibility where others don't. In terms of like the collateral, we will look at taking a second or even a third lien on property if that's available, and UCC filings. And so for conditions, we look at what we'll underwriting looks at is compares to, like, takes your projections, and we use the NIBIS, which is a system that we run industry averages to compare the how far realistic the projections are. And that's it, folks. If you have any questions, I'll be here for the roundtable as well, and happy to answer any questions you might have. Thanks for your time.
Any questions?
I just have one for Samantha.
Catherine.
From Catherine? Oh, I thought it was Samantha.
Samantha wasn't able to make it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Oh.
Does NAF support, does NAF consider marine agriculture as well? Like farming shellfish or farming kelp, for instance?
Yeah, we do consider that
Okay.
form of agriculture. We've funded a few projects that involved sort that area.
Cool.
Oh, yes.
So I was part of that Keep Seagull settlement as well. I think our administrator was OSU. I'm not sure how that went, who administered it, but we did have to take classes from OSU. And was that a one-time thing, or do you guys open that back up, or how is that? I know that because all the money wasn't spent from that Keep Seagull settlement. I mean, I've already received mine, but is there still access to that if you guys open it back up?
In terms of filing
Yes.
it as an individual?
Well, it's our business, yeah.
No, the Keep Seagull reveals that it's settled, and then like all the debt was, how do I say this?
Dispersed?
Yeah, Yeah, it was dispersed to all the claimants that were on the settlement, and the remaining funds were put in the site prey fund, which was rolled into what is now the Native American Agriculture Fund Charitable Trust.
Okay, but
So-
I would still be able to apply for that, right, or not?
Not as an individual, we can only fund directly to 501c3s, CDFIs, educational organizations, or tribes. So we can't fund individuals directly, but through the projects that we fund, there are, depending on what project it is, they'll do re-grants or technical assistance and other forms of projects that help give back to the native farmers and ranchers. So we just can't help individuals directly.
And that one's open till 11:59 p.m. tomorrow?
Yeah.
That's the one that's open.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't qualify for any of this, I was just wondering so it was redirected, the funds were redirected already?
Correct,
Okay.
yeah, so there, yeah, you can't file for that as an individual at this time.
I think if anybody on the panel, or even the Northwest, Casey, even if you want to chime in on this, I think the question earlier was, it had to do with trust lands, and that Native American lands are in trust and held in trust by the Bureau of Indian Affairs, so it's difficult for individuals and tribes to have loans on trust lands. Do you guys have some insights on that can help those questions like he rose earlier?
I'm gonna make a call as soon as I
Yeah,
sit
you-
down from this.
Does
And
any-
I'm
the
gonna
other-
make a couple of calls, and I would like to address it later
Yeah,
in the
sure,
program
absolutely.
today.
What lenders typically do is attach casino earnings or earnings from a tribal business as the collateral rather than trust lands which cannot be attached.
And I can tell you too, I've done BIA guaranteed loans on projects involving trust land. And you can also take a step to create a leasehold interest and then mortgage that leasehold interest. So it's not necessarily the land itself, but it's a right to possess the land should you default.
If you have leases.
Yeah,
that you can
yeah.
get
So you-
grazing or.
Yeah, you create a leasehold and then mortgage the interest in that leasehold versus the land. And that works too.
I'll share that native CFIs are very used to our investments being under collateralized and
Very
we're moving away from anything like a personal guarantee or anything like that to just looking at business assets as part of that collateralization. So being really mindful of just exploitative behavior.
Any other questions?
There's a lot. Yeah.
Awesome, well, thank you so much to our Access Capital panel, shared some very good information with us. Next, we have John Shiraka again, but before we bring on John, sorry, let's give him a round of applause.
Yeah.
Before we continue with John, we're gonna do our first drawing. So this is a drawing for our annual Reservation Economics Summit 2027 event that's hosted in Las Vegas. It's a free registration. What do you want?
That's not the right card.
It's not the All right, Casey Perlman. I will be emailing you the information and details about that. But it has to be used for Res 2027. You have to be here in person to win. And then also you can't transfer it to someone else. So, some limitations with that. All right, John, I think we're ready for you.
I know it's a long day, so I appreciate your time and your participation. As we talked about this morning, if you have questions, please feel free to ask. I'm not going to use the mic. It's okay? No, no. Is you guys okay hearing me? Then they don't have a mic to ask questions.
Some of us are getting older.
So, some of us, including me. Okay, so is that my tape over there? Yeah. Okay, I see it. Okay, perfect. So from this morning, I wanted to touch on a couple of things just so I don't forget and see if there's any follow-up questions. Obviously, we talked about the set-aside programs. We talked about the federal government being the largest buyer of goods and services. The fact that looking at that marketplace to sort of diversify your business makes a lot of sense. The fact that historically the federal government's a great buyer, but also the fact that navigating the federal marketplace is difficult. So we talked about SAM and identifying who's buying what you're selling. It's relatively, historically was difficult, right? And there are systems you can pay for, like Bloomberg and FedMine, and there might even be some freer systems or cheaper systems like BidSpeed that'll help do the analysis. But SAM has improved to the extent that if you put in, a keyword, a NAICS code, a professional services code, it should start analyzing who's buying what you're selling. But then we sort of stop there. I talked about sort of the plurality of the opportunities, what makes a lot of sense. Is it a $1 billion contract or $1 million contracts? That makes more sense for a small business. But then there's how they buy, right? And we'll talk a little bit about the consolidation of the federal marketplace as we see it. Some of the one-off contracts are disappearing. We're seeing government-wide contracts, like what they call a GWAC. Like STARS 3 is a GWAC. That's an 8A vehicle where government buyers can use. OASIS is a government-wide vehicle. These are vehicles that supposedly create efficiencies where contractors can get on this vehicle in day one, and there isn't another on-ramp for another 5, sometimes 10 years. And so what happens is if you don't get on day one, you're left out for the next 5 years or 10 years. And so if the government is buying widgets, or you find out Aberdeen is buying widgets, great. But if they're only using STARS 3 and you missed getting on the on-ramp on STARS 3, well, there's a problem there because you can't get on STARS 3. And they are using STARS 3 to buy widgets. That's not the end of the story. So you can look at who's winning those task orders under STARS 3 and look to partner up with those prime contractors. And the other thing that I'd say is that when you look at the goals that we spoke about this morning, the 5-5-5-3 for the different socio-categories that the federal government has, large prime contractors have the same goals. So when a Deloitte, an SAIC, an AECOM wins a large federal contract, they are looking for subcontractors that are 8A, woman-owned, service-disabled, hub zone, et cetera. So it's not always the end of the story if you can't get in as a prime contractor. Can you find a partner that needs to meet certain goals to help you get your foot in the door? And once your foot is in the door, how many current federal contractors do we have? I think there was a few of them. Okay, let me ask you this question. Of the federal contractors that are in the door, are you prime or sub so far? Prime contractor? How many prime contractors? Okay. With your buying activity, have you ever visited the small business specialist at your buying activity? No. Okay, so that's also really important. So regardless of if you're prime or sub, this is how larger businesses sort of learn the lay of the land and actually a lot of times even help frame the acquisition strategy. So let's say you're at Aberdeen. Let's say you're even a subcontractor. Well, the first thing I would do, and a lot of people don't realize this, is every major activity has a small business specialist assigned to it. What's their job? Their job is to help them meet those goals that I put up this morning, right? So their job is, hey, as a statutory requirement, we're supposed to meet 23% small business in the 5553. And not only that, the large primes that are working at Aberdeen need to have a whole bunch of small business subcontractors. So my job, if I'm the small business specialist for Aberdeen, is who's doing work in this area, who's potentially doing work on this, on the proving grounds, and how do I promote them to get small business contracts, because it'll help me meet my goals. So the number one thing is, if you get a foothold, even if you don't have a foothold, but more importantly, if you have a foothold and experience at an activity, every activity, so for the Department of Defense, every activity like Aberdeen, White Sands, Wright-Patterson, they will have a small business specialist assigned to it. If you're working at one of those places, and every federal agency has a small business office. They used to call them the Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization. More and more they're called Office of Small Business Programs. So if you're working at an agency, even as a subcontractor, and you're not regularly trying to figure out how to meet with the small business specialist, you're missing out sort of on the boat. So that's one leg of the three-legged stool. The other is, when we talked about who's buying what I'm selling, right? SAM, Systems for Award Management, can easily figure that out. Not only that, it can tell you who the contracting officer is and who the program officer or office is, and when that contract is going to expire. Why are those things important? In federal contracting, the money, the funds, and when I ran government contracting at SBA, the funds go to the program office. So to a large extent, the decision-making authority sort of resides in that program office, but the individual that executes the contract or the procurement is the contracting officer. So important to know the contracting officer, because contracting officers oftentimes are also working with the small business specialist to meet those goals. So they know right off the top of their head, wow, we're not meeting 8A goals, we need more 8As. Or I'm getting pressure to use service-disabled, veteran-owned small businesses, so I'm going to work with the small business specialist to get more SDV OSBs. So it's important to identify and work with the contracting officer, but also, and that's where a lot of people just stop. Contracting officer, I'll talk to them. So they forget the small business specialist, and then the money is the program office. So it's important to figure out who the program office is and how you get in front of those folks as well. And historically, contracting officers hide behind, I can't talk to you, it's a contracting function and I can't disclose information. That is utterly untrue. Unless the requirement is issued and on the street and the clock started for the RFP, request for proposal, they can talk to you. The larger firms and the more established firms that are in the agency are actually talking to the acquisition folks, are actually and we work with some of our clients on this, are actually trying to frame the acquisition. They will help them do market research and say, hey, guess what? There's at least 4 or 5 8As that can do this work. Why don't we set this aside for an 8A? And so they're working to frame that acquisition so it's fully normal and allowable to have discussions with the program office, the acquisition office, and the small business office well in advance. And then on sort of who's buying what I'm selling, the other thing, did we have any 8As currently? The other thing that is really important is if it's an 8A and it's a sole source or even a competitive, and the incumbent is graduating from the 8A program, that's the lowest hanging fruit, right? Why? Because number one, they're 8A friendly. Number two, it's a requirement that is coming for rebid, right? So it's coming for rebid in 12, 24, 36 months. And number three, the incumbent can't rebid because they're graduating from the 8A program. Now, ideally, so this leads into this session's discussion, ideally what you might want to offer them is, hey, I have the same experience, why don't we do a joint venture? Like a small to small joint venture. I get your past performance, you get my past performance. We go after this opportunity as a joint venture, and because you're a member of this joint venture, rather than getting 0 because you're out, you can get up to 60% of this work. Because as a joint venture, your minority member to that joint venture can do up to 60% of that work. So that's another strategy with respect to work that is expiring and how you can capture it as a small business, especially if you're in the 8A program. But that works with service disabled. It works if they're, now, remember, hub zone, service disabled, and women-owned, the only way you graduate out of those programs is if you're other than small. It's not like 8A that's a 9-year program. But if they're becoming large, they can mentor you. You can create a joint venture, and they can continue to, bless you, they can continue to do 60% of the work. So it's an ideal way for them to partner up with you. The other thing that I wanted to sort of mention with respect to this morning is just like, I shouldn't say just like, when you look at the set-aside categories, government can't set aside multiple designations. So they couldn't do a set-aside with 8A hub zone women-owned service disabled, like a quadruple set-aside. However, they get quadruple credit. So if you're the unicorn, if you're the women-owned service disabled hub zone 8A, you're super attractive to the contracting officer. They can't do a set-aside with all 4 designations, but if you win and you have all 4 designations, they get $1 million if the contract is $1 million in each of those buckets. So they get quadruple credit. So you become more attractive, right? And so it's important to consider, if you think you qualify for the other categories, to go ahead and apply for those categories. The other one, for hub zone, tribes have a unique exception to the hub zone program. How many tribal organizations do we have? Okay, so this is helpful because in the non-tribal world, in order to qualify for the hub zone program, and it's the only one that's not based on the individual that owns and controls. So, right, 8A, as we spoke this morning, socially and economically disadvantaged. Women-owned, the female has to own and control. Service disabled, the veteran disabled has to own and control. Hub zone is different. There's 2 requirements. Your principal office has to be in a hub zone. A hub zone, there's a map. You go to SBA and put it in a map. And this was the program I was responsible for. And if you ask me what's the algorithm that determines what a hub zone is, I couldn't tell you. The Housing and Urban Development does it. But they look at the economy, they look at unemployment, they look at poverty rates, and then they develop a map that says these are all the hub zones in the United States. So your principal office has to be in a hub zone. And principal office doesn't mean headquarters, it just means where your most employees work. So that's another way of gaming the system. You have 3 employees here, 4 employees here, this one's in a hub zone, move an employee here, now you have the most people working in a hub zone, and boom, you meet criteria number 1. And what else is actually works that way is that if you have project-specific employees, like out at Aberdeen, you can exclude those guys from your calculation. So just look at your non-project located employees. Look at where your total employees are. Wherever the most employees are located, that's your principal office. So as long as your principal office is in the hub zone, you meet criteria number 1. Criteria number 2, 35% of your employees live in a hub zone. Not the same hub zone. They can be any hub zone across the country. And all tribal land is considered hub zone. So 35% of your employees live in a hub zone. And an employee isn't someone that works 40 hours a week. It's someone that works 40 hours a month, right? So a lot of hub zone companies will have interns in college towns that work 40 hours a month that helps them meet the 35% requirement. So there are ways to sort of, I don't want to say game the system because it's the rules, but there's ways to navigate the system to qualify for hub zone. And then if you can say you're 8A hub zone, even though it's an 8A set aside, the agency gets double credit. And then for the tribal organizations, tribes can get into the program with an exception or an exemption. If you're a tribe, you don't have to meet what I just explained, 35% in principal office. If you're a tribe, you can say, I want in on the HUBZone program. And if I ever get a HUBZone set-aside contract, so HUBZone set-aside, not in the last case where I said it was 8A set-aside, and the government got credit because you happen to be a HUBZone. So the tribe can promise that if I ever get a HUBZone set-aside contract, 35% of my employees will either come from the tribal land or the areas around or adjacent to my tribal reservation. So here's the thing. You might be a tribe. You might be in the 8A program. You might have access to the unlimited sole source of $100 million. You have promised the government that you would, if you ever got a HUBZone contract, that you would hire from your tribe and the surrounding areas. You never get a HUBZone set-aside contract. So you've never had to meet that requirement, but you're HUBZone certified. You go out and get a $100 million contract at Aberdeen Proving Grounds. That contracting officer gets a $100 million credit in their 8A category, and they get another $100 million credit in their HUBZone category, all with you just promising that you would meet the HUBZone requirements if you ever got a HUBZone contract. That's another way that tribes leverage the programs to be able to compete more successfully in the federal market landscape. And then the last thing with sort of the tribal organizations, it is so when you look at entering this space, it is really important, and I think it was Ian that was talking about this earlier today, the whole structure of corporate and commercial law. Do you have that? Are you going to establish your tribal 8A organization under tribal authority or state authority? What is the difference and what are the impacts of doing that? You do have to waive sovereign immunity at your 8A applicant organization, not the holding company. So the way we've worked with tribes in sort of strategizing this is under the economic development entity, you'll have a holding company. Under that holding company, you will have your holding company is focused on federal contracting. And then under that holding company, you will have your 8A subsidiaries. And your 8A subsidiaries that are the applicants to the 8A program will have to waive sovereign immunity for government contracting purposes. But you do it at that level. You don't do it one level up or at your SBC or your economic development organization. Let me stop there and see if there's any questions about sort of the subcontracting strategy, teaming up with prime contractors, the market research strategy. Anything so far that raises questions? Yes, sir.
What does the tribal promise look like? Is it a letter? Is it a tribal resolution? Does it come from the tribal government, or does it come from the 8A entity if you wanted to do the subzone?
That's a great question. So what does the tribal promise look like in the application? And that's the really good question, because under the previous, and the SBA has gone through multiple iterations of systems and certified.sba.gov. In the old system, all you had to do was from the government contracting entity, submit a letter, say I promise, and then you check the tribal exception, and it was fine. As the new systems evolved, that disappeared. So it became a much more manual process where the system didn't allow that. You had to sort of apply and then engage with the SBA HUBZone office, let them know you were a tribal entity and that you wanted to take benefit of the exception. The latest system hasn't really evolved any further, but the notification or that quote-unquote promise comes from the tribally owned entity. Yes, applicant entity. And so to that point, what SBA wants to see as you go down the chain of command from the council to the economic development entity to the holding company to the applicant, they want to see that the tribe owns and controls all the way down. So what does that mean? That means that the council appoints, and this is almost always the case, the board of the economic development entity, right? That's pretty standard. They're tribal members or tribal council members, et cetera. It further means that either that board can be replicated at the holding company, or the economic development entity appoints the board of the holding company. But they have to be majority tribal members, not council members, not on the board of the SBC or the SBDC, but they have to be tribal members. And then ultimately, all this is owned 100% structurally by the tribe. Ultimately, the 8A applicant, day-to-day management can be from an outsider as long as you have a management development plan. So it can be from an outsider, but the day-to-day manager has to work at the discretion of the board, which is majority controlled by tribal members. And the 8A applicant can actually have minority investors as long as the tribe owns 51%. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and do you document that with a management contract? Is that how you prove that you have a?
Yes, so either through a management contract or through your operating agreement at the holding company and your operating agreement at the applicant company, right? So your operating agreement could say that the board assigns, and yes, yeah. And they have the discretion to hire and fire so-and-so, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So a lot of our tribes don't have a corporate charter that successes like our, that supersedes a lot of our procurement, right? So how would that apply all the way down? They would have to revamp all of that?
So here's the thing. When your tribe applies for the program, the SBA is going to want to see, one, the tribal constitution or the tribal bylaws, right? The authorities for quote-unquote economic development, and any documentation if your Section 17 or your economic development entity has been structured and approved by the Department of Interior. As far as the actual tribal code around corporate law or company law, you can always establish your for-profit entity under state law or regulation, right? There is not a requirement that you establish your for-profit entity under tribal corporate law. A lot of tribes prefer that, obviously, but there's no requirement. We have a lot of clients, tribal clients, that will establish their for-profit under the state LLC regs. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. Yeah. Any other questions so far? Okay. And then the other thing that I just wanted to touch base on, and we'll start talking about mentor-protege and joint venture, because I think it's really important in this environment, is the authorities with respect to how a set-aside occurs. So we just talked about sort of walking through and helping the government buyer create an acquisition strategy that's beneficial to you, right? Obviously, it's got to be a win-win. You want to make the government understand that, setting this aside for an 8A or a woman-owned or a service-disabled or a small business can be beneficial to them. So there's a win on that side. Obviously, you're trying to create a strategy where it limits competition for you so you can be successful. But the underlying authority and rationale for that is the rule of two. So the rule of two in the Federal Acquisition Regulation states that if there are two or more small businesses that can provide the service or product at a reasonable price, it's not the best price, at a reasonable price, then the product or service shall, and it's not a may, shall be set aside. So in government speak, that says if there are two or more small businesses, you have to set this aside. Now, given the current environment, there isn't a whole bunch of small business specialists that are overseeing this. Given the current environment, my old office used to have what we called procurement center representatives, PCRs, that policed buying activities. So if you kept, you responded to a source's sought, and that's how government identifies potential bidders, right? You respond to a source of sought. You know that 3 other 8As or 3 other small businesses that are qualified responded to it, and then it ultimately doesn't get set aside. Historically, what I would do is I'd go to that small business specialist that was covering that buying activity. I'd go to the SBA PCR. I would raise objection that says, look, we know this should have been set aside. It did not. Because everything that does not get set aside technically has to be signed off by the SBA. So if a requirement for computers at Aberdeen doesn't get set aside, they go full and open, technically there should be a file that documents the market research that says, I checked, there wasn't 2 or more small businesses, and by the way, because of that, I sent this package to the SBA PCR. They signed off the Form 2579, so I'm okay not setting this aside. And 9 out of 10 times that doesn't happen. 9 out of 10 times if you reach out to, if you reach out to the PCR or the small business specialist, they can help push back. So, but again, given the current environment and the loss of staffing and the loss of oversight, it's a little bit more tricky in this environment to sort of keep agencies accountable to the rule of 2. But that exists, that's the regulation, that's the law. Any questions around that as far as acquisition strategy, market research, identifying opportunities, pursuing opportunities? No? Yeah? Yes? Anything in particular?
Probably pursuing, finding.
Okay. Yeah, I think so. So look, pursuing and finding the opportunities. Once you do your research, like your top 5, the next question is drill down and figure out which contracts are expiring in the next 12, 18, 24 months. Once you identify that, then drill down and figure out who's the contracting officer, who's the program officer, and who's the small business specialist. Once you identify that, it's how do I get in front of these guys, right? So every larger buying activity usually has an industry day. So if your top 5 are Aberdeen, Wright-Patterson, and White Sands, I want to know when their industry day is because I want to have a one-pager. Someone talked about a one-pager and past performance and your quals. I want to have my quals ready to go based on my research, right? I just did this research and I knew these 10 contracts that were expiring. My quals are going to match this research. I'm going to find out when they're doing industry day or small business day, and I'm going to show up and I'm going to try and meet with the contracting officer in the program office. And then I'm also going to meet with the small business specialist and tell them I know these are expiring and this is why I'm qualified to do this. And then not to plug Res, but if Res has that agency there and they're doing matchmaking, or the HubZone Council Conference, or the National 8A Conference, then I want to be in front of those too. And I know it takes a long time, and it takes a long time to develop these relationships, but it really is sort of building on that relationship. And especially, so for you guys that raised your hands, especially if you have a foothold at an agency, really leverage and scale on that. Scale on those relationships. Hey, I'm already here. I'm doing this great work, and I know these things are coming up for renewal, and I'm highly qualified for this work. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay, so any other questions so far? Okay, so mentor-protege. So we talked about sort of the challenges of entering the federal marketplace, especially, you know, tribes can enter without the past performance. They can go in without the 2 years of performance. Even if you're a small business and you have the 2 years, or you get the exception or the exemption for the 2 years, how do you get your foothold in there? And certainly what we just discussed, who's buying what I'm selling, how they're buying it, great. Do all that homework, start working on that. But see if you can identify a partner or a mentor. And why? Why would a mentor want to work with you? So we just talked about a graduating 8A, or we just talked about a graduating small business. That's one example. 8A is graduating. They can't bid on 8A contracts anymore. They want a new nascent 8A to partner up with so that the contract can go to them and they can continue to do more of the work. Now your mentor can bring to you, and if you go apply to the official SBA Mentor Protege program, it's a 3+3 program. So you can only have 2 mentors in your entire lifetime as a small business. Tribal 8As, each entity can have 2. So you can have 2 for this 8A, 2 for this 8A, 2 for this 8A. It's better. Individual companies, you can only have 2 mentors. It's a 3+3 program, so 6 years. You can do it at the same time, or you can do 6 + 6, so a total of 12 years. Be very careful with selecting your mentor. There are 5 areas, and I don't know if this is a slide or not. This isn't. There are 5 areas your mentor can bring assistance to you, right? So what I always tell our clients is, you know you want to get into federal contracting. Do a gap analysis. But for the following, I could get into federal contracting. I have a lack of capacity to be aware of who's buying what I'm selling. I have a lack of capacity on being able to bid on this work. I have a lack of capacity with respect to the networks that I need and the relationships that I need to be able to be successful in the federal marketplace. I have all those things, but I don't have financial capacity or bonding capacity to be able to do large construction projects. I have that, but I don't have implementation experience or capacity. So do a gap analysis. Figure out what it is that you feel you really need. Because a lot of times, I've seen mentors and proteges get together just on a requirement that they're trying to pursue. Right? They're like, oh, well, this 8A is expired. This 8A contract is expiring. Let's get together. We'll do an MPA. Under that mentor-protege agreement, we'll create a joint venture. And we'll talk about what that means. It's a separate legal entity. We'll create this joint venture. That joint venture will go get the work, and we'll split the work 40-60. Great, you got 1 contract. But that's 1 mentor gone already. You only get 1 more. So you want to make sure that your mentor really fills in some of the gaps that you've identified. And when you apply to the mentor-protege program, the application is actually pretty simple. It's a template, and then there's a chart. And the chart says, what do you want out of these instances? And you don't have to fill out every box. You might want contracting assistance or financial assistance, or you might want BD, business development assistance. You can pick and choose. When we're advising proteges, we always say be very specific, right? Exactly what do you need? I need an accounting system. I need a business development system. I need proposal assistance. I need bonding capacity. Be very specific and set out the time frame, right? So in the first year of the MPA, I'm going to get X, Y, and Z. In the second year, this is going to happen. And then you report to the SBA every year with progress against the MPA. So be very specific. When we're on the other side of the fence and we are advising mentors, we're like, well, you might want to be a little bit vague because you have to demonstrate that you provided this assistance, and it's going to go to the SBA, and the SBA is going to want to see that you're a good mentor. So if you're a little bit vague and you can kind of finagle your reports annually, you're going to look good on your reports. And the truth is somewhere in the middle, right? You want it specific enough so you can get the assistance that you need, but you want to be able to tell the SBA you're doing good work every year and the mentor is providing assistance. I have seen these end up in court all the time, and we do expert witness work too. I've seen them end up in court all the time where the mentor either takes over and goes rogue and runs the whole organization and doesn't provide any assistance, or even sometimes the opposite. The protege is like, great, I got your past performance and experience. I don't need you anymore. I'm going to go do this work myself. So it's like a marriage. Get to know each other, maybe do some prime contract, subcontract work in advance. Get to know each other before you get into a mentor-protege agreement. But really the critical part, it's a template. The critical part is that assistance chart. What am I going to get? How am I going to get it? What's going to be the time frame? And you have to report on it. Now, once you have your MPA approved, your mentor can be small or other. SBA always calls it other than small, large. If your mentor is large, why would they want to assist you? Because you can create a joint venture under that MPA. So a joint venture is just a new legal entity where the protege owns 51% and controls. Remember how when you applied for the 8A program, you had to show that you owned and controlled? This is the same thing. When you have a mentor-protege agreement, let's say your mentor is Lockheed Martin. They own 49%. Tribal 8A owns 51%, or 8A or SDVOSB owns 51%. They have to own and control. So no unanimous consent provisions, right? When the protege owns and controls, that JV, that new legal entity, takes the designation and size of the managing member. So in this case, you have a joint venture, 49% Lockheed Martin, 51%, let's say Tribal 8A. That JV becomes a Tribal 8A. Now, as a Tribal 8A, that joint venture can go out and get a $100 million contract. And Lockheed, because of the regulations and the allowability, can do up to 60% of the work. So that's why a Lockheed, an AECOM, an SAIC, a Deloitte is interested in partnering and or mentoring small businesses. Sometimes it's out of the philanthropy of their heart, but oftentimes it's out of being able to do 60% of a small business set aside, right? And there's a lot of provisions to protect the small business, again, so your mentor doesn't go rogue. Own and control, no unanimous consent provisions. Any project managers assigned at the joint venture level have to be the employees of the managing member, so the tribe or the SDVO or the hub zone. And day-to-day control has to be really in the hands of the protege. So a lot of times, a lot of folks are like, well, I want Lockheed or Deloitte or AECOM. Number one, mentors can only have 3 proteges at any given point. So unlike proteges where you can have 2 in your lifetime, mentors can have 3, but they can roll in and out of those. So one goes through the 6 years, another one can come in, so they can roll in and out. However, a Lockheed, with all their subsidiaries, wholly owned subsidiaries, et cetera, all together can only still have 3. So they're super selective, right? It's usually someone they've worked with decades, know them, they have a huge relationship, so it's very selective. From my perspective, if you have that sort of relationship, great, use that as one, if you can. For your other, it should be someone that's been in your shoes. Right? If you are an 8A, you want to find a graduated 8A that was super successful, or a graduated women-owned small business that was able to run, because Lockheed is going to assign you what they call an SBLO, Small Business Liaison Officer. That person hasn't run, I mean, they're probably good at what they do because they work for Lockheed. That person hasn't run a small business, made payroll, done BD, managed your operations, growth, any of those things, right? So if one of your mentors is someone who's been in your shoes and has been successful, from my perspective, that's a huge win. The other one, if you can get an AECOM, a Lockheed, one of those guys, great. But it should, from my perspective, it should be someone that has been through your shoes. Now, as far as why does the joint venture become super competitive, because not only does it get your designation as an SDVO or a woman-owned or a hub zone or a Tribal 8A, so it inherits the designation of the managing member, the 51% owner, but it inherits the past performance of both members to the JV. So now you have a Tribal 8A that has not only your past performance, but it has the past performance of Lockheed, SAIC, Deloitte. So why wouldn't the government give that joint venture a $100 million sole source? Because they know it's backed up by Lockheed or Deloitte or SAIC. So that's why they become highly competitive. And in today's world of seeing like broader requirements that are consolidated, they're larger, they're more complex, joint ventures are actually winning more and more work in today's world. Now, some would argue, well, wait a second, that means joint ventures win, but 60% of the work is going to other than small. That is true. And the Hill is concerned about how much small business work is really going to small business. And they're looking to sort of analyze this program. But given the circumstances, so even the SBA was looking to limit the participation of joint ventures on larger contracts. My pushback was, listen, this is the only way contracts are getting larger and more complex. If you want to change anything, change that. Like reduce the size of, but if you're going to allow contracts to get larger and more complex, the only way that small businesses can play in this world is if they do a joint venture and a mentor-protege agreement and inherit the past performance of the large companies. Otherwise, it just can't be competitive on these large contracts. You had a question. Yes, ma'am.
And that's what I was gonna, reiterate. I mean, we have a joint venture, but on a, smaller scale. But we're not seeing any profit in our small business sector of our tribe because the joint venture is getting the lion's share right off the top. So, I mean, even, that's why it's so hard for tribes to build. I mean, like we tell the federal, we are the federal government. Why do we have to go through the state? They're the same as us. When we report to the feds, they're the same. Why does the tribe have to go and do a SBA with, the state? We're the same as them. They're not higher than us or lower than us. We're the same, a federal government. I'm not speaking on some of the tribes here that are placed by executive order. I'm talking as a confederated tribe that we're treaty tribes. We have a government-government relationship with the federal government, and they're still making the treaty they're still making the treaty tribes do what the executive order tribes have to do. No. It's really hard to break into that economic development when you're a treaty tribe, more so because they're red tape, but asking us to go to the state is, how would I say this? I mean, where do we gain that trust? It's like, you have a trust responsibility to us.
I'm not sure I understand the requirement to go through the state for federal contracting.
Yeah, we have, I mean, the way our corporate charter is.
Okay.
I mean, then they say, oh no, we can't, you have to work with them. No, they're the same as us.
Okay.
We don't understand where you're redirecting us.
Yeah.
You just need to honor the treaty that is written. And our corporate charter falls underneath our treaty. We're self-governance. We're not placed by executive order where they can give an order to an executive order tribe, and that's fine. They have to do that, but we don't. And that makes it very, very complex. It makes it very, very disheartening to, like I said, we're in it right now, but our tribe ain't making money. It's more like a third party. We're like a third party to our own business.
Yeah. And that's really important. So when you think about, this happens a lot, especially even with small businesses, but to a large extent with tribal organization. When you look at and you put on sort of your business hat, because a lot of things are sort of business decisions as well, like how you structure things. One is it required or are there certain restrictions with respect to how we structure this, number one, so to your issue. But even number two, when you look at getting into these relationships, ultimately the only thing oftentimes that flows back to the tribe is the profits that are left at the JV. Unless, because a lot of times it's not an employment program because they're going to go out and hire the most qualified IT, cybersecurity. They want to win. They want to compete against Deloitte, KPMG, et cetera. They're going to go out and hire those guys. So a lot of times it's not an employment program. What gets left behind is the profits that can then flow back to the economic development entity that can be used for education, health, housing, et cetera, right? But if you're looking, sorry, I went over the line. But if you're looking at the business economics of it, it's really important to make sure it makes sense for you. Because when you look at a joint venture, you might have a revenue of $100 million up here, right? Take that $100 million. Of the work that so the joint venture, which is let's say a tribal 8A and AECOM, the joint venture doesn't even have to do 100% of that $100 million. They can subcontract $50 million out, right? So now $50 million is left, top level. Of that $50 million, $60 million can be done by your mentor. So what is that, 30, 50, 60, that's 30 million gone. So now you have 20 million left, right? Of that 20 million, how much profits do you really get out of that 20 million? And then that has to flow back to your 8A, then your 8A people get paid, then that ultimately flows back to your economic development entity. So you have to look at the math behind it. I mean, these all make sense. They're big dollar amounts here, but you have to look at the math behind it to see if the profits are flowing back to the community. And that's ultimately the intent of the program is, are the profits and benefits flowing back to the community? Because it's not sort of a jobs program. A lot of times it's not. You can be. You can say, you know, over time to, I forget who talked, 2 minutes, 3 minutes already? Okay, so a lot of times, you know, with the management development plan, for example, you can have an outside manager, but you're supposed to say we're going to develop tribal members to be the managers over the next 9 years. So you can do that, but you have to be able to capture the profits that flow to economic development. So I'm sorry, you had a follow-up.
Yeah, just to follow up with that, or like to piggyback that, I guess, but you did say somewhere in there that we could, like our tribe should be able to have that record, right? Say like we the joint venture, and the joint venture, or you know, the whatever he leaves, do we still get that score with the federal government? Do we still get to have that shoe in when we go to apply for another contract or grant?
Yes.
Would that credit our tribe?
It should. So you're saying as far as performance? Yes. So anytime that you participate, even for small businesses, and that's an important question, even for small businesses, used to be like I was a subcontractor or I was a joint venture partner. I got this experience, but I can't use it. It's like the chicken and the egg. You need the past performance. It's like, where do I get past performance? You don't have past performance, you can't work on government contracts. So when you do, they change that rule. When you're a subcontractor, and that's why for small businesses, subcontracting is the entrance into the federal marketplace. The prime contractor has to give you a past performance reference that the government has to accept as past performance on federal contracts. Similar with joint ventures. The joint venture work that you do can be used by the tribe or the parent to that joint venture as past performance for future contracting opportunities. Even though you're not the joint venture, you're a member of the joint venture, right? And you own part of the joint venture. Correct. Correct. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Just a real quick one on acquiring and graduating 8As.
Oh, good one.
Tribe acquires a graduating 8A.
That's a great strategy.
Turn it into a brand new 8A.
Yeah, so that's a great strategy.
Keep all their capabilities.
Yeah, so tribes oftentimes, they can enter with a shell company, we talked about this morning, and they can grow it organically. But that's going to take 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 years to grow it organically, right? So they can do an acquisition. Now there's 2 ways of doing an acquisition. One is where you get a second bite at the apple, but it's really complex and really difficult, and there's a lot of questions, legalities. In order to get a second bite at the apple, if you're buying a graduated 8A, you have to technically merge it with your new 8A, right? And then by statute, all contracts are terminated for convenience at the discretion of the government if the individual or the original qualifying 8A applicant is no longer there. So by statute, as soon as you transition this from here to here, all those contracts are supposed to be terminated for convenience. You can ask for a waiver from the administrator of the SBA. The only person that can sign that waiver is the administrator of the SBA. And that can take, under this administration, I don't think it'll get done, but that can take 12, 14, I mean, we've worked on some that have taken 24 months, 0. So real quick, we've worked on some that have taken 24 months. So that process is really complex. The other process is, I have an 8A, it's about to graduate. It was based on Samantha's designation. Samantha's gone, I'm replacing it with a tribe. It's just another disadvantaged individual that happens to be a tribe. That's called a change of ownership. You don't get another 9 years. You only get the balance of the time. But why do you care as a tribe? Because you're going to take all that experience, move it slowly over to 8A number 3. Then you're going to take those contracts, move it slowly to 8A number 4. So that process doesn't need the administrator's approval. It can be approved at the program office level. A lot of times some advisors say, just throw the application in and just move forward. Who cares? The SBA is never going to get to it. I didn't say that to you as legal advice, but that's the process as well. So the change of ownership process, and I'm happy to talk you through that because that's a much more streamlined way to acquire graduating 8A and leverage your entrance into the federal marketplace. Yeah, absolutely. That's a great strategy. Thank you. I appreciate your time. Thank you, guys. Thank you, National Center.
Even with that? Even with that? Okay. All right, cool. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay? All right, great. Well, thanks for sticking around for what we want to share with you folks. As Kaya mentioned, SCORE is a national organization of volunteers. Most of our people are people like myself who have retired from business. Some people are still part-time in business. Some people are still actively running a business and still working as mentors. The key thing with SCORE mentors is we're basically all people that have a lot of business experience, a business background, and enjoy sharing our knowledge with people and helping them find their way into the business environment. So there are, let's see, what do we got here? It's all volunteers, I mentioned. Everything we do as far as mentoring is at no cost. It's all free. There are some online webinars that have small fees, but the main sweet spot of what we do at SCORE is we just help people one-on-one to navigate the world of business and find their way if they're either starting a business or wanting to grow it as well. Everything we do is private and confidential, and there's no limit on the amount of help that we give people. Another slide illustrates the point that I've heard mentoring mentioned on a number of occasions here today. It's very valuable for anybody in business. And one of the stats is that if people receive 3 or more hours of business mentoring, they have a much higher likelihood of succeeding in business than just trying to go in on their own. So one thing with I did some math. We have about 50 mentors in our Central Oregon chapter, which also includes the Eugene area and Southern Oregon. And I think collectively we probably have about 1,000 years of business experience. So there's a lot to bounce off of mentors to be really helpful to people. Next slide. And it says there nationwide, there are about 8,000 mentors working with SCORE. What we do, by the way, we meet with somebody, and if there's an area of expertise where one of our mentors doesn't feel like they totally know everything they need to know about to maybe help you, we partner with and we connect with other mentors around the country and bring other people in who may have an area of expertise that first mentor may not have. But the initial connection is very valuable, just to be able to bounce things off of people and get a good starting point. That's just some quick statistics from a recent year, 2024, in the state of Oregon, how many new businesses we help start and the number of mentors we have here in the state. Our chapter, we have a chapter in Portland as well. And as I mentioned, the services we have include workshops, webinars. It mentions their templates and other documents. One of the real valuable tools that I use a lot, we have like pre-populated Excel templates to help a business figure out and project. If you're looking at getting loans, you definitely need to have projections and figure out that kind of stuff first, and our mentors can definitely help with that sort of thing. And a couple other things I wanted to note about our mentors before I introduce our presenter here. Also, business plans. We can help anybody prepare a business plan. Some of the lenders will send people to SCORE to get a business plan put together if they're looking at getting into lending. So that's about it. I would do a little quick other graphic. You can see that people come to SCORE for many, many different reasons, and with our background and level of experience, we can help just about anybody navigate the business world. So Kaya asked us at SCORE to prepare a marketing presentation, and I want to introduce one of our very trusted providers of digital marketing services here in the area is Tom Szymanski with Mansky Media, and I asked him to come and do an overview presentation about the basics of marketing, and I think you'll really enjoy it. And anyway, look forward to helping any of you. Oh, by the way, I did bring some of our brochures. If you want to pick up a brochure out front, this tells you how to access mentoring if you'd like to seek that out for yourself. Okay? Tom, come on up. I think they want you to use this for, yep. Yeah. Are you hooked up?
Yep.
All right, okay, good. Oh, here's the clicker too.
All right.
Cool.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It is very quiet in here, which I don't like. I am not a quiet person. I am usually pretty loud, but I'm also in the marketing world. That's kind of our job, is to make things stand out. So just so I kind of get an understanding of who I'm talking to here, show of hands, who here is what John, I believe, the last presenter was talking about? Who's more government contract type individual? You're going after that kind of stuff. Okay. Who in here is small business or solopreneur looking at starting a business? We got 1, 2, and the rest of you who didn't raise your hands, you're going to stand the rest of the time. So let me hear, sir, what do you do?
Breathe.
That is a good start. Okay.
I'm a tribal elder, retired, and I'm on the advisory, tribal member advisory committee for some national tribal market.
So you are the person making sure people don't do stupid things, right? They do the right stuff. You're going to give advice. You're going to try. Okay, I like it. The reason I care is when it comes to marketing and developing a marketing plan, it all comes down to knowing your audience, which we'll get into in a minute. But first thing I was thinking about, I think it was last week or the week before, I went through subscriptions that I had both personally and for our business, software subscriptions in particular, or app subscriptions. Show of hands in here, who thinks they probably have some subscriptions that they're paying for every month to an app, to a thing like Netflix, or paying for things you don't need? Show of hands. Okay, most of us. And as I was doing that, I realized this is a lot of money. And especially for us, because we are a marketing agency, so we have a lot of different softwares we have to use for video production, for software development, for all kinds of stuff. And as I started tallying it up and realizing, oh, I have 5 extra seats to Adobe that I don't need, that $100 a pop. We're spending $500 a month on something that we don't need to be spending money on. And I started realizing, oh my gosh, I'm over $1,000 a month that I'm throwing away right now as a business because of the fact that I'm not paying attention to all these things. But then I realized the reason I'm spending all that extra money is because the marketing got me in to try it out. And I was like, oh, this is a cool software, or this is a cool new AI tool or bot or whatever it is, something shiny, and it made me think I'm going to be able to do it better. And so as I started thinking that through even further, I had a client of mine come to me who had been with us for a while, and we just sent him a report on how all of his marketing endeavors were doing online, and showed him just amazing numbers. Like, the amount of business he generated off of it was insane. And I'm sitting there going like, this guy is gonna be ecstatic. And he had called and said, yeah, let's sit down, just kind of do a review and kind of see how things are going. He sits me down and goes, all right, that all sounds awesome. I'm switching to this other big mega national company. And I ask him, why? And he goes, well, because they have all these dashboards and all these things that they do, and it connects to this and this and this and this. And I go, how's that help you? And he goes, well, it's gonna be better. And I go, how's it gonna be better? He's like, you know, it's got things that you're not doing right now. I was like, okay, cool. There's some things we're not doing. Are they doing this, 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 this? I don't know. We'll figure it out. And so it got me thinking, and so I brought up, this is one of our cameras, kind of our standard go-to. The AV guy might fight with me whether it's better than his cameras or not, because the Sony FX3, those are Canons. In this world, you fight over it. But this is about, when it's all the stuff set up on it, it's about a $6,000 to $8,000 camera once it's all rigged out. And he's back there talking trash now, I see it. But that's a pretty darn good camera. It does some amazing things. This exact camera has been used for major motion pictures. If you've ever seen the movie The Creator, that was all filmed on this camera. Just a bunch of stuff added to it. But then I got this. Which one of these is going to help me market my business better and do a better job marketing it? My phone? Is that what everyone? Show of hands, is it the phone? Is it the camera? The answer is neither. Doesn't matter.
Oh, that was a trick question.
Ha! Gotcha. It was a trick question because it doesn't matter what your shiny tool is. It all matters about who you're trying to reach and your messaging. Because it doesn't matter if it's got all these bells and whistles or if it's, you know, something that you can use yourself. If you don't know what you're doing with it, it's still going to be garbage. So, we're going to look at a few things today. If this works. Down button next. Okay. So we're going to kind of look at how marketing works. Marketing is an ecosystem. It is not just one shiny tool that you need that will work. But one thing I do like to showcase on this is actually the very cleaned up version of my original slide, because I had lines going everywhere. Like, it was, you couldn't make out anything. It was just, when we're looking at marketing, there's not one single thing you do that is the right thing to do. But one thing that is pretty universally true is your website's the center. So one thing that we will focus on the technical side is have a killer website. I don't care what industry you're in, whether you're a government contractor, solopreneur, you know, tribal elder, make sure that your guys' company, your organization has a great website, because anything and everything you do nowadays, marketing related, funnels to your website. So, I have people all the time come in and be like, I've got a website, it's fine. It has, I use the AI builder on GoDaddy and it put together a website for me. I've got that, it's taken care of. Well, if it looks like garbage, that's what it says about your business. And how you present yourself and how you make yourself look online speaks volumes. So website is the #1 tool you have that is working for you 24/7, 365, some years 366, and it is your best employee you have. So one big business tip that I've heard over and over and over, take care of your employees. Treat your employees well. Pay a good employee what they're worth, and maybe then some if you can. Treat your website like an employee. Put money into it. Do it right. Don't let it get out of date and fall apart. So as far as tools, that's the only one I want to talk about today, as far as like really spend a lot of time, energy, and money on, is make sure your website is great. Nowadays, the way websites work is very different than it used to be. It's very much about having quick, easy to read. Bullet points, headlines are key. Photo, video. People will watch videos substantially more than read any text. So we've seen, and studies show it's a 70% increase in time spent on your website if you have a video on it. So when I'm working with a client, about 95% of the time, we put a video front and center on their website very early that talks about who they are, what they do, how they do it, because nobody's going to read. They're going to skim, maybe catch a few headlines, maybe a paragraph here or there that they might read, but for the most part, they don't care. They're lazy. We live in a social media, hyper stimulated society that is next thing, next thing, next thing. And if you can get 3 seconds out of somebody, that's a win. If you can get them to 7 seconds, you killed it. So when we're looking at developing a plan and trying to keep people on your website, having something that they can engage with that allows them to not think too much, but just watch and listen, and especially if you put closed captioning on it, it helps, because they can watch the video, they can read and listen all simultaneously. For everybody who has extreme ADHD nowadays, it's how you grab them. So with the marketing ecosystem, anything and everything you do is connected. Whether we're talking about social media posts, social media ads, Google ads, SEO, AEO, if we're talking about print, if we're talking about mailers, we're talking about graphics on your vehicles. It doesn't matter what it is, it's all connected. And so there's not one single silver bullet that anybody should do for their marketing plan. I have people all the time like, I'm gonna just switch to this company, they do SEO, and I'm gonna kill it. It's like, no, that's not how it works. You gotta kind of do a bit of everything. So with that, let's kind of dive in a little bit more to the marketing journey. And this is something that's hard to really dive into every aspect of it because there's so many layers of everything, but I want to start with, the journey starts with a need, know, like, trust, ready, buy. That's kind of the flow, and we'll go into each one of those, what it means, and the different components of your marketing strategy and what's incorporated. But number one is need, and I think I heard somebody talking about it briefly earlier, and you have to establish what your target customer's need is before you can sell anything to them. So when we're determining their need, what does this kid need right now? Probably a cookie or a nap, something like that. But you got to determine what their need is. And so there's really two needs when it comes to marketing. There's either a pain point or a pleasure point. You're selling to one or the other. Is it something that isn't working, something that's negatively impacting them, such as, let's say your house flooded. You're in a pain point of, I am now out of a living situation, my house is destroyed, my life is turned upside down, so that's your pain. But we could also sell to someone like escape to a paradise on Hawaii and lay on the beach with all this water, and that's a pleasure. We can sell to either one, and that is most people buy based on pain or pleasure. And so whenever we're developing a marketing strategy, the first thing we have to figure out is, number one, what is it that our product or service is, and how does it meet the pain that our desired customers have, or their pleasure point? Because it's got to be one or the other. If you're just saying, hey, I have this widget that's really cool, you need to buy it, if they don't have a need for it, why are they going to buy it? It doesn't make any sense. So I always stop and I go, okay, what are the pain points that your client has or your customer has? What are your solutions to it? How do you fix it? People don't want just your stuff. They want you to fix or make things better. And this is what your service is. This is the number one spot that I have business owners really get lost and get stuck and in their own way, is they think it's all about their product, their service. Everybody's going to want what I offer because it's amazing. Well, who cares what you offer if it's not fixing a problem or making someone's life better? They don't want it just because you love it. You're not the one buying it. They are. So you have to stop and go, is this the need of my client or customer? And how does this solve that problem? And then I get some interesting responses when I ask like new clients, hey, what are the benefits to your client for your product or service? And a lot of times it'll be like, oh, well, it does this, it does this, it does. No. How is their life now better because of your product or service? If you can't answer that, then it's not going to entice them, because who cares if it can do all these things if it's this, which is shiny and flashy and big and all kinds of tools and gadgets and things on it that are awesome if you know how to use them, versus this one, they can actually take photos and videos themselves. They can actually create something themselves and not have to, if you see the AV guy back here, have 800 cables and all kinds of tech and stuff that you have to have specialty training on. Okay, so if you can do it off of your phone and you can show someone how, like, hey, my solution to your pain point is now going to allow you to do all these things. Here's how your life is improved because of this. And I could go on and on and on, and I know time doing these presentations always flies by much faster than I expect. So I'm going to keep moving into know. So in the sales cycle, there's a couple of key components that everybody kind of goes through psychologically. They do business with someone they know, like, and trust. Knowing is kind of the top of a marketing funnel. If you've ever seen a marketing funnel, it usually is like brand awareness, recognition, exposure. These are where tools like social media ads really come into play. They're a great way to get your name out there. And then from there you have, whether it's a billboard, a mailer, it's TV, radio, whatever it is, the first thing it's trying to do is get people to know who you are. Because people do business with someone they know, they like, and they trust. If your pipe breaks at your house and you're like, shoot, what do I do? And you instantly go to Google, who are you going to go with? Chuck with the truck, or Central Oregon Disaster Restoration, or some other name that's a big name that you know, and you can be like, I know these guys. I've never heard with Chuck with the truck, and I don't trust him. I've actually done some TV commercials using that kind of play. It was great. I'll show them to you later. But it is something that people go with the name that they know, because why would they go with someone who's just like some name never heard of when there's someone they already know? So that's the number one challenge, is getting people to know you. And it's one of those areas that everyone, especially like service providers in particular, are really notorious for saying things like, I just live off of word of mouth. That's where I get all my business. It's word of mouth. Everybody knows me, they refer me. And that's how my business grows, that's part of this process, but it depends on how much you're trying to grow and scale, whether or not that's going to be sustainable. So getting people to know you is important, and this is where you have to spend money, and you may not see it back right away. That is one of those things that when it comes to marketing, it is oftentimes an investment. So you have to plan on, I'm going to have to spend some money. Done right, and if you're good at what you do, then it'll make you money in the long run. But it is an investment that you have to spend money on. So you're done taking your picture. Cool. All right. Getting people to like you. This is usually the hardest part because business owners get so wrapped up in their product or service, and they're like, oh, everyone's going to like it. Why? If you can't go back to their pain point or pleasure and you're just going straight to I have this product and service that's awesome, then they're not going to like it. That doesn't make them like you. So this is where things like social media become really impactful. So if we're talking tools to use, getting people, once they know you, to like you is easiest done on social media, or depending on your budget, if you have an actual advertising budget or you are in, something where you're getting grants or whatever it is to be able to get exposure, this is the best time to get people to like you. We've done entire campaigns that are just to make people like a business. We don't want any kind of conversion. We don't want a next step. We just want them to go, these guys are great. I really like them. They make me smile like that dog. But social media is a great way to do it. Stay connected, stay in front of people, let them know who you are, what you do, and the most important thing that a lot of business owners forget, why. Start with why. There's a ton of business books out there that are all just start with why. They're talking about developing your why. Read those books because they help, and people connect with a why. Why do you do this? Why does this matter? Why is this going to be better for you, more beneficial for you? And it helps you just kind of stay connected. The other part of liking someone is if you like someone, you actually hang out with them, you're around them, you stay in connection, in relationship with them. And so we want to make sure we're using things like social media. Email marketing is another great tool for this component because you can stay in front of people that like you and keep them in relationship. So trust. Trust is the hardest thing to gain and the easiest thing to lose. And so this is one where I always like to reinforce, do your job right. If you want people to trust you, follow through, communicate, answer your phone, respond to emails, respond to text messages. If someone asks you to do something and you say yes, you do it, and if you can't, you communicate that you can't, why you can't, and when you will, okay? You've got to build trust with people. You break it, they're gone. You don't have them as a customer anymore. Odds of getting a customer back with broken trust is very limited. And so this is where following up on your systems and the leads coming in or whatever it is, it's important and it matters and it'll make a dramatic impact on any business, especially small business. So again, one thing I didn't touch on, proof is, when I say proof, we're talking like social proof. This is things like Google Ads or reviews, social reviews, getting client testimonials, case studies on whatever it is you're doing. If you have something that people can look at and go, oh, this guy signed off on them, or oh, they worked with this guy. That's why every business has the logos of their customers or people they've worked with on their website to show these people trusted me, so should you. So that's important. Staying consistent. It's not something that's just a one and done and that's it forever. It is really you want to be consistent with whatever marketing approaches you're taking. It's repetition. It really comes down to out of sight, out of mind. If you are not posting on social media regularly, if you're not sending out regular emails or writing new blogs on a regular basis, or getting out in the community and networking with other business owners or whatever it is, if you're not doing it consistently, It doesn't work. That's kind of like, I hiked the Butte the other day. Does it look like it? Nope. Why? Because I don't do it consistently. I don't do all the things to keep me in shape. And that's one of those things that marketing is the same way. You have to stay in shape by doing things repeatedly. Otherwise, you are going to lose people. I work with realtors all the time who are like mad because they did an amazing job working with someone selling their house. And they get 2 years later and they drive by and they see a for sale sign in the front yard and it's like, they went with someone else. How dare they? Has anybody ever experienced something like that where someone jumps ship on you that you weren't expecting? Especially after you do such an amazing job. I mean, that's rude. Let's be real. Come on. But if you didn't do anything in those 2 years from when you did an amazing job until they needed your services again, have you kept a relationship going with them? Kept things active? No. Of course, they're going to go with whoever's right in front of them because we already talked about everybody has ADHD nowadays and the attention span of a gnat. So if you're not in front of them all the time, they're going to go to whoever is in front of them. So that's part of how we build trust. But again, like, communication is probably the most important thing when it comes to building trust. How you communicate is vital. I have my entire team reading a book right now, Crucial Conversations. Great book for anybody who needs a good, not easy read. But it's all about how do you communicate, how do you deal with hard topics and conversations and keep people engaged. And it's something that having those good communication skills makes all the difference, because you can have a situation that can go really bad one way or really good another. And I'll give you an example on this, because this is probably one of the most important things I've learned in the last few years. And I think I've gone through like 85 different business books in the last year and a half. And it's repeated over and over, but there's a story in one where you go to a fine dining restaurant. And it's high end, so think around here, think of Boss Taurus or Rancher Butcher Chef or something like a high-end steak dinner place. You go in, you expect to have top-end service, high-quality food, and you go in and all those expectations are met. You walk out and you're like, that was a great meal, I love it, I'm gonna come back sometime. I'll do it again. You go in, you have a bad experience. Here's what most people typically go to, and show of hands, who instantly goes, oh, bad experience, you're gonna tell 10 people or something like that. Anybody have that thought? Nobody? No? Okay. No tip. But if you have a bad experience, typically it's you're gonna tell some people and complain. What if you have a bad experience, you tell your waiter, hey, our food was really cold and we sent it back twice and we really didn't want to. And they go, you know what? I am so sorry. Let me get you taken care of. And then you have the chef come out and say, this was our bad. Here, we're comping your meal, and here's a gift card for next time. So we want to earn your business and your trust back. If you have that kind of experience, how many people are you going to tell? A lot. You're going to be like, yeah, they botched it, but oh my gosh, their communication and their customer service was next level. And it goes back to the old adage of never let a tragedy or a negative situation go to waste. As a business owner, if you mess up, communicate well, take care of your clients, and it will go a long ways in building trust. And because I know yes?
I had a comment on that proof. I manage our Google business profile, and we were flagged last fall, winter, and I was unable to update. And the note said that there was fraudulent claims or like review or something.
Yeah.
And it never directed me to what it was or how to resolve it.
It's hard sometimes.
Yeah.
So I could go into all kinds of tech issues, There are workarounds, there are ways. Yeah, Google is important, and there are ways to get bad reviews off, to get or incorrect reviews off, but there's a lot of technical possibilities of what could cause that, and I'm happy to talk more about it. But all right, this is kind of one of those things that I'm going to buzz through because I think I've got, what, 7-8 minutes left? Huh? You have a bit more if needed. Okay. When it comes to sales and marketing and how they cross over, the question most people don't stop and ask is this person ready? Are they even the right person to talk to? It's just because you have an amazing product or service and they see that it's an amazing product or service and they want it, doesn't mean that they're in a spot that they can buy it. It doesn't matter how amazing it is. If they're not the one who has the authority, like, are they the decision maker or not? Because I talk with people all the time who are like, oh my gosh, I just wish my boss would sign up already. I'm having to try to do all this stuff and it's not working and trying to get my boss to do it, but he won't. Well, I'm not trying to sell to her or him or whoever that person is. I'm trying to sell to their boss. And so you have to make sure that when you are dealing with things like this, you're getting to the right people. And so when it comes to developing the right personas, the right target demographics, and figure out like who are we trying to reach, there's usually 2 personas we build out when we're prepping for a campaign. Number 1 is the primary, which is the decision maker, the person who is able to use that product or service, buy it themselves, make that decision, and we usually have an entire marketing campaign specifically for them. And those are the act now, the buy now, the more stringent or aggressive call to actions. So you got that person. Then you have secondary audience or secondary persona. These are the influencers. These are the people around the decision makers. And sometimes the best marketing is to get, let's say you were trying to get somebody to remodel a house. Who do you think the best person to market to in that situation would be in a husband and a wife situation most of the time? The wife. Why? Why would it be the wife? She manages the household. More attention to detail. But typically speaking, and yes, I am generalizing, okay, so stereotyping here is what it is. We're speaking on percentages. But most of the time, it is in a household like that, it's something that the husband has to sign off on as like, okay, fine, we'll do it. But it's usually the wife who is the one who's saying, we need to do this, here's why we need to do it, here's why it's going to be amazing. And yes, again, I know I'm stereotyping, but I'm just going with the general. It can flip-flop in certain situations. So, with that, if you can get the person who's the one who is usually the advocate for that product or service to be the one who's like, we need this, like I mentioned about the employee who's trying to get their boss, if you can get them on board with this is what we need, why we need it, they're going to put the pressure on the decision maker. And if the decision maker is also simultaneously seeing the ads, it's just reinforcing it, so it works together. So you got to make sure people are ready. You have to know how to overcome objections because it doesn't matter how logical it is. People are going to come up with objections. That was like my client that I told you about who was canceling because this other company had all these bells and whistles. And when I'm talking to him about like, okay, how is that going to help you? How is that going to make your life better? How is this going to bring in more business? He couldn't answer. And he's now in limbo, like, what am I going to do? I don't know. But you have to know how to overcome objections and think them through. Play the devil's advocate and role play it with someone. Be like, okay, if you're responsible for any kind of sales or any of that, do some role play and be like, ask me the tough questions. Why wouldn't I buy this? Why wouldn't you buy this? And talk it through. And And have options, but not too many. So many businesses fall apart is they come out with a million options. And they don't just say, hey, here's option 1, 2, or 3. They go, well, it could be this, it could be this, this, and we could take this and add it here. And people instantly go into a paralysis of analysis. They're sitting there like, what do I do right now? I don't know what to do. Too many choices. Okay, that's why you go to a fast food place. How many things are on the menu? Maybe 10, 15, and then they'll ask you, do you want that larger or smaller? Do you want fries with it? It's simple, it's cookie cutter. Make it easy for people to make a decision by not giving them too many options. And then kind of gets to the end of it. They buy. Here's what happens all the time. In a sales pitch, people will get to the spot and they're like, this is so awesome, this is great, it's all these things. And someone's like, great, cool. All right. Ask for the close. Come on. How hard is it to be like, all right, can we sign this right now? If they say no, say why not? I have an entire sales training curriculum that I wrote years ago that I use with my sales guys. And one of the key things is, I'll give you the super paraphrased version of it. It's the 3 C's. Huh? No, don't even that. When it comes to sales, it's up front, you're a consultant, you're a counselor. Counselors ask a lot of questions. They pay attention. They're like, hey, tell me more, tell me more, tell me more, tell me more. And then once you hear it all, you confirm and say, okay, so what I hear you saying is, and just so you guys know, this is great marriage advice too. If you restate like, okay, what I'm hearing you say is this, 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 right? Keys to happy marriage. But with that, it is one where you're laughing at me. It's true. Try it. I dare you. But it is one of those where if you can get them to say, yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking at, that sounds good, and then you can go into the close as a consultant. So that 3rd C is that you're a consultant. It's like, hey, okay, so here's what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, why we're going to do it. Let's go. And if they say, no, wait a second. I confirmed and you said this is what it was. Am I missing something here? Because you said yes right here. We got here and this addresses all this, so why no? And that's where it goes back to knowing how to overcome objections. And if they're like, well, it's really this. Okay, so let's go back to the counselor. I'm going to ask you more questions again and then reconfirm and then go back into the consultant and close, okay? Don't try to close your spouse, like, no, none of that. But the counsel and confirm, great marriage advice. Make it simple. Don't make it complex. If you have 100 steps people have to go through, you're going to lose them on step 2. So even if it's on your website and you're trying to figure out how do I make sure that this is something that they can go from, they have something I want, click this button, couple of quick form fields to fill out, submit, I'm done. The simpler you make it, the more you're going to close, because as soon as people start clicking 2 or 3 times, then they're gone. So keep it simple and fast. Wrap it up. Sorry, me. I'm wrapping it up, all right. Come on. You said I had extra time. I know. But, yeah, with that, keep it fast. People's time is their most valuable asset. Their time is valuable. So if you do not take care of their time, value it for them, they're not going to do business with you. So I actually had a guy one time say, this is taking too long. You have 2 minutes. Get me the contract, I'll sign, and I'm out of here. If it takes 2.5, I'm gone and I'm not signing. Done. Click this button that says accept, type in your name, you're done. Easy as that. So, when it comes to prioritization of your marketing assets, so this is the spot that probably most people think, oh, we're going to get a marketing training. They expect we're going to talk about all these kind of things. I could spend 2 weeks on this and not touch it enough for you. Okay, but the simple simple point is this. Must have for every business. You have to have a good website. We already talked about that. It is the foundation, it is the key, it is the most important digital asset, marketing asset any business has. Spend time, spend money, do it right. Then go into search. Most businesses, and there are caveats and outliers as far as which types of marketing channels are most important from one business to the next. But search, meaning Google, sometimes into Yelp. I hate Yelp, by the way, just so you know. And if they ever see this, you heard it from me live. Mainly just because of the way they do their business. But it is one of those things, it is a tool that some businesses need. If you're a restaurant, you gotta spend time, energy, and money on your Yelp. That's where people go for that. But if you are a reactive service, meaning something happens and somebody goes, I need to find someone, search is gonna be the most important tool, because they're not gonna go on social media and be like, I'm gonna just scroll and scroll till something pops up for somebody come in and fix my busted water heater. They're gonna go on Google, or now they're gonna go on ChatGPT or any of the other AI bots and say, who's the best plumber who can get here right now and get this fixed? So that's where search is most important. If you are someone who maybe people don't know that they need you yet, or aren't really actively looking for it all the time, social is gonna be the most important marketing asset for you outside of your website, because social is proactive marketing. It's getting in front of people before they're ready. Social ads are a great way to do this. So paying on there, it is a pay-to-play platform if you want to do it right. It used to be you could just post and everybody and their dog saw it and it was amazing. It's changed a lot. You have to pay if you want it to help your business. But search and social are typically the two most important tools and assets next to the website. Things that are good to have. If you own a business, get branded gear. Anytime we're out, we have a booth at the Home and Garden Show this weekend, so if anyone's out there, come say hi. But everything is swagged up. Everything has our logos. My car, which you can kind of see it right up there, it's got all the purple and blue on there. It's all branded. Get your name out there. So brand anything and everything you can. Videos. When it comes to marketing assets, having a great videographer in your back pocket is amazing. Someone who knows how to put together a great story, great video for you, goes a very long way. So videos are huge nowadays. Email marketing is one that has ebbed and flowed over the last 5-10 years as far as the viability and efficacy on how well it works for a business. But it's one of those really simple, cheap things to do of just building an email list and sending out newsletters to stay connected, stay in front of people. So anytime you interact with someone and get their name, get their phone number, it should go into some kind of database, into an email marketing system. Could haves, not gonna be top priorities for most businesses, especially small businesses, because the ROI on it's much lower. But things like TV commercials are great. Radio ads can be great. Mailers, meh. They have a place and a time, but they're down here on the pecking order when it comes to marketing for most businesses. Event booths, like I said, we have a big booth out at the Home and Garden Show. We do a booth at pretty much anything we can because it's a great way to get out in the community and get connected and get in front of people and have conversations. Any kind of sponsorships. If there's some cool program going on or an event that you can sponsor, kids, baseball, soccer teams, get your name out there because people do business with people they know. It gets your name. They like because you're supporting kids. And they trust you because you're out there and all these different people are standing by you. So, and there's so much more. There's 100 different things you could do. But it goes back to, do you need every bell and whistle? Because if you don't know how to use this, I could hand this to pretty much anybody but the guy in the back. And they'd be like, I don't know, what do I do with this? How do I take the lens off or the cap off? Where is this? Pretty much anybody in here can use this and put together a video, put together something simple, easy, and it would work. So I think I have one last thing. Just because I know it's going to get asked and people are going to ask me afterwards, AI. AI is a tool. It is not a strategy. It is not a person. It is no different than a car, no different than a hammer. It is a tool that if you know how to use it can make you do things better and faster, but it is not a replacement for people who know what they're doing or talking about. Because I've done so many things, like we use AI all the time, but some of the stuff it gives me is just garbage. And then I call it out and it goes, you're right, that was a horrible suggestion. I'm so sorry, thank you for calling me out on that. Well, don't do it again. And then it does it again. And I said, I just told you not to do that. And I get into this yelling match with the computer because it's this stupid AI is not doing what I tell it to do, and it says, I'm sorry. I think we're going to all need therapy from AI after a little while. But it does help you amplify things, get things done faster, get more productivity out of employees, out of your systems, your processes. Gives you ideas. We use it for ideation all the time. Like, I'm trying to do something, a video concept like this. Give me 20 different concepts. And I go through and I'm like, that's got elements, that doesn't, no, yes, and then you just compile it into something original. But like I said, it does not replace expertise, okay? I had someone go, oh, no, I don't need a marketing team or a marketing company. I just go on ChatGPT and it gave me all this stuff to do. And I look at it and I go, you realize that's completely wrong for your business, right? What? It says it's the best thing to do and it knows everything. It's scanning up. No, it's pulling a little bit from a lot of different places. So don't let it replace someone who knows what they're talking about. And this is something I have to tell people all the time. What you want doesn't matter. Let that sink in. It is not about you. What you want as a business owner doesn't matter. What your customer wants matters. So when you're developing any strategies, any plans, anything that you're going to put out there, don't think of it from, this is what's so cool about this widget I made. This is the cool new tool. It does all these things. Everyone's going to want it. Does your customer want it? Well, they should, because it does all these things. What does your customer actually want? Think about that. So with that, I think that's pretty much it. Kind of closing quote, you don't need to do everything. Just do something and do it right. So that's all I got. Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to answer questions if we have time for that.
What I was getting at earlier, I grew up with some very successful business owners, but in the early times, they would talk themselves out of the sale.
Mm-hmm.
They're so passionate about it, and they go on and on and on. You're like, all right, I'm so like over it. Like you're talking yourself out of the sale.
Yep.
And then, but you do have to ask for the sale.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of times we don't ask for the business. You have to ask for the business.
Yeah. If you try overselling and go too long, it convinces people that you don't know what you're talking about and you're not confident. So being confident in your product and your service is extremely important. So anything else? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to pivot. We're going to pivot, go into our last session, but before we do that, if we want to pick a name from here, Tom, or
Our last two? Oh, just grab two? Yeah.
the last one.
Oh, is it one we did?
And then
really wants this?
must be present to win.
Doug Britton.
Woo!
I knew you wanted it. I knew it.
I will be emailing you the information You are gonna join us, sorry about that. So, Shantae wasn't able to make it, but we still have a small business, journey to here. And it's gonna be our own team member, Riley Gibson, who is co-owner of Skyber Media. So, if you guys could,
Test, test, test. Test, test. 1, 2. 1, 2. Okay, I was not ready for this, so please bear with. My name is Riley Gibson. I'm one of the co-owners of Skyber Media. We're a Native American-owned video production company based in Olympia, Washington. Our story starts pretty small, actually. I was a filmmaker who had moved to Olympia in 2012. I had no friends. I knew nobody. So at the time, like most people do, I put an ad out on Craigslist, looking for other filmmakers to work with. One person that responded was Jeff Barehand, who is now my business partner. We started the business in 2014 based upon that Craigslist ad. We started making movies in 2013, and eventually both our wives asked us to start making money doing it. So, you know, we're just filmmakers. We're not business people. We didn't know what we were doing. But Jeff he's an entrepreneur. And so he suggested start a business, and he asked me to join. And I said, okay. At the time, I was teaching at the local community college. I was working in a lamp shop fixing lights, and I had a film background. So we thought with our 2 cameras, which were Canon 60Ds, which were even smaller than the camera that Tom just showed, and even less quality, we thought we could start a business. And it was very slow. The first 4 years, we made hardly any money. Everything we put back into the company. But eventually, we started working within government contracting, and we also started working with the National Center of American Indian Enterprise Development. In 2018, we applied for a contract for Res, and we won that contract. And what that contract meant was that we had to go to Res, film all day long for 15 hours, and then edit a video overnight to deliver the next morning at 8 a.m. So I had about 4 hours of sleep that entire week, putting together these daily videos to Res. But we did well enough that they started bringing us on for other contracts. And it's through working with them, through learning about government contracting, through listening to John Shiraka for about 100 different times, that I started to learn how this might work for our company. And we actually started pretty small. We started contracting with the state of Washington first. So we were able to win a couple small contracts just through competitive bidding through the Washington State Enterprises. And eventually, we started subcontracting on larger projects, and eventually subcontracting on federal contracts. And actually, this past year, we won our first federal contract as a prime. That was with IHS, and we flew out to Cherokee, North Carolina, and we filmed with the Unity Healing Center and created a series of videos for them about their youth health services over there. So it's been a pretty interesting journey for us. We've grown as a company from just 2 people with the Canon 60D to now we have 8 people in our company. We have a building in downtown Olympia. We have crews that go out to 2 or 3 different locations at a time. And one of our biggest and most important projects we're working on right now is with the Department of the Interior on the boarding school survivor stories. So we're the video production company that goes out and films these interviews with boarding school survivors all over the country. And we filmed about 400 interviews so far, and we'll probably film about 480 by the time this is over. And those interviews are now being documented, they're being transcribed, they're being captioned, and they're going to live with the Library of Congress when it's all over. Yeah, it's a really amazing project. If you want to learn more about that, look up the Native American Boarding School and Healing Coalition. They're based out of Minneapolis. They're a really great organization. And that's been a wonderful project for us. We've also continued to work with the National Center. They're our favorite client. Thank you. And we do Res every year with them. And again, every project we work on with them, we learn a lot. We learn about federal contracting. We learn about marketing. We learn about all these different things while we're also doing the work. So it's been a really great opportunity for us. Yes?
I already said it earlier, but remind them how we used to do the live feed, like we did.
Sure. So we started doing this with them about 2018, and originally we were just going straight to Facebook, which was amazing because if you go live stream to Facebook, you get so many likes and so many views compared to what is actually happening. So just a tip, if you ever want to increase the number of views, stream just directly to Facebook, and every time someone refreshes the page or scrolls down, you'll get a new view, which is wonderful. But we also did that during COVID with them. So these NEIs almost shut down during COVID because you couldn't have people in these areas. So we would travel with them. We would pretty much do this entire conference virtually with them. And that was one way that they were able to use kind of our work to kind of adapt and move forward during the COVID times as well. Yeah?
Yeah, I know the purpose of this talk is probably the success stories from your journey, but I was curious if you're comfortable talking about maybe a time something didn't go right and what you learned from it, how you bounced back.
Oh yeah. Well, I can tell you, like I said, we started government contracting pretty early in 2018, and we thought the first government contract we won was amazing. We were like so excited about it, but nothing ever came from it. And this was with Washington State, one of the transit companies, and we thought if you get this contract, you're guaranteed to get work, but that wasn't true. And so that was a learning curve for us. It's not just getting the contracts, it's continuing to work with those people, to network with those people. And at the time we were young, we didn't think that we should reach out to them or annoy them or that we'd be bothering them simply by telling them that we have this contract and they should consider working with us. But now we're a bit more aggressive when it comes to that kind of thing. In terms of failures, there's an NEI recently in Connecticut where this was, I think, last September sometime, when basically the entire East Coast shut down for flights. And I got stuck in Washington, D.C. So I had to take basically a plane, a train, an automobile, and travel about 32 hours simply to get to this NEI in Connecticut after getting stranded in Washington, D.C. So yeah, that's another trick. Again, there wasn't much point to this me being up here. I think they just told me to come up here. But if you do have questions about video, I am happy to answer those because it can get a little complicated when we're working with a video company and trying to figure out how you could work together.
But it's very motivational.
Yes, I want to motivate you all. Thank you.
Don't give up. Show us a video.
Yeah, which one do you guys want to show?
Well, I saw Second Hills. Who's had Second Hills? Jacob, did you have Second Hills on your PowerPoint?
Yeah, we did.
That's from Brooks.
So this was a recap video we made from a trip to Brooks, California. They had an NEI out there, but we also did some site visits as well. And this was around tourism, agro-tourism, and some of the businesses that they have out in that area.
That tourism and qualifies good too. They're all good.
I'm excited to be part of the Native Edge Institute here in Brooks, California. Just an exciting opportunity to teach the topics about growing a business and actually some of the leadership skills to sustain that business.
If you're a Native entrepreneur, whether that's an individual entrepreneur or tribe, this is one of the best places you can go to start up.
Going to conferences such as this is eye-opening. I know this event allowed our company to flourish and grow because we meet great people that our business can benefit from, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to come.
We're so excited to be at Cache Creek in Brooks, California. Learn about building relationships, working with the tribes and the individuals, but even with state agencies.
We're at Yosemite the golf course opened for its first public rounds in 2008. The expectation is to deliver a world-class experience for our guests. When you arrive on property, first thing you see when you pop over the top of the hill, you've got the Golden Hills in the background with the green golf course. We do host a golf academy here. This place is for everybody. So come on over to the driving range and let's go check it out.
The goal and the vision always being products that are grown on tribal land. We started with just wine and oil. Since then, we've added several other products. The tasting room here has really been amazing. Our goal was to also have visibility through the entire process. You can see the entire thing here at the St. Hills Olive Mill. I've had the great opportunity to work with the Tribal Council. What I've come to realize and appreciate is the high level of leadership we have here. Without that level of leadership, none of what we do here at St. Hills would be possible.
The growth opportunity for Indian country is tourism. All this native land out there, people really aren't coming there to visit that. Why is that? In many cases, they don't know what exists out there.
Be a part of our industry, but also be a part of respecting who we are. It really helps us to see our culture as relevant, and I think that's what tourism can really help.
Our voice has to be heard, and our way of life has to be understood. The businesses that have a vision and a mission statement that's value-based will become the brand names of the 21st century and on into the 22nd century. Doing that, they will reach out and help people in need in the community.
Attending a Native Edge Institute is a real opportunity to connect with potential customers, potential partners.
I remember I used to joke, I work in casinos, it's not like we're curing cancer. And then one of our attorneys sat me down and she said, I think you need to look at it a little bit differently. You're building a government.
When I first got here, I didn't really think it was for me, but then they showed an example of a Navajo woman with a clothing and a jewelry line. That's when I realized I am in the right place, and I know that I can learn and grow from this experience.
All of us have to see a future. We have an opportunity to give our respective cultures that voice, but really have it be a presentation to the world.
I just want to mention one more thing. One of the coolest things we do besides the boarding school is every summer we do an Indigenous Youth Film Camp, where we get Native youth who are interested in filmmaking to come together and to make a movie with them. And so we've been doing that for the past 8 years. Our films are now going to play at a festival in Montana. So if you know any Indigenous youth who are interested in filmmaking, they should definitely look us up, because we're looking to expand this program as well. It's a great program. These kids get to make a movie, they get to work with professionals, and ultimately they get to showcase their works in festivals across the country. Yes?
So you had mentioned your wives is that you need to start making some money, but now you have a building.
Yes, we bought a building in 2022 in downtown Olympia. It's called the old steam plant building, so it's a 2-story industrial building. On the top floor we have our studio area where we film, and 3 different areas for filmmaking, interviews, podcasts, that kind of thing. And downstairs we have our kind of post-production hub, where all our editors do all the work, and we also have a whisper room in that area, which is like anyone know what a skiff is? Like at the Pentagon, or like those silent rooms? Yeah, essentially this whisper room is like a little skiff. Any other questions? Well, thank you for letting me talk, even though I was very unprepared for this.
Thank you, Riley. Well, that concludes our day, so I'm going to say goodbye to the online audience for real this time. Thank you so much for joining us. I will be emailing out the recording for this NEI, also the PowerPoints that any of the presenters presented. Before I go, I just want to say thank you to my team, Yvette, Nicole, Charmaine, and